Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Read. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry became the Lord of 5 most ancient houses at age 6 and shocked Dumbledore. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1. The awakening. The cupboard under the stairs smelled like dust and old shoes and the particular staleness that came from too many nights breathing the same air. Harry Potter lay curled on his thin mattress, knees drawn to his chest, watching a spider spin its web in the corner where the ceiling met the wall. He'd named the spider Charlotte, after a book he'd glimpsed once in Dudley's room. Dudley never read his books, so Harry had borrowed it for 3 days before putting it back exactly where he'd found it. Charlotte the spider had died at the end of that story, which Harry thought was terribly sad but also somehow right. Some things were just sad, and pretending otherwise didn't help. The Dursleys had locked him in 6 hours ago, right after he'd finished scrubbing the kitchen floor. Aunt Petunia had found a single streak near the refrigerator, a tiny imperfection that Harry genuinely hadn't seen, and her face had gone that particular shade of purple that meant he wouldn't be eating dinner. Ungrateful, she'd hissed, her bony fingers digging into his shoulder. After everything we've done for you. Everything we've sacrificed. Harry had learned years ago not to respond to that. Responding made things worse. So he'd kept his eyes down and his mouth shut, and when Uncle Vernon had shoved him into the cupboard, he'd gone without resistance. That had been 6 hours ago. Now it was nearly midnight, and something was wrong. Not wrong with the house. Not wrong with the Dursleys, who were snoring in their beds upstairs, or with Dudley, who'd eaten himself into a food coma after his pre-birthday cake. Tomorrow was July 31st, which meant the day after was Dudley's birthday, which meant a trip to the zoo and presents and cake and everything good in the world piled onto one boy while Harry scrubbed the house in preparation. Harry didn't mind anymore. He'd stopped minding on his 4th birthday, when he'd realized that minding only made the hollow feeling worse. No, the wrongness was inside him. It had started as a warmth in his chest around sunset. Just a flutter, really, like a bird trapped behind his ribs. He'd ignored it because he was good at ignoring things, hunger, pain, the way Aunt Petunia looked at him like he was something scraped off her shoe. But the warmth had grown. Now it was nearly midnight, and the warmth had become a pressure. Not painful, exactly. More like something pushing against the inside of his skin, looking for a way out. His bones felt strange. His blood felt thick. And somewhere deep in his mind, in a place he didn't have words for, something was stirring. Harry sat up in the darkness. The spider had stopped spinning. He could feel his heart beating, each thump sending ripples of that strange warmth through his body. Ba-dum. 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 Like a countdown. Like something waiting. Midnight arrived. Harry knew the exact moment it happened. Not because he heard a clock chime, the Dursleys' grandfather clock was in the living room and too far away, but because he felt it. A click, somewhere in the fabric of reality. A lock turning. A door opening. And then the magic came. It wasn't like the strange things that sometimes happened around him. The accidental moments, his hair growing back overnight, ending up on the school roof, turning a teacher's wig blue. Those had been sparks, brief flashes of something he couldn't control. This was a flood. 5 distinct streams of power poured into him from somewhere beyond the physical world. He could feel them as separate currents at first, one ancient and warm and golden, one cold and dark and proud, one whisper quiet and touched with death, one fierce and bold and red, one cunning and green and sharp. They swirled through his blood like rivers converging, and Harry's back arched as his small body tried to contain something it was never meant to hold. He didn't scream. He'd learned not to scream years ago. His right hand burned. He looked down and watched, wide-eyed and silent, as a ring materialized on his index finger. Gold, with a ruby set in a lion's roaring face. Too large for his finger, and then not, the metal shrinking to fit him perfectly. His left hand. Another ring, silver with an emerald serpent. Resize. Fit. His right hand again, this time on his middle finger. Black metal, a raven in flight. Resize. Fit. Left hand, middle finger. Ancient gold, so old it was almost white, bearing a symbol he somehow knew was the Deathly Hallows, a triangle, a circle, a line. Resize. Fit. And finally, his right thumb. A ring that seemed to be made of light itself, bearing a stag and a flower. The Potter ring. His family. His blood. The pressure in his chest exploded outward. The cupboard door blasted off its hinges. Harry sat in the settling dust, 5 rings gleaming on his fingers, and felt something vast and old and powerful settle into his bones like it had always belonged there. He understood, without knowing how he understood, what had just happened. 5 bloodlines. 5 ancient houses. The last heir of Potter and Black and Peverell and Gryffindor and Slytherin, all converging in one small boy who had been locked in a cupboard on his 6th birthday. The lordships had claimed him. No, that wasn't quite right. The lordships had recognized him. He had always been the heir. The magic had simply waited until he was old enough to survive the bonding. Harry climbed out of the ruined cupboard, stepping over the shattered door. His bare feet made no sound on the hallway carpet. The house was silent except for the snoring upstairs, which meant the Dursleys had slept through the explosion. He wasn't surprised. He could feel, with senses he hadn't possessed 5 minutes ago, the sleeping compulsion that had settled over number 4 Privet Drive. The house magic, his house magic now, all 5 houses worth, was protecting him. He walked to the kitchen and got himself a glass of water. Drank it slowly. Got another. His mind was moving faster than it ever had before. Not with new memories, the rings hadn't given him anyone else's thoughts, but with new instincts. He knew things now. Not facts, exactly, but patterns. The way a chess master knows that a certain position leads to checkmate in 7 moves, not because they've memorized it but because they understand the game at a level beyond conscious thought. Harry understood magic now. He understood politics. He understood power. And he understood, with cold clarity, that his life at Privet Drive was over. He considered his options as he stood in the moonlit kitchen. The rings on his fingers hummed with quiet power, and he found that if he focused on any one of them, knowledge bubbled up from somewhere deep. Not words or images, but understanding. The Potter ring told him about family and protection and love. The Black ring whispered of pride and cunning and the willingness to do what was necessary. The Peverell ring spoke of death, not with fear, but with the acceptance of those who had looked beyond the veil and returned. The Gryffindor ring burned with courage and honor and the obligation to stand for those who could not stand for themselves. The Slytherin ring, won through some ancient conquest he didn't yet understand, offered ambition and resourcefulness and the understanding that survival sometimes required becoming what others feared. 5 houses. 5 philosophies. 5 sets of instincts pulling him in different directions but somehow harmonizing into something coherent. Harry finished his 2nd glass of water and set it carefully in the sink. Then he walked to the back garden, sat down on the damp grass, and waited. Albus Dumbledore was having an ordinary evening by his standards, which meant he was simultaneously reviewing 3 pieces of correspondence, monitoring 7 different magical instruments, and carrying on a philosophical debate with the portrait of Armando Dippet about the nature of centaur prophecy. The letter from the ministry was tedious, another attempt to influence Hogwarts curriculum. The letter from Nicholas Flamel was fascinating, a new theory about the relationship between alchemy and arithmancy. The letter from an anonymous source was troubling, another rumor about Death Eater activity in Albania. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, and Dumbledore smiled at his familiar without looking up. "Yes, I know, old friend. The hour grows late. But there is always more to be done." The phoenix trilled again, more urgently. Dumbledore looked up. Every single one of his monitoring instruments had stopped working. Not broken, he would have felt that. Stopped. As if whatever they were monitoring had simply ceased to exist. His blood went cold. The instruments monitored Harry Potter. Dumbledore was out of his chair before conscious thought caught up with instinct. The blood wards. The blood wards around Privet Drive, anchored in Petunia Dursley's acceptance of her nephew, powered by Lily Potter's sacrifice. If they had fallen, if someone had found a way through, he reached for his wand and prepared to apparate, but even as he did, he felt something that made him stop. The instruments hadn't detected an attack. They hadn't detected dark magic. They had simply gone silent. As if Harry Potter had moved beyond their ability to track. That was impossible. Those instruments were keyed to Harry's magical signature, to his very blood. Nothing could. Fawkes burst into flame and vanished. Dumbledore stared at the empty perch for one heartbeat. 2. His phoenix had never done that before. Never simply left without any indication of where or why. He apparat to the edge of the Privet Drive wards and immediately knew something had changed. The blood wards were still there, he could feel them, but they were different. Altered. No, not altered. Supplemented. Someone had added layer upon layer of additional protection, wards so old and powerful that they made Lily's sacrifice look like a child's drawing next to a master's painting. But that was impossible. Ward magic of that caliber required. Oh, Merlin. Dumbledore walked toward number 4 Privet Drive with steps that were suddenly unsteady. His mind raced through possibilities, each more unlikely than the last, until he arrived at the only explanation that fit the evidence. Lordship magic. Ancient house magic. The kind of power that hadn't manifested in Britain for centuries, not since the old bloodlines had grown so diluted that the family magic couldn't find anyone worthy to claim. Harry Potter was the heir to the House of Potter. Everyone knew that. But House Potter, while old and respected, had never been one of the truly ancient houses. Its magic was strong but not overwhelming. Unless. Dumbledore remembered Doria Black, Harry's great-grandmother. Remembered Ignotus Peverell in the family tree. Remembered rumors about the Potter's descent from Godric Gryffindor himself, never confirmed but never quite disproven. And he remembered that Voldemort, heir of Slytherin, had died trying to kill Harry Potter. In the old ways, in the truly ancient magic, conquest could transfer lordship rights. 5 houses. A 6-year-old boy had potentially just become lord of 5 of the most ancient magical houses in Britain. Dumbledore reached the front door and found it intact but unlocked. He stepped inside, his wand raised, his senses straining for any sign of danger. The cupboard under the stairs had been destroyed. His heart clenched. He had known, of course, that the Dursleys kept Harry in less than ideal conditions. His monitoring instruments had told him that much. But he had believed, had needed to believe, that the protection was worth the cost. That Harry's safety from Voldemort's followers outweighed his comfort. Now, looking at the shattered door and the thin mattress inside and the single shelf with its single change of clothes, Dumbledore felt something he had not felt in a very long time. Shame. He's in the garden, a voice said from behind him. Dumbledore spun, wand up, to find a phoenix perched on the banister. Fawkes. His familiar had spoken, actually spoken with human words, which should have been impossible. Fawkes. What, go to the garden, Albus. The phoenix's voice was ancient and sad. The child is waiting for you. And I suggest you approach him with more humility than you have shown in recent decades. Fawkes vanished in another burst of flame, leaving Dumbledore alone in the dark hallway of number 4 Privet Drive, questioning everything he thought he knew. He found Harry sitting on the back lawn, legs crossed, hands resting on his knees with the palms up. 5 rings glinted in the moonlight. The boy's eyes were closed, and for a moment Dumbledore thought he might be meditating, but then Harry spoke without opening his eyes. "You're late, headmaster." The voice was a child's voice. High and clear and unmistakably young. But the tone, the absolute calm, the complete absence of fear or deference, belonged to someone much, much older. "Harry," Dumbledore said carefully. "May I ask what has happened here tonight?" "You may ask." Harry opened his eyes, and Dumbledore felt his breath catch. Those green eyes, Lily's eyes, looked at him with an understanding that had no business existing in a 6-year-old face. "Whether I answer depends on whether you tell me the truth first." "The truth about what?" "About why I was placed here." Harry's gaze didn't waver. "About the wards. About what you expected to happen to me. About what you planned for my future." Dumbledore considered his options. He could obfuscate. He could redirect. He could deploy the considerable charm and misdirection that had served him so well for over a century. But looking at this child, this impossible child, sitting calmly in the moonlight with the power of 5 ancient houses humming in his blood, he understood that none of his usual tactics would work. Harry Potter would know if he lied. "Your mother's sacrifice," Dumbledore said slowly, "created a powerful protection. Blood magic. As long as you live with someone who shares her blood, your aunt, no one who wishes you harm can touch you. I placed you here to keep that protection active." "And the cost of that protection?" Dumbledore hesitated. "I know about the cupboard," Harry said quietly. "I know about the meals I wasn't given. I know about the locks on my door, the bars that were planned for my window, the lies I was told about my parents. I know all of it, Headmaster. The question is whether you knew. I was aware that your relatives were not ideal guardians. Were you aware that they hate me?" The question hung in the air. Dumbledore wanted to look away from those ancient eyes and that young face, but he found he couldn't. "I suspected," he admitted. "Petunia's jealousy of Lily was well known. But I believed, I hoped, that her affection for her sister would extend to her sister's child. And the protection was necessary, Harry. Voldemort's followers would have found you anywhere else. They would have killed you. So you chose certain abuse over possible death." "I chose life," Dumbledore said, and for the first time there was heat in his voice. "I chose to keep you alive, Harry, whatever the cost. Because you are important. Because there is a prophecy, I know about the prophecy." Dumbledore stopped. "That's impossible. The only people who know the full prophecy are myself and, I know about the prophecy," Harry repeated, "because I can feel it. Here." He touched his scar, and Dumbledore saw the faint shimmer of ancient magic, nothing like the dark curse mark he had always believed it to be. "There's a piece of Voldemort in me, isn't there? A fragment of his soul, lodged behind this scar. That's why the Slytherin lordship came to me, not just through conquest, but through contamination." Dumbledore's legs felt weak. He sat down on the garden bench, suddenly feeling every one of his 150-odd years. "You weren't supposed to know that," he said quietly. "You were never supposed to know that. Because it would have changed my choices." Harry's voice held no accusation, only curiosity. "Because a boy who knows he carries a piece of Dark Lord might not walk willingly to his death when the time comes. You know about that too. I can feel the shape of it. The piece of Voldemort's soul is connected to the rest of him, wherever that is. If I die, it dies. If he resurrects, and he will, I can feel that much, then killing me becomes necessary to kill him permanently." Harry tilted his head slightly. "Is that why you kept me weak, Headmaster? Ignorant and friendless and so desperate for belonging that I would do anything for the wizarding world, even sacrifice myself?" "It wasn't like that." The words felt hollow even as Dumbledore spoke them. "I wanted to give you a childhood. I wanted to keep you away from the pressures of fame, the expectations, you wanted a weapon that wouldn't know it was a weapon." Harry's voice was still calm, still that terrible ancient calm. "A boy who would trust you implicitly, who would follow your guidance without question, who would do what needed to be done because he loved you and believed in you. Isn't that right?" Dumbledore couldn't answer. "I don't blame you," Harry said, and somehow that was worse than anger. "You lost everyone in the war. Your friends, your students, the parents of the children you taught. You saw what Voldemort became and you know, probably better than anyone, how easily power corrupts. So when you found yourself with a child who might one day have power, you tried to make sure that child would be controllable. Would be good. Would be willing to die rather than become another Dark Lord." The headmaster's hands were trembling. When had they started doing that? "It sounds monstrous when you say it like that." "It sounds human," Harry corrected. "Frightened and flawed and human. You made decisions with incomplete information and hoped for the best. I understand that. I'm 6 years old and I understand that." He stood, and despite being barely waist-high to a sitting Dumbledore, he seemed to fill the garden with his presence. "But here's what you need to understand, Headmaster. Your plans are finished. I am not your weapon. I am not your sacrifice. I am Lord of 5 ancient houses, and I will make my own choices from now on." "Harry, I don't hate you," Harry interrupted. "I probably should, but I don't. You were trying to save the world. You just forgot that I'm part of it." Dumbledore looked at this child, this strange, impossible, terrifying child, and found that he had no idea what to do. For the first time in decades, he was genuinely, completely lost. "What happens now?" he asked. "Now?" Harry glanced up at the moon, full and bright in the clear summer sky. "Now I go to Gringotts in the morning to claim my inheritance properly. I expect you'll want to be there. Not to interfere, I won't allow that, but to observe. To understand what you're dealing with. And if I try to stop you? To return you to your relatives for your own protection." Harry looked at him, and for just a moment, something flickered in those green eyes. Something that was not human, not child, not anything Dumbledore had ever seen before. "The wards recognize me now, Headmaster. The blood protection is still here, I wouldn't want to lose it, but it answers to me, not to you. If I decide to leave this place, nothing short of killing me will stop it. And I think we both know you won't do that." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "There's something else you should know," Harry said. "Before morning. Someone else felt what happened tonight. Someone who's been planning something while you've been watching me grow up in a cupboard. I can feel them, not clearly, but enough. There are forces moving against both of us, and they don't care about prophecies or blood wards or any of it. They care about power, and they think they can take it while everyone's distracted by my return to the wizarding world." "Who?" "I don't know yet. The Black family magic whispers about old allegiances and bitter enmities. The political situation has shifted since the war ended, hasn't it? New alliances, new factions, old families positioning themselves for whatever comes next." Dumbledore thought of the letter he had been reading that evening. The anonymous warning about Death Eater activity. There are always whispers after a war. Power vacuums attract ambitious people. These aren't just ambitious people. Harry's voice was certain. These are patient ones. They've been building something for 5 years, Headmaster. And tonight, when I claimed my lordships, I became either a threat or an opportunity to them. We'll find out which soon enough. A light flickered on in an upstairs window. Aunt Petunia, probably, waking from a troubled sleep with an inexplicable sense that something had changed. "I should go inside," Harry said. "My aunt will be wondering why she isn't more upset about the cupboard door." "Harry." Dumbledore stood, his voice more urgent now. "Please. I know you have no reason to trust me. I know I've made terrible mistakes. But Voldemort is not truly gone, and the prophecy, I know about the prophecy," Harry said for the 3rd time. "Neither can live while the other survives." "I know, Headmaster. But I have no intention of dying for the greater good, and I have even less intention of letting a piece of a Dark Lord sit in my head for the next decade while you maneuver me into position." The Horcrux will be dealt with. Voldemort will be dealt with. But on my terms. Not yours. You're 6 years old. I'm the Lord of 5 ancient houses. Harry's voice carried a weight that had nothing to do with volume. Age is a number. Power is a fact. He walked toward the house, then paused at the door. Gringotts. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll expect you there, headmaster. Try not to be late again. The door closed behind him. Albus Dumbledore stood alone in the garden of number 4 Privet Drive, surrounded by wards older than himself, staring at the place where a 6-year-old boy had just dismantled over a century of carefully constructed certainty. His hands were still trembling. The goblin nation of Gringotts maintained an operations center that never slept. Deep beneath the bank, in chambers carved from living rock, a cadre of senior account managers monitored the endless flow of gold and magic that made up the wizarding world's economy. That night, senior account manager Ragnarok was reviewing the quarterly holdings of the Lestrange vault when 5 separate alerts sounded simultaneously. He looked up at the inheritance boards, massive stone tablets that tracked the lordships of every ancient house in magical Britain, and felt his ancient heart skip a beat. Potter. Active. Claimed. Black. Active. Claimed. Peveril. Active. Claimed. Gryffindor. Active. Claimed. Slytherin. Active. Claimed. All 5 lines converging on a single name, Harry James Potter. Ragnarok stared at the boards for a long moment. Then he reached for the emergency communication stone and spoke 3 words that would wake every senior goblin in Gringotts from their sleep. Summon the director. In a manor house in Wiltshire, Lucius Malfoy woke from a sound sleep with his left forearm burning. Not the dark mark, that had been quiet since the Dark Lord's fall. Something else. Something in the blood, in the magic, in the ancient contracts that bound the Malfoy family to their various allegiances. He lit his wand and examined his arm. Nothing visible. But the burning continued, and with it came a whisper of information from the family magic. Slytherin lordship claimed. New lord designated. That was impossible. The Dark Lord was the last heir of Slytherin. The lordship should have dissolved with his death, returned to the ambient magic until another heir arose, which could take centuries. Unless the Dark Lord wasn't truly dead. Or unless someone had taken the lordship by conquest. Lucius sat up in bed, his mind racing. There was only one person who had defeated the Dark Lord. One wizard whose survival had ended the war. Harry Potter. But Potter was a child. A half-blood brat raised by muggles, locked away from wizarding society by Dumbledore's meddling. He couldn't possibly have claimed a lordship, let alone the Slytherin lordship. Could he? Lucius reached for his robe. Sleep could wait. He needed to speak with his contacts at Gringotts immediately. In a small, shabby house on the outskirts of Manchester, Corban Yaxley set down his glass of fire whiskey and smiled. He had felt it too. The shift in the magical landscape. 5 ancient houses suddenly active, suddenly claimed, suddenly concentrated in a single heir. Most of his associates would see this as a threat. A Potter holding the Slytherin lordship. An obstacle to their plans, surely. But Yaxley had spent 5 years learning patience. He had watched the Death Eaters fail because they were too aggressive, too obvious, too reliant on a single leader. He had built something different, a network of influence, of obligation, of carefully cultivated power that didn't need a Dark Lord to function. And now opportunity had literally fallen into his lap. A 6-year-old lord of 5 ancient houses. Incredibly powerful, yes. But also incredibly vulnerable. Children could be influenced. Children could be shaped. And if not shaped, then, removed. Either way, Harry Potter had just become the most important piece on the board. Yaxley picked up his quill and began to write. Harry woke on the morning of July 31st feeling more rested than he had in his entire life. The mattress in the cupboard was the same thin, uncomfortable thing it had always been. The cupboard itself was no longer accessible, the destroyed door had been vanished by the house elves that had appeared in the night, elves that technically belonged to him now, but Harry had chosen to sleep in Dudley's second bedroom instead. Dudley hadn't objected. Neither had Aunt Petunia or Uncle Vernon. They had, in fact, been remarkably cooperative since the events of midnight. Harry suspected this had something to do with the wards. The blood protection was still active, he could feel it humming in his bones, but it had been supplemented with compulsions that made it very difficult for the Dursleys to mistreat him. Not impossible, he wasn't interested in controlling their minds. Just, difficult. They would find themselves getting tired when they tried to yell at him. Feeling unwell when they considered locking him in. Forgetting their complaints the moment they started to voice them. It was, Harry thought, a very Slytherin solution. He showered, something he was rarely allowed to do in the mornings, and dressed in Dudley's least ridiculous clothes. Still far too large, but he had found a belt that helped. The rings on his fingers had transformed overnight into a single signet ring on his right hand, which could become 5 separate rings with a thought. Much more practical. Aunt Petunia was making breakfast when he came downstairs. She looked at him with an expression that wavered between fear and something that might almost have been recognition. "You look like her," she said quietly. "More than you used to." Around the eyes. Harry paused. In all the years he had lived in this house, Aunt Petunia had never willingly compared him to his mother. "Thank you," he said. "I think." She nodded jerkily and returned to the stove. Harry watched her for a moment, this woman who had hated her sister and feared her nephew and still, somehow, taken him in when she could have refused. "The wards will protect you," he said. "Even after I'm gone. No one who wishes this family harm can enter without my permission. That was the deal you made when you took me in, and I won't break it." Aunt Petunia's shoulders tensed. "I didn't make any deal. You made it in blood. When you accepted me across your threshold, you activated protections that Dumbledore built on my mother's sacrifice. You've been benefiting from them for 5 years, no illnesses, no accidents, no bad luck that couldn't be explained away. Did you never wonder why everything went so smoothly for you?" The pan she was holding trembled slightly. "I'm not angry," Harry continued. "Not anymore. You were afraid of magic, and afraid of me, and afraid of what my mother's world might do to your family. Those fears made you cruel. But fear isn't the same as malice, and the years of cruelty, well, they're over now." He sat down at the kitchen table, in Dudley's usual spot, not the hard stool in the corner, and waited. Aunt Petunia turned off the stove. Her hands were shaking. "She could do such wonderful things," she said, and her voice was barely a whisper. "Lily. When we were girls. She could make flowers bloom and lights dance and it was so beautiful. And I wanted it so badly. I wanted to go to that school with her, to learn magic, to be special like she was. And when they told me I couldn't, when Dumbledore wrote back and said I didn't have the gift, I hated her. I hated her for having what I wanted, and I never stopped." Harry listened without interrupting. "And then she died." Petunia's voice cracked. "She died protecting you, and you came to my door with those eyes, her eyes, and all I could think was that it should have been me. I should have been the witch. I should have had the adventures and the magic and the husband who adored me. But instead I got Vernon and this house and a normal life that felt like a prison because I knew there was something more out there and I could never, ever have it." She turned to face him, and Harry saw tears on her cheeks. "I don't expect forgiveness. I know what we did. What I allowed to be done. But I want you to understand, I never hated you. I hated what you represented. And I was too much of a coward to see the difference." Harry considered this for a long moment. The Potter ring hummed against his finger, urging compassion. The black ring counseled cold indifference. The Slytherin ring suggested using her guilt as leverage. The Gryffindor ring demanded justice. The Peveril ring simply whispered that death came for everyone, and grudges were burdens the dead could not carry. "I understand," he said finally. "And I'm not going to pretend that understanding erases anything. But I'm leaving today, Aunt Petunia. I'm going to claim my inheritance and take my place in my mother's world. We may never see each other again." He stood and walked to where she stood trembling by the stove. "My mother loved you," he said. "Despite everything. I can feel it in the blood wards. Love doesn't power protection like this without running deep in both directions. Whatever else happened between you, you were her sister first. Maybe that can be enough." He left her crying in the kitchen and went to wait in the garden for his escort to Gringotts. Dumbledore arrived at precisely 9 o'clock, which told Harry that the old man had spent the night thinking rather than sleeping. He was accompanied by a severe-looking witch with a tight bun and square spectacles. "Minerva McGonagall," Dumbledore said by way of introduction. "Deputy Headmistress of Hogwarts and a trusted colleague. I hope you don't mind, I thought an additional witness might be prudent." Harry looked at the woman, who was staring at him with an expression that combined shock, sorrow, and something that might have been hope. "You knew my parents," he said. "It wasn't a question." "I taught them both," McGonagall replied, her voice thick. "Your mother was one of the finest students I ever had. And your father grew into a good man, eventually." "Eventually?" "He was an arrogant torag for most of his school years." A ghost of a smile. "But he learned. People can learn." Harry nodded slowly. He liked this woman, he decided. She spoke directly and didn't try to hide her emotions behind politics. "Then you're welcome to join us, Professor McGonagall. I expect we'll have quite an interesting morning." They apparat to Diagon Alley, side-along, which was an experience Harry decided he never wanted to repeat, and walked to Gringotts in near silence. The few early morning shoppers barely glanced at them, though Harry noticed Dumbledore had cast some sort of notice-me-not charm. "I'd rather not be observed," the headmaster explained. "The political implications of your inheritance will be significant. Better to establish the facts before the rumors start flying." Harry didn't argue. For once, he and Dumbledore were in agreement. The doors of Gringotts opened onto a marble hall that seemed designed to make humans feel small and poor. Giant pillars stretched toward a ceiling lost in shadow. Gold fixtures gleamed everywhere. And behind a long row of counters, goblins worked with the focused intensity of creatures who took money very, very seriously. "Lord Potterblack Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin," a voice called out, and every goblin in the hall stopped what they were doing. Harry turned to find an elderly goblin approaching them, dressed in armor that was clearly ceremonial but no less deadly for it. His eyes were sharp and dark and ancient, and when he smiled, it revealed teeth that had been filed to points. "I am Director Ragnarok," the goblin said. "We have been expecting you." Dumbledore's hand twitched toward his wand, and Ragnarok's smile widened. "Peace, Dumbledore. The child is here to claim what is rightfully his. Surely even you cannot object to that." "I merely wish to ensure Harry's safety. His safety is guaranteed by the ancient treaties between Gringotts and the houses he now leads. Any harm that comes to him within these walls would result in consequences that even your vaunted political power could not deflect." Ragnarok's smile vanished. "He is under our protection now, Headmaster. Do remember that." Harry stepped forward before Dumbledore could respond. "Director Ragnarok. I appreciate Gringotts' hospitality. I understand there are inheritance rituals that must be completed." "There are." Ragnarok's gaze softened slightly, or at least became less actively hostile. "The magic has already claimed you, young lord. What remains is the formal acknowledgement, the review of your holdings, and certain audits that we believe you will find most illuminating." "Audits?" "Your accounts have been accessed numerous times since your parents' deaths, Lord Potter. Some of these accesses were authorized. Many were not. Ragnar's pointed smile returned. We have prepared a full accounting. Harry felt Dumbledore stiffen beside him. Then let's begin, Harry said. I have a great deal to learn about my inheritance. And apparently quite a few questions to ask about who's been spending my gold. He followed Director Ragnar into the depths of Gringotts, leaving Dumbledore and McGonagall to trail behind like anxious ghosts. The game, as they said, was afoot. The inheritance ritual took place in a chamber that had not been used in 3 centuries. Harry knew this because the goblins told him, with a pride that bordered on reverence. The room of ancient claiming was reserved for lords of multiple houses, and such individuals were exceptionally rare. The last wizard to stand where you stand, Ragnar said, was Godric Gryffindor's grandson. He claimed the lordships of Gryffindor and one other house whose name has been lost. You are claiming 5. Is that a problem? It is unprecedented. Ragnar's eyes gleamed. The Goblin Nation appreciates the unprecedented, Lord Potter. It gives us something to tell our descendants. The ritual itself was surprisingly simple. Harry stood in the center of a stone circle, placed his hand on an ancient altar, and allowed the family magic to flow through him into the stone. 5 separate pulses of power, each a different color, each carrying a different sensation. Gold and warmth. Black and cold. White and quiet. Red and fierce. Green and sharp. The stone accepted him. It is done, Ragnar announced. Harry James Potter is hereby recognized as Lord of the most ancient and noble houses of Potter, Black, Peverell, Gryffindor, and Slytherin. All rights, privileges, properties, and obligations of these houses now rest with him. So witnessed by Gringotts. So witnessed by magic. So let it be recorded for all time. A ripple of power spread outward from the chamber, and Harry felt it echo throughout magical Britain. In the Wizengamot, 5 seats that had sat empty for years suddenly activated. In 5 family manors, portraits stirred to life. In 1,000 small ways, the world shifted to accommodate a new reality. Harry Potter had arrived. Now, Ragnar said, his voice becoming businesslike, let us discuss your accounts. They moved to a private conference room, where a stack of ledgers and documents waited on a massive stone table. Dumbledore and McGonagall were escorted in behind them, though Harry noticed they were given chairs in the corner rather than seats at the table. The Potter accounts first, Ragnar said, sliding a ledger toward Harry. The family fortune is substantial, 17 million galleons in liquid assets, various properties including the ancestral manor in Godric's Hollow, and investments in several wizarding businesses. However. Harry looked up from the ledger. However. Since your parents' deaths, approximately 200,000 galleons have been withdrawn from the main vault. Another 50,000 has been redirected through various subsidiary accounts. And the interest generated by your investments has been misallocated. Misallocated how? Ragnar's smile was all teeth. Deposited into accounts controlled by Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Specifically, into a discretionary fund managed by the headmaster. Harry didn't look at Dumbledore. He didn't need to. He could hear the old man's sharp intake of breath. I see, Harry said calmly. And was this withdrawal authorized? The withdrawal slips bear your magical guardian's signature. Albus Dumbledore was designated as your magical guardian by the Ministry of Magic following your parents' deaths. As such, he had the legal authority to access your accounts. But not, Harry said slowly, the legal authority to take money from them for personal use. The funds were not used for personal enrichment. Dumbledore's voice was strained but steady. They were used for the protection of the wizarding world. For intelligence gathering, for defense against dark magic, for whatever you decided was necessary, Harry finished. Without oversight. Without accountability. Without my knowledge or consent. You were a child. You are still a child. These decisions, these decisions were made on my behalf, using my gold, by a man who also decided that my best protection was a cupboard under the stairs. Harry's voice remained calm, but something in it made even Ragnarok lean back slightly. I understand that you believe your intentions were good, Headmaster. I even believe that some of your intentions were good. But intentions don't excuse outcomes, and the outcome is that you took 250,000 galleons from an orphan's inheritance while that orphan was being starved by his relatives. Silence filled the room. I want every withdrawal documented, Harry said to Ragnarok. Every galleon, every canute, every transfer. I want to know exactly where my gold went and why. And I want it audited by an independent party, not Gringotts, not the ministry, someone with no stake in the outcome. That can be arranged. I'm not asking for the money back, Harry continued, and he saw surprise flicker across Dumbledore's face. Not yet. If the gold genuinely went to legitimate defense efforts, then it served a purpose I would have approved. But I want proof. And I want assurance that this will never happen again. Dumbledore nodded slowly. That is, more than fair. It's practical, Harry corrected. You have information and resources I need. I have gold and political power you need. We can either work together or work against each other. I'd prefer together, but not at the cost of being treated like a pawn. You are 6 years old. And you are over 100. Age hasn't made you wise enough to keep from making mistakes, Headmaster. Perhaps it's time to let someone else have input on the decisions that affect my life. McGonagall, who had been silent throughout the exchange, made a sound that might have been a suppressed laugh. Harry glanced at her and caught the faintest glimmer of approval in her eyes. The black accounts, Ragnarok said, moving on with goblin efficiency. These are considerably more complex. The previous Lord Black, Arcturus, has been managing the family finances from his sickbed. He has done an acceptable job, under the circumstances. However, certain irregularities exist. What kind of irregularities? Payments to Azkaban prison. Monthly stipends transferred to the account of Sirius Orion Black, currently incarcerated for the murders of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. Harry felt something stir in his memory. Sirius Black. His godfather. A man he should know but didn't. These payments, he said slowly. Are they bribes? Comfort purchases? Ragnarok's voice was carefully neutral. Azkaban inmates are permitted certain privileges if their families pay for them. Better food. Warmer cells. Slightly less frequent Dementor exposure. Lord Arcturus has been paying the maximum allowable amount for his grandson's comfort since his imprisonment. His grandson believes in his innocence. Lord Arcturus has stated repeatedly that Sirius Black was never given a trial. That the evidence against him was circumstantial. That the confession he allegedly made was never recorded or verified. Harry looked at Dumbledore. Is this true? The headmaster's face had gone pale. I was not involved in Sirius's arrest. The events happened very quickly after your parents' deaths. I was focused on securing you, on rebuilding after the war. Did Sirius Black receive a trial? I don't know. Harry turned back to Ragnarok. Can you find out? Already researched, Lord Potter. Another ledger appeared on the table. Sirius Orion Black was arrested on November 3, 1981. He was transported to Azkaban on November 5, 1981. No trial was ever held. No evidence was ever formally presented. No defense was ever mounted. He has been imprisoned for nearly 5 years based solely on the testimony of witnesses at the scene and the statement of Bartemius Crouch Sr., then head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. The room was very quiet. My godfather, Harry said slowly, has been in Azkaban for 5 years without a trial. And no one noticed. Some noticed. Ragnarok's voice was soft now. Lord Arcturus has filed 17 formal protests with the ministry. All were rejected or ignored. The political climate after the war was not conducive to questioning the imprisonment of suspected Death Eaters. Harry closed his eyes. 5 years. Sirius Black had spent 5 years in a prison guarded by soul-sucking demons, without even the formality of a trial, and no one in authority had cared enough to question it. "This changes," he said. "Today. Director Ragnarok, I want formal petitions filed with the Ministry demanding a trial for Sirius Black. I want copies sent to every member of the Wisengamot. I want it made absolutely clear that the House of Black, that 5 houses, are demanding justice for one of their own. That will cause significant political disruption." "Good." Harry opened his eyes, and something in them made even the Goblin Director straighten. It seems like significant political disruption is exactly what's needed. He looked at Dumbledore, who had aged a decade in the last few minutes. "Did you know, Headmaster? Did you know he never had a trial?" I believed." Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. "I believed he was guilty. Everyone believed he was guilty. The evidence seemed so clear, evidence that was never presented in court. Evidence that no one was ever allowed to challenge." "Yes." Harry nodded slowly. "Then we both have a great deal of work to do. You to discover how this happened on your watch. And me to make sure it never happens again." He stood, and despite being barely 4 feet tall, he seemed to fill the room. "Director Ragnarok, I believe we have covered the most urgent matters. I will return tomorrow to review the Peveril, Gryffindor, and Slytherin accounts in detail. For now, I need to visit my grandfather." "Your grandfather?" "Arcturus Black. He felt the lordship transfer last night, didn't he? I imagine he has questions. And from what you've told me, he may be the only person in magical Britain who actually tried to do the right thing while everyone else was congratulating themselves on winning the war." Ragnarok's smile returned, and this time it held something that might have been respect. "Your carriages will be waiting, Lord Potter. May your gold flow and your enemies tremble. May your vaults never empty and your blades never dull." The goblin's eyes widened slightly at the traditional response, one that no wizard had used in centuries. "You continue to surprise, young lord. I've only just begun." Harry walked out of Gringotts with the weight of 5 ancient houses on his shoulders and the certain knowledge that everything was about to change. Behind him, Albus Dumbledore sat in stunned silence, watching his carefully constructed plans crumble to dust. And in the shadows of Diagon Alley, a figure in expensive robes watched the small boy emerge from the bank and smiled. "Interesting," Lucius Malfoy murmured. "Very interesting indeed." The journey to Black Manor took less time than Harry expected. Apparently, when you were lord of the house, the family magics included transportation privileges that bypassed normal wizarding limitations. One moment he was standing outside Gringotts, having politely declined Dumbledore's offer to accompany him. The next, he was standing in the entrance hall of a house that radiated age and power like heat from a fire. Lord Potter Black. Harry turned to find an elderly house elf bowing low before him. "I am Creature, Master. Creature has served the House of Black for 120 years. Creature serves the new lord now." There was something in the elf's voice, a bitterness, a resentment, that Harry's new instincts immediately flagged. "You served Lord Arcturus before me," Harry said. "And before him?" "Before him, Creature served Lady Walburga and Master Orion. Creature served them faithfully until their deaths. And you resent serving a half-blood?" Creature's eyes widened, then dropped. "Creature serves the Lord of Black. Creature's feelings are not important. Your feelings are always important, Creature." Harry crouched down to meet the elf's eyes. "I'm not going to pretend I'm a pure blood. I'm not going to pretend the House of Black hasn't spent centuries believing in blood supremacy. But I am the Lord now, and things are going to change. Can you accept that?" The elf was silent for a long moment. Creature has seen many changes. Creature has seen the House of Black rise and fall and rise again. Creature has served lords who were wise and lords who were fools. Creature will serve the new lord as Creature has served all the lords before him. But can you accept change? Another pause. Then, slowly, Creature nodded. Creature can try, Master. For the house. For the family. That's all I ask. Harry stood. Where is Lord Arcturus? In his chambers, Master. He has been unwell. The healers say he does not have much time. Harry nodded and followed Creature's directions through the sprawling manor. He passed portraits that whispered and sneered, artifacts that hummed with dark magic, and rooms that felt like they hadn't been opened in decades. Finally, he reached a door that was larger and older than the others. Beyond it, he could feel the presence of the previous Lord Black, a life force fading but not yet extinguished. He knocked. Enter. Harry pushed open the door and stepped into the presence of Arcturus Black. The old wizard was propped up in an enormous bed, surrounded by medical equipment that blended the magical and the mundane. He was thin, almost skeletal, with white hair and gray eyes that still held a spark of fierce intelligence. So. Arcturus said, his voice a raspy whisper. The boy who lived. The boy who conquered. The boy who inherited my family's legacy without spilling a drop of black blood. Lord Arcturus. Harry bowed formally. I am honored to meet you. Don't be honored. Be competent. The old man's eyes narrowed. Come closer. Let me see what magic has decided should carry on my family's name. Harry approached the bed and stood where Arcturus could examine him. The old wizard's gaze was uncomfortable, probing, assessing, judging, but Harry met it without flinching. Arcturus leaned back against his pillows. You have the Potter look. Your father's hair, your mother's eyes. But there's something else in there. Something older. The lordship magic. Yes. All 5 houses, merged into one child. I felt it happen, you know. Last night. Felt my own authority flowing out of me and into you. It was illuminating. I'm sorry. Don't be sorry. Be worthy. Arcturus gestured to a chair beside the bed. Sit down, boy. We have a great deal to discuss and very little time. Harry sat. You know about Sirius, Arcturus said. It wasn't a question. I learned about him today. About the lack of a trial. About your attempts to get him justice. 17 petitions. 17 formal requests for due process. All ignored. The old man's voice was bitter. I am lord of one of the oldest houses in Britain, and they ignored me like I was some peasant begging for scraps. They won't ignore me. No. Arcturus smiled, and it was a cold, hard expression. No, I don't expect they will. You control 5 Wisengamot seats, boy. Potter, Black, Peveril, Gryffindor, Slytherin. Do you understand what that means? 17% of the governing body. More than that. The ancient houses have weight beyond their numbers. Your voice will carry more than the seat count suggests. And more importantly. Arcturus's eyes gleamed. The Slytherin seat has been empty for centuries. Half the dark families in Britain have been claiming descent from Salazar to justify their beliefs. Now you hold that claim, and you're a half-blood who defeated their precious Dark Lord. Harry understood. I'm not just a political player. I'm a symbol. Symbols matter more than gold, more than votes, more than armies. Symbols shape how people think, and how people think shapes how they act. Arcturus coughed, his thin body shaking. You can change the world, boy. If you're smart enough. If you're ruthless enough. If you're willing to do what needs to be done. What do you think needs to be done? First. Get my grandson out of Azkaban. Not because I love him, I barely know him, but because leaving him there is an injustice that shames our house. A black does not rot in prison without a trial. A black does not suffer the kiss of dementors while ministry bureaucrats file paperwork. And after that? After that? Arcturus laughed, a dry, painful sound. After that, you destroy the fools who let this happen. Not all at once, that would be crude. But piece by piece. You build your alliances and identify your enemies, and you wait for the right moment to strike. You make them regret ever thinking they could push you around. That sounds like revenge. It is revenge. But it's also justice. And survival. And the foundation for something better. Arcturus fixed Harry with his grey stare. Do you think you can do it, boy? Do you think you have what it takes to play the game at the highest level? Harry thought about the cupboard. About the years of hunger and pain and loneliness. About the magic that had risen in him at midnight and changed everything. Yes, he said. I think I can. Then listen carefully. Arcturus leaned forward, his voice dropping. I'm dying. The healers give me 3 months, maybe 4. I've spent the last 5 years preparing for this moment, gathering information, identifying threats, positioning resources. Everything I know, I'm going to give to you. Names. Secrets. Weaknesses. Every dirty dealing I've uncovered, every alliance I've forged, every favor I'm owed. Why? Because you're the last hope for my house. Arcturus's voice cracked. My grandson is in Azkaban. My daughters are dead or disowned. My great-nieces and nephews are either imprisoned, insane, or lost to the family forever. You're not a black by blood, boy, but you carry our name now. Our legacy. Our power. And you want me to restore the family's honor. I want you to build something that will last. Something better than what came before. The old ways are dying, Harry Potter. Blood purity, dark magic, the endless cycle of war and revenge, it's all crumbling. You can either cling to the wreckage or build something new. Harry looked at this dying old man, who had spent his final years fighting a battle no one else cared about, and felt something shift in his chest. I'll do it, he said. I'll get Sirius out. I'll rebuild the House of Black. And I'll build something new, something that protects the people who need protecting and punishes the people who deserve to be punished. Arcturus smiled, and for a moment he didn't look like a dying man. He looked like a warrior who had finally found a successor worthy of his legacy. Then let's begin, Lord Potterblack. We have a great deal of work to do and very little time to do it. The sun was setting over London when Harry finally left Black Manor. His head was swimming with information, names, dates, relationships, secrets that could topple governments, but his step was steady and his mind was clear. He had a plan now. Multiple plans, really, nested inside each other like Russian dolls. Short-term goals: establish his position, secure Sirius's trial, build his alliance network. Medium-term goals: neutralize his enemies, reform the political system, prepare for Voldemort's inevitable return. Long-term goals: create a world where no child would ever be locked in a cupboard because adults were too afraid of magic to ask questions. It was a lot for a 6-year-old. But Harry Potter had stopped being an ordinary 6-year-old at midnight. He was something new now, something the wizarding world had never seen before. And he was just getting started. He operated back to the edge of the Privet Drive wards, side-along apparition from Creature, who vanished the moment Harry was deposited, and walked up the familiar street for what might be the last time. The Dursleys' house looked exactly the same as always. Painfully normal. Aggressively ordinary. But Harry could see the wards now, shimmering layers of protection that wrapped around number 4 like a second skin. He walked up the front path and paused at the door. Behind him, he felt a presence, not hostile, but watching. He didn't turn around. If you want to speak with me, he said quietly, you can ask for an appointment. Lurking in shadows isn't really my style. Silence. Then a soft laugh. Forgive me, Lord Potter. I merely wanted to observe you in your natural habitat. Harry turned. Lucius Malfoy stepped out of the gathering darkness, his silver-topped cane gleaming in the streetlights. He was wearing dark robes that probably cost more than the Dursleys' car, and his pale face was arranged in an expression of amused interest. We haven't been introduced, Lucius continued. I am Lucius Abraxas Malfoy, Lord of the House of Malfoy. Former Inner Circle Death Eater who claimed imperious defense at his trial. Married to Narcissa Black, my cousin by adoption. Father of Draco, who will be my contemporary at Hogwarts in 5 years. Current net worth approximately 4 million galleons, roughly a quarter of the Potter fortune and a fifth of the Black. Harry smiled. Lucius's expression had frozen somewhere between shock and calculation. The goblins have been thorough, he said carefully. The goblins were a starting point. Arcturus filled in the details. Harry's smile didn't waver. I know who you are, Lord Malfoy. I know what you did. And I know what you want. And what do I want? Power. Influence. A return to the old ways without the inconvenience of a Dark Lord to serve. You've spent 5 years building a political network, positioning yourself as a moderate voice while quietly supporting the same pureblood supremacy your former master championed. Lucius's hand tightened on his cane. You're remarkably well informed for a child who, until yesterday, was living under a staircase. I'm a remarkably fast learner. Harry turned to face Malfoy fully. Let me be clear about something, Lord Malfoy. I'm not your enemy. I'm not here to dismantle everything you've built or expose your past crimes or drag your family through the mud. That would be counterproductive. Then what are you here for? I'm here to win. The same thing you want. The difference is that my vision of winning includes a world where blood status doesn't determine your worth, where children aren't sorted into valuable and valueless before they're born, and where the mistakes of the past don't define the possibilities of the future. Lucius was silent for a long moment. You speak of revolution. I speak of evolution. The old ways are dying, Lord Malfoy. You know this, you've seen the birth rates, the intermarriage, the inevitable dilution of what you call pure blood. In 3 generations, there won't be any purebloods left. The question is whether we spend those generations fighting a pointless war or building something that will survive. And you expect me to simply accept this? I expect you to be intelligent enough to see which way the wind is blowing. Harry stepped closer to the older wizard. I hold the Slytherin lordship now. The magical legitimacy your ideology is built on. If I declare that blood purity is irrelevant, that Salazar's true legacy was ambition and cunning, not bigotry, then your entire political platform crumbles. The Dark Lord is coming back. I know. And when he does, he'll find that his power base has shifted, that his symbols have been reclaimed, and that the boy who defeated him controls everything he used to stand for. Harry's eyes met Lucius's, and for a moment, the adult wizard saw something ancient and terrible looking back at him. Choose carefully, Lord Malfoy. I'm offering you a chance to be on the winning side. But I'm only offering once. The silence stretched between them. Finally, Lucius inclined his head slightly, not a bow, but an acknowledgement. You are not what I expected. I'm not what anyone expected. That's rather the point. Harry turned back to the door of number 4. Think about what I've said. When you're ready to have a real conversation, contact Gringotts. They'll know how to reach me. He walked inside and closed the door behind him, leaving Lucius Malfoy standing alone in the gathering darkness. The first day of Harry Potter's new life was ending. The war for the future had just begun. Chapter 1 End. Chapter 2, Blood and Gold. The morning after his confrontation with Lucius Malfoy, Harry woke to find 3 owls waiting on the windowsill of Dudley's second bedroom. He sat up slowly, taking stock of himself. The power that had flooded into him 2 nights ago had settled now, no longer a roaring tide but a deep current running through his bones. He felt stronger than he had any right to feel, not physically, though that too, but mentally. Clearer. More focused. The owls hooted impatiently. Harry crossed to the window and opened it, letting the birds flutter inside. The first owl carried a thick envelope sealed with the Gringotts crest. The second bore a letter marked with an elaborate M in silver wax. The third, a magnificent eagle owl that looked down its beak at the other birds with obvious disdain, carried a scroll sealed with black wax and the unmistakable mark of the Black family. He started with Gringotts. Lord Potterblack Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin, your presence is requested at Gringotts Bank at your earliest convenience to complete the review of your holdings. Director Ragnarok has allocated his personal conference chamber for the duration of your visit. Additionally, our auditors have completed their preliminary review of the Potter accounts. Several irregularities have been identified that require your immediate attention. Attached, please find a summary of these irregularities and the names of all parties who have accessed your vaults since October 31, 1981. Your servant in gold, Senior Account Manager Griphook. Harry flipped to the attached summary and felt his eyebrows rise. The list of irregularities was longer than he'd expected. Withdrawals without proper authorization. Investment dividends redirected. Property management fees paid to companies that didn't seem to exist. And at the bottom, a name that made him pause. Note, on 17 occasions, the signature of Albus Dumbledore was used to authorize withdrawals. On 12 occasions, this signature shows evidence of magical forgery. Someone had been impersonating Dumbledore to steal from Harry's accounts. He set the Gringotts letter aside and opened Malfoy's message. Lord Potterblack, I have considered your words from our conversation last evening. While I remain skeptical of certain aspects of your vision, I acknowledge that the political landscape has shifted in ways that merit careful analysis. I would be amenable to a private discussion at a neutral location of your choosing. My wife, who is your cousin by the bonds of House Black, has expressed a desire to meet you as well. Lucius Malfoy, Lord of the House of Malfoy, short, cautious, and non-committal. Exactly what Harry had expected. Lucius was too smart to reject an overture from someone with Harry's political weight, but too proud to simply capitulate. He was buying time, gathering information, trying to figure out what game Harry was really playing. That was fine. Harry was patient. The third letter was from Arcturus, and it was substantially longer. Harry, I trust you slept well. I did not. The excitement of yesterday seems to have accelerated certain processes that I would have preferred to remain gradual. The healers have revised their estimate. I may have less time than we thought. This makes the information I am about to share more urgent. There is a faction within the ministry that has been consolidating power since the war's end. They call themselves nothing, they're too clever for that, but I've been tracking their movements for 3 years. They are not Death Eaters in the traditional sense. They did not serve the Dark Lord directly. But they share his ideology, and they have been positioning themselves to achieve his goals through legitimate means. I call them the Remnant. Their leader is a man named Corban Yaxley. You will not find him on any list of suspected dark wizards. He was never marked, never arrested, never even questioned. He is, by all public accounts, a respectable ministry official with a spotless record. He is also the most dangerous man in magical Britain. Yaxley's strategy is simple but effective. He identifies ambitious purebloods in positions of minor authority. He offers them advancement, resources, connections. He asks for nothing in return, at first. But over time, as they rise through the ranks, they find themselves owing him favors. Dependent on his network. Unable to refuse his requests without destroying their own careers. He has people in the DMLE. In the Department of International Magical Cooperation. In the Wisengamot's administrative offices. In the Prophet. In Gringotts Public Relations Division. Everywhere that information flows, Yaxley has eyes. I have compiled a partial list of his known associates. Study it. Memorize it. Trust no one whose name appears. But more importantly, understand what Yaxley wants. He is not interested in power for its own sake. He is not building an empire to satisfy his ego. He believes, genuinely, fanatically believes, that magical Britain is dying. That the decline of the old families, the rise of Muggle-born influence, the integration with the non-magical world, all of it represents an existential threat to everything he values. He wants to save the wizarding world. And he will burn it to the ground if that's what it takes. Your emergence threatens everything he has built. You represent a different path, proof that the old bloodlines can survive without the ideology of supremacy. Proof that power can flow to those who deserve it rather than those who are born to it. He will try to destroy you. Not openly, not at first, but through manipulation, through legal challenges, through the slow erosion of your support. And if those methods fail, he will try more direct approaches. Be careful, Harry. Be very careful. Arcturus P.S. I have taken the liberty of arranging your first meeting with Augusta Longbottom. She will be at Gringotts this afternoon, ostensibly to review her family's accounts. In reality, she wishes to assess you. Do not disappoint her. Harry read the letter twice, then a third time. The information about Yaxley confirmed what he had sensed the night of his awakening, that something was moving in the shadows, something patient and dangerous and utterly opposed to everything he represented. But more than that, the letter revealed something about Arcturus himself. The old man wasn't just dying, he was racing against death to pass on everything he knew. Every piece of information, every warning, every hard-won insight from decades of political warfare. Harry was inheriting more than gold and titles. He was inheriting a war. He dressed quickly, the clothes from yesterday, still too large but serviceable, and went downstairs. Aunt Petunia was in the kitchen, moving with the careful precision of someone who wasn't entirely sure why they were being so careful. "I'll be out most of the day," Harry told her. "Possibly longer. I may not return tonight." She nodded without looking at him. "There's food in the refrigerator. If you want it." It was, Harry realized, the closest thing to kindness she had ever offered him unprompted. "Thank you, Aunt Petunia." He left before she could respond, walking to the edge of the wards where Creature was waiting to take him to Gringotts. Director Ragnarok's personal conference chamber was a far cry from the public areas of Gringotts. Where the main hall was designed to impress and intimidate, this room was designed for work. Plain stone walls. A massive table covered in documents. No decorations except a single tapestry depicting what Harry assumed was a famous goblin battle. Ragnarok was waiting for him, along with 3 other goblins Harry didn't recognize. Lord Potterblack. The director nodded in greeting. "I trust you received our preliminary report." "I did. The forged signatures are concerning. More than concerning." Ragnarok gestured to one of the other goblins, who stepped forward with a sheaf of documents. "This is Griphook, your senior account manager. He has been investigating the irregularities since your lordship claimed the accounts." Griphook was younger than Ragnarok, younger by goblin standards, which still made him older than most human civilizations, with sharp eyes and an expression of barely concealed fury. "The forgeries are sophisticated," Griphook said. "Sophisticated enough to fool our standard verification procedures. Whoever created them had access to magical signature samples of the highest quality, the kind that would normally only be available through extremely privileged channels." "What kind of channels?" "Ministry records. Hogwarts archives. St. Mungo's medical files." Griphook's voice was tight. "Someone with access to multiple secure systems. Someone with the authority to move through these institutions without raising suspicion." Harry thought about that. Someone who could access Dumbledore's magical signature across multiple institutions. Someone who could use that access to steal from the Potter accounts without anyone noticing. How much was taken? Through the forged withdrawals alone, approximately 73,000 galleons over a 5-year period. Combined with the legitimate withdrawals made by Dumbledore, which totaled another 200,000, and the redirected investment returns, wait. Harry held up a hand. You're telling me that Dumbledore's legitimate withdrawals were separate from the forged ones? Correct. The headmaster did access your accounts on 17 occasions, as we reported yesterday. Of those 17, 5 were authorized by legitimate paperwork, payment for security measures, maintenance of safe houses, that sort of thing. The other 12 were the forgeries. So someone was stealing from me while disguised as someone who was already taking my money. A clever strategy, Ragnarok observed. Anyone reviewing the accounts would see Dumbledore's name and assume the withdrawals were legitimate. They wouldn't look closely enough to notice the signature variations. Unless they were goblins. We don't look closely at wizard accounts unless the wizard asks us to. It is impolitic. Ragnarok's smile was thin. But now that you have asked, we have looked very closely indeed. Harry leaned back in his chair, processing. Someone with access to multiple high-security institutions. Someone who knew about Dumbledore's legitimate withdrawals and used them as cover. Someone patient enough to steal 70,000 galleons over 5 years rather than taking it all at once. Yaxley, he said. The goblins exchanged glances. You know this name? Ragnarok asked. Lord Arcturus mentioned him in his last letter. A ministry official building a network of influence through legitimate channels. The kind of person who would have access to exactly the sort of records you're describing. We cannot confirm or deny the involvement of any ministry official, Griphook said carefully. However, we can tell you that several of the redirected investment returns were funneled into accounts associated with companies that intersect with certain political interests. Companies owned by people on Arcturus's list. I cannot speak to Lord Arcturus's private research. But if such a list existed, and if it contained the names of individuals connected to certain pureblood political movements, then yes. There would be significant overlap. Harry nodded slowly. The picture was becoming clearer. Yaxley, or someone working for him, had been using Harry's own gold to fund the remnants' operations. A beautiful piece of irony, really. The boy who lived, unknowingly financing the rise of the next dark movement. Can we recover the stolen funds? That depends on how you wish to proceed. Ragnarok steepled his long fingers. We can pursue legal channels, file claims with the ministry, demand investigations, wait for the glacial pace of wizarding justice to eventually produce results. This would take years and would likely result in partial recovery at best. Or we can pursue alternative channels. Gringotts has resources that the ministry does not. We can track gold flows, identify hidden accounts, apply pressure in ways that do not appear in any official record. And what would that cost me? 10% of recovered funds. Plus our eternal gratitude for the opportunity to remind certain wizards that goblin hospitality has limits. Harry considered this. The money itself wasn't important, he had more than enough, but the principle mattered. And more than that, the intelligence mattered. Tracking the stolen gold would reveal the structure of Yaxley's network, expose his funding sources, identify his weak points. Do it, Harry said. But I want reports. Regular, detailed reports on everything you find. Names, amounts, connections. If there's a pattern, I want to see it. It will be done. A knock at the chamber door interrupted them. One of the unnamed goblins moved to open it, revealing a Gringotts messenger in formal livery. Director Ragnarok, Lady Longbottom has arrived. She is waiting in the secondary conference room as requested. Ragnarok glanced at Harry. Your meeting, Lord Potterblack. Shall I provide an escort? That won't be necessary. Harry stood, straightening his oversized clothes as best he could. I know the way. Augusta Longbottom was exactly what Harry had expected from Arcturus's description, a woman who looked like she had been carved from granite and disapproval. She sat ramrod straight in her chair, wearing formal robes of deep purple and a hat that appeared to have a stuffed vulture on top. Her eyes tracked Harry as he entered the room with the cold precision of a predator assessing prey. "Lord Potter Black." Her voice was dry and sharp. "I had expected someone taller. I had expected someone less magnificently hatted," Harry replied, settling into the chair across from her. "It seems we've both encountered surprises." Something flickered in Augusta's eyes, surprise, perhaps, or the ghost of amusement. "Arcturus said you were precocious." "Arcturus is being kind. I'm actually quite annoying when I put my mind to it." "I don't doubt it." Augusta's expression remained stern, but there was a slight softening around her eyes. "Very well, Lord Potter Black. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Arcturus believes you represent an opportunity to reshape magical Britain's political landscape. I am here to determine whether he is right or merely senile. Those seem like harsh options for a man on his deathbed. Arcturus Black has been a thorn in my side for 50 years. If I start being nice to him now, he'll think I've gone soft." Augusta leaned forward slightly. "So. Convince me." Harry considered his approach. Augusta Longbottom was not Lucius Malfoy, she couldn't be impressed by implied threats or political maneuvering. She was a woman who had lost her son and daughter-in-law to the war, who had raised her grandson in the shadow of that tragedy, who had spent 5 years watching the political establishment fail to deliver the justice she deserved. She wanted hope. But she was too wise to accept it without proof. "What do you know about the Remnant?" he asked. Augusta's expression didn't change, but something in her posture shifted. "I know the name. Arcturus has mentioned it in our correspondence. An alleged network of blood supremacists working within legitimate institutions. It's not alleged. It's real. And they've been using my gold to fund their operations for the past 5 years. That's a significant accusation. I have Gringotts documentation to support it. Forged withdrawal authorizations, redirected investment returns, shell companies that trace back to known pureblood political organizations. Someone has been systematically draining the Potter accounts while I was locked in a cupboard, and the money has been flowing directly into the pockets of people who want to finish what Voldemort started." Augusta was silent for a long moment. "You're not what I expected," she said finally. "People keep saying that. I expected a child. A traumatized, ignorant child who had been plucked from obscurity and thrust into power he didn't understand. Someone who would need years of careful guidance before he could function in the political arena." She studied him with those sharp eyes. "Instead, I find someone who speaks like a seasoned politician, who has apparently already begun investigating his enemies, and who doesn't seem remotely overwhelmed by any of this. The lordship magic helps. The lordship magic provides instincts, not intelligence. Whatever you are, Lord Potter Black, it isn't simply a product of magical inheritance." Harry met her gaze steadily. "When I was 4 years old, my uncle locked me in a cupboard for 3 days without food because I accidentally made a toy float. I learned to survive that. I learned to think, to plan, to anticipate. The magic gave me power. The Dursleys gave me perspective. That's either very impressive or very disturbing. Probably both." Harry allowed himself a small smile. "But here's what matters, Lady Longbottom. I'm not interested in vengeance, not as a primary goal, anyway. I'm interested in building something better. The Remnant wants to return to the old ways, to blood supremacy and dark magic and the endless cycle of war. I want to break that cycle. How? By changing the narrative. Right now, the pureblood supremacists control the symbols of magical tradition. They claim the ancient houses, the old families, the legacy of the founders. They use that legacy to justify their ideology, to argue that blood purity is what made magical Britain great. And you intend to challenge that claim? I intend to prove it wrong." Harry leaned forward. I am lord of 5 ancient houses, Lady Longbottom. I hold the legacies of Potter and Black and Peveril and Gryffindor and Slytherin. And I am a half-blood, raised by Muggles, with a mother who was the most brilliant witch of her generation and not a drop of pure blood in her veins. You're a living contradiction to their entire worldview. I'm proof that their worldview is a lie. And once that proof is established, once the magical world sees that the ancient houses can be led by someone like me, the foundation of blood supremacy crumbles. Augusta was silent again, her expression unreadable. Then, slowly, a smile spread across her face. It was not a warm smile. It was the smile of a woman who had found the weapon she had been looking for. Arcturus was right, she said. You are an opportunity. Does that mean you're willing to work with me? It means I'm willing to consider it. But first, I have conditions. Name them. My grandson, Neville. Augusta's voice softened almost imperceptibly. He is the same age as you. His parents were tortured into insanity by Death Eaters after the war. He has been raised in their shadow, in the shadow of heroes he can never speak to, of expectations he can never meet. You want me to meet him. I want you to be his friend. Augusta's eyes were fierce. Not his protector, not his patron, not another adult who treats him like a disappointment. A friend. Someone who sees him for who he is, not who his parents were. Harry thought about that. He had never had a friend before. The Dursleys had made sure of that, spreading rumors about his delinquent behavior to every family in the neighborhood. The idea of friendship was abstract to him, a concept from books, not experience. But he understood what Augusta was really asking. She was asking him to give her grandson what she couldn't, normalcy. Connection. The chance to be a child instead of a legacy. I can try, he said honestly. I can't promise friendship, that's not something you can force. But I can promise to treat him as an equal. To see him, not his family name. That's all I ask. Augusta stood, extending her hand. Very well, Lord Potter Black. You have my provisional support. Disappoint me, and I will make Arcturus's 50 years of antagonism look like a gentle courtship. Harry shook her hand, and despite the threat, he found himself smiling. I'll try not to disappoint you, Lady Longbottom. See that you don't. Harry returned to the main conference room to find it transformed. Where there had been 3 goblins before, there were now 7, each surrounded by stacks of documents and floating quills that recorded everything being said. Lord Potter Black. Ragnarok looked up from his own pile of paperwork. Your timing is fortunate. We have completed the initial assessment of your other holdings. The results are complex. Complex how? The Peveril accounts have been dormant for 6 centuries. There are no irregularities because there have been no transactions. The assets are substantial but largely illiquid, ancient properties, artifacts of significant magical value, investments in businesses that no longer exist. We can discuss monetization strategies later. What about the others? The Gryffindor accounts are similar, dormant since the founder's line officially ended in the 13th century. The wealth is legendary but largely theoretical. Hogwarts itself was built on Gryffindor gold, and there are those who argue that the school should rightfully be your property. Harry filed that away for future consideration. Owning Hogwarts would be a political nightmare, but the claim itself might prove useful as leverage. And Slytherin? Ragnarok's expression shifted into something that might have been discomfort. The Slytherin accounts are problematic. The Dark Lord accessed them extensively during his first rise to power. He withdrew the majority of the liquid assets and converted them into untraceable forms. What remains is mostly dark artifacts, cursed objects, and properties with extremely questionable histories. Define questionable. The Slytherin estate in Albania, for example, is built on a ley line nexus that has been used for dark rituals since before the Roman Empire. The magical contamination is so severe that most living creatures cannot survive within its boundaries for more than a few hours. Lovely. The gaunt shack in Little Hangleton is marginally better, merely haunted by the ghosts of 3 murdered family members and surrounded by wards that cause madness in anyone who approaches without Slytherin blood. Harry considered this. The Slytherin inheritance wasn't about gold, it was about legacy. The artifacts, the properties, the dark knowledge accumulated over a millennium of magical practice. In the wrong hands, these resources could do tremendous damage. I want everything catalogued, he said. Every artifact, every property, every piece of Slytherin heritage. I want to know what I'm dealing with before I make any decisions about what to keep and what to destroy. That will take considerable time and resources. I have considerable resources. And time is something I intend to make. Ragnarok nodded slowly. There is one more matter. Something that came to our attention during the Slytherin review. What? A soul anchor. The goblin's voice was soft, almost gentle. Ancient magic. Dark magic. A piece of a wizard's soul, bound to a physical object to prevent true death. Harry went very still. You know about the Horcrux. We know about several Horcruxes. The Dark Lord was not subtle in his use of our services. We traced the magical signatures years ago but could not act without authorization from the account holder. Ragnarok met Harry's eyes. You are now the account holder, Lord Potterblack. And you carry one of those anchors in your own flesh. The scar. The piece of Voldemort lodged behind it. Harry had known since the awakening, but hearing it confirmed by an outside source made it more real. Can you remove it? Goblin cursebreakers can remove many things. But a soul anchor bound to a living host. Ragnarok shook his head. The magic is too intertwined. Removing the anchor would likely kill you. Then we need another approach. There may be one. Ancient magic, older than the Horcrux ritual, older than the Dark Lord, older than Gringotts itself. The magic of sacrifice and redemption. But it would require research, preparation, and a level of commitment that few wizards possess. What kind of commitment? The kind that involves facing death willingly. Not dying, facing death. There is a difference, but it is subtle, and many who attempt it fail to understand until too late. Harry absorbed this. A path to removing the Horcrux, but one that required walking up to death itself and not flinching. He thought about the cupboard. About the nights when he had wondered if it would be easier to simply stop breathing. About the morning he had decided, with cold certainty, that he would not give the Dursleys the satisfaction. I'll do whatever it takes, he said. But not today. Today, we have other priorities. The trial petition for Sirius Black. Among other things. Harry stood. Director Ragnarok, I want those petitions filed by end of business today. Every member of the Wisengamot gets a copy. And I want a meeting with Amelia Bones before the end of the week. The head of the DMLE does not typically meet with 6-year-olds. The head of the DMLE will meet with the Lord of 5 ancient houses who is about to expose a massive miscarriage of justice in her department. Trust me. Ragnarok's smile returned, all pointed teeth and goblin appreciation for chaos. It will be done, Lord Potterblack. May your enemies tremble. The afternoon brought another visitor to Gringotts, one Harry had been expecting but wasn't entirely prepared for. Albus Dumbledore looked tired. Not the cultivated weariness of a man who wanted to appear overworked, but the genuine exhaustion of someone who had spent the night confronting uncomfortable truths. Harry. He settled into the chair across from Harry's desk, a space the goblins had provided for the day's meetings, and folded his hands. Thank you for agreeing to see me. I wasn't aware I had a choice. You're quite persistent. I come bearing information. And an apology. Harry raised an eyebrow but said nothing. The forgeries, Dumbledore continued. Griphook informed me of the situation. I have spent the morning reviewing my own records, comparing my documented withdrawals against the bank's records. The discrepancy is significant. 73,000 galleons significant. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. Someone has been using my name, my magical signature, to steal from your accounts. And I believe I know who. Harry leaned forward slightly. Tell me. 12 years ago, before your parents' deaths, I worked closely with the Department of Mysteries. Research into dark magic, methods of countering Voldemort's most dangerous weapons. During that time, several samples of my magical signature were collected for experimental purposes. Let me guess. Those samples weren't properly destroyed. They were supposed to be. I was assured they had been. But recently, in the past few days, I have made inquiries. And I discovered that certain research materials from that period were transferred to a private archive rather than being destroyed. Transferred by whom? A junior researcher named Augustus Rookwood. He was arrested as a Death Eater after the war, but before his arrest, he had access to some of the most sensitive materials in the Ministry. Harry's mind raced. Rookwood, the name was familiar from Arcturus's briefing. A known Death Eater, but one who had operated primarily as a spy rather than a fighter. Someone who gathered information, who had connections throughout the Ministry, who would have been perfect for a role in Yaxley's network. You think Rookwood gave my signature samples to someone else before his arrest? I think it's the most likely explanation. Someone with access to those samples could have been forging my authorization for years without my knowledge. And you're telling me this because... Dumbledore met his eyes, and for a moment, the mask of the kindly headmaster slipped, revealing the steel underneath. Because I made mistakes with you, Harry. Terrible mistakes. And one of those mistakes was assuming I could control everything, that I could manage your life, your resources, your future, all in service of a greater good that only I could see. That's not really an apology. No. The apology is this: I was wrong. I was arrogant. I treated you as a piece on a chessboard rather than a person with rights and agency of your own. And while I still believe that my intentions were good, that I was trying to protect you, to protect everyone, I cannot deny that my methods caused harm. Harry was silent for a long moment, studying the old man across from him. What do you want, headmaster? I want to make amends. Not to control you, I think we both know that's no longer possible, but to help you. To share what I know about Voldemort, about the prophecy, about the forces arrayed against you. To be an ally rather than a puppeteer. And in return? In return, I ask only that you consider my counsel. Not obey it, consider it. I have over a century of experience in magical politics, Harry. I have made many mistakes, but I have also learned many lessons. Those lessons could be valuable to you, if you're willing to listen. Harry weighed his options. Dumbledore was dangerous, not because he was malicious, but because he was so utterly convinced of his own righteousness. A man like that could justify almost anything in service of his vision. But he was also brilliant, connected, and genuinely knowledgeable about threats that Harry would eventually have to face. And despite everything, Harry believed that Dumbledore's intentions, however poorly executed, were fundamentally good. I'll listen to your counsel, Harry said finally. But I won't follow it blindly. And if I ever discover that you're trying to manipulate me again, trying to position me as your weapon, your sacrifice, your chess piece, our alliance ends. Permanently. That is fair. Good. Harry stood. Then let's start with what you know about Sirius Black. The real story, not the version the Ministry told. Dumbledore's expression flickered with something that might have been pain. Sirius was your father's best friend. They met on the Hogwarts Express at age 11 and were inseparable from that moment forward. When your parents went into hiding, Sirius was supposed to be their secret keeper, the only person who knew where they were hidden. Supposed to be. At the last moment, Sirius convinced your parents to switch to Peter Pettigrew. Peter was less obvious, less likely to be targeted. It was supposed to be a perfect deception. Everyone would assume Sirius was the secret keeper and pursue him while Peter kept the real secret safe. But Pettigrew was the traitor. Yes. Peter betrayed your parents to Voldemort. When Sirius discovered what had happened, he went after Peter in a rage. There was a confrontation on a Muggle street. An explosion. 12 Muggles dead, and Peter apparently vaporized. Apparently. Only a finger was found. At the time, everyone assumed Sirius had killed him, had killed his former friend and a dozen innocent bystanders in a fit of murderous rage. But you're not sure anymore. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. I wasn't there. I didn't see what happened. I accepted the Ministry's version of events because it was convenient, because I was overwhelmed with the aftermath of the war, because I couldn't imagine that Peter, of all people, could have orchestrated such a deception, because Sirius was a black and blacks were supposed to be dark wizards. You assumed the worst because of his family name. I assumed the worst because I was tired and grieving and wanted someone to blame. Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. And because of my assumptions, an innocent man has spent 5 years in Azkaban. Harry absorbed this. Another piece of the puzzle, another failure of the adults who were supposed to protect him. Pettigrew was an animagus, wasn't he? The Marauders, my father and his friends. They could all transform into animals. Dumbledore's eyes widened slightly. How do you know about that? The lordship magic. Family secrets tend to surface. Harry's expression hardened. If Pettigrew could transform, he could have survived the explosion. Faked his death. Escaped as a rat while everyone assumed Sirius had killed him. It's possible. More than possible, if what you're suggesting is true. Then we need to find him. Prove that Sirius is innocent. Get him out of Azkaban before Yaxley's people decide that a black in prison is more useful than a black who might support me. Dumbledore nodded slowly. I have resources. Contacts within the Ministry who might be able to trace Pettigrew if he's still alive. But it will take time. Time is something we may not have. Harry moved toward the door. I've already filed the petition for a trial. Once that becomes public, Yaxley will know that Sirius is in play. He'll either try to have him killed in prison or manipulate the trial to ensure a conviction. What do you propose? We work faster than he expects. I meet with Amelia Bones. I present the evidence. And I make it very, very clear that anyone who interferes with Sirius Black's right to a fair trial will face the full weight of 5 ancient houses. That's a significant threat. It's a promise. Harry's eyes were cold. Sirius is family. Not just by the Black Lordship, by my parents' choice. They made him my godfather because they trusted him with my life. I intend to honor that trust. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment, and something in his expression shifted, from wariness to something that might almost have been respect. You really aren't what I expected. I keep hearing that. Harry opened the door. We'll talk again soon, Headmaster. In the meantime, find Peter Pettigrew. That rat has been hiding long enough. The sun was setting over Diagon Alley when Harry finally emerged from Gringotts. It had been a long day, longer than he had anticipated, but productive. Alliances formed, enemies identified, plans set in motion. He was about to signal Creature for transport back to Black Manor when he noticed the boy. Small, round-faced, standing alone outside Flourish and Blots with the look of someone who had lost track of their guardian and wasn't sure what to do about it. He couldn't have been more than 6 or 7, with brown hair and an expression of anxious confusion that tugged at something in Harry's chest. The boy's robes bore the Longbottom crest. Harry approached carefully, not wanting to startle him. Are you lost? The boy jumped anyway, turning with wide eyes to face Harry. No, Gran went into the apothecary and told me to wait, but that was ages ago and I don't breathe. Harry kept his voice calm and steady. Your grandmother is Augusta Longbottom? Yes, but how? I met her earlier today. I'm Harry. He extended his hand. Harry Potter. The boy's eyes went even wider. Harry Potter. The Harry Potter. You defeated you-know-who. So they tell me. I don't really remember it. Oh. The boy seemed to deflate slightly. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Gran talks about you sometimes. She says you're going to change everything. Your grandmother gives me too much credit. Harry glanced toward the apothecary, where he could see Augusta's vulture hat through the window. She's just in there. Looks like she's having a fairly intense conversation with the shopkeeper. Neville relaxed marginally. She does that. Takes forever to buy anything because she has to negotiate every canute. Sounds exhausting. You have no idea. Neville paused, then seemed to remember his manners. Sorry, I shouldn't complain about Gran. She's brilliant really. Just, a lot. I understand. Harry found himself smiling. Most adults are a lot. They have all these expectations and plans and they forget that we're people, not projects. Yeah. Neville's voice was soft. Yeah, exactly. They stood in comfortable silence for a moment, two 6-year-olds watching the crowd flow past. Gran says I should try to be friends with you, Neville said eventually. She says it would be politically advantageous. He made a face. I hate when she talks like that. What do you want? Neville blinked. What? Forget what your grandmother wants. Forget politics and advantages and all of that. What do you want? No one, it seemed, had ever asked Neville Longbottom that question before. He stared at Harry with an expression of complete bewilderment. I don't know, he admitted. I just want to not disappoint everyone, I guess. My parents were heroes. Gran's a hero. Everyone expects me to be special and I'm just, not. Why do you think you're not special? I can barely do magic. I didn't even show any accidental magic until I was 8, and even then it was just bouncing after I fell out a window. My great-uncle had to drop me off a pier to prove I wasn't a squib. Harry stared at him. Your uncle dropped you off a pier? To test if magic would save me. It did. Eventually. There was something so matter-of-fact about the way Neville said it, as if near drowning was just a normal part of childhood. And maybe, for magical children with expectations to meet, it was. That's horrible, Harry said. It's just how things are. No. Harry's voice was firm. It's how things have been. But things can change. Neville looked at him, really looked, for the first time since they had started talking. You really believe that, don't you? I have to. Otherwise, what's the point of any of this? Before Neville could respond, the apothecary door opened and Augusta Longbottom emerged, her expression shifting from irritation to surprise when she spotted Harry. Lord Potter Black. I wasn't expecting to see you again so soon. I was just leaving Gringotts and noticed Neville looking a bit lost. Thought I'd keep him company. Augusta's eyes flicked between them, assessing, calculating. Then, surprisingly, she smiled. I see. Well, Neville, what do you think of Lord Potter Black? Neville glanced at Harry, and something passed between them, a recognition, perhaps, of two boys trapped in worlds they hadn't chosen. I think I'd like to know him better, Neville said quietly. If that's okay. More than okay. Harry extended his hand again, this time in a gesture of genuine friendship rather than mere introduction. I'll be at Black Manor for the foreseeable future. Come visit whenever you want. No politics, no expectations. Just, talking. Neville shook his hand, and his grip was stronger than Harry expected. I'd like that. Augusta watched this exchange with an expression that was difficult to read. Then she nodded once, sharply, as if confirming something to herself. Come, Neville. We have more shopping to do. She paused. Lord Potterblack, Harry, you should expect an invitation to the Longbottom estate within the week. For tea. Informal. I'll look forward to it. Augusta swept away, Neville trailing behind her. At the corner, the boy looked back and gave Harry a small wave. Harry waved back. The walk to the apparition point gave Harry time to think. The day had been productive, more productive than he had dared hope. Alliances with Augusta, cautious détente with Dumbledore, the beginning of what might become genuine friendship with Neville. But it had also been exhausting. Not physically, his body felt fine, but mentally. Every conversation had been a negotiation, every interaction loaded with political subtext, every word carefully chosen for maximum effect. He was 6 years old, and he was already tired of politics. Creature appeared at his elbow with the silent efficiency that characterized all house elves. Master is ready to return to Black Manor. In a moment. Harry looked up at the darkening sky, where the first stars were beginning to appear. Creature, when you served the previous Lords of Black, did any of them ever just stop? Take a day off from being Lord and just be a person? The house elf was silent for long enough that Harry wondered if he had asked something inappropriate. Master Regulus, Creature said finally, his voice soft with something that might have been grief. Master Regulus used to sit in the garden at night and watch the stars. He said it was the only time he felt like himself instead of a black. What happened to him? He died, Master. Serving the Dark Lord and then betraying him. Creature's eyes glistened. He was a good master. The best creature ever served. Harry absorbed this. Another piece of family history, another tragedy in the long saga of the noble and most ancient House of Black. Creature, I'm not going to be like the other lords. I'm going to make changes, to the house, to the family, to everything. Some of those changes will be uncomfortable. Creature understands, Master. I need you to tell me if something I'm doing is wrong. Not politically wrong, morally wrong. I need someone who will be honest with me, even when honesty is difficult. Creature stared at him for a long moment. Master is asking Creature to question him. I'm asking you to help me be good. I have power now, more power than I ever wanted. It would be easy to use that power badly, to convince myself that whatever I want must be right because I want it. I need someone who will tell me when I'm going astray. The house elf's expression underwent a transformation that was difficult to describe. The habitual resentment that had colored his features since their first meeting softened, replaced by something that looked almost like wonder. Creature will try, Master. For Master Regulus's memory. For the House of Black. Thank you, Creature. They operated back to Black Manor, appearing in the entrance hall that was slowly becoming familiar. The portraits watched Harry pass with expressions ranging from curiosity to hostility, but he ignored them. He had more important things to think about than the opinions of dead relatives. Arcturus was waiting for him in the study. The old wizard looked worse than he had the day before, paler, thinner, more fragile. But his eyes were still sharp, still fierce with the intelligence that had made him one of the most formidable political operators of his generation. I heard about your meeting with Augusta, Arcturus said. And with Dumbledore. And with my heir apparent. Neville Longbottom is a good person. Better than most adults I've met. He's weak. He's been taught to believe he's weak. There's a difference. Harry settled into the chair across from Arcturus. I was locked in a cupboard for 5 years. I know what it's like to have people tell you you're worthless. The trick is learning not to believe them. Arcturus was silent for a moment. You're nothing like I expected, he said finally. So everyone keeps telling me. When I felt the lordship transfer, when I realized that a 6-year-old half-blood was inheriting everything I'd spent my life protecting, I was furious. I thought magic had made a mistake. I thought the family was finished. And now. Now I think magic knew exactly what it was doing. Arcturus's voice was soft. The House of Black has been dying for a century. Too much inbreeding, too much dark magic, too much obsession with purity over substance. We needed new blood. We needed someone who could see our traditions with fresh eyes, who could keep what was worth keeping and discard the rot. That's a lot of faith to place in a child you've known for 2 days. It's not faith. It's observation. I've watched you navigate political waters that have drowned wizards 3 times your age. I've seen you build alliances, neutralize threats, plan campaigns. Whatever you are, Harry Potter, you're not just a child anymore. Harry didn't have a response to that. There's something else, Arcturus continued. Something I didn't include in my letter because I wasn't sure how you would react. Tell me. The Remnant has a spy in this house. Harry went very still. Not creature, I'd trust that elf with my life. But somewhere in the extended network of Black family retainers, someone is reporting to Yaxley. I've suspected it for months but couldn't prove it. Why are you telling me now? Because the time for suspicion is over. You've made yourself visible, Harry. You've declared yourself a player in the game. From this moment forward, everything you do will be watched, analyzed, reported back to people who want you dead. What do you suggest? Arcturus smiled, and it was the smile of a man who had been waiting decades for this moment. I suggest we give them something to report. The plan Arcturus outlined was elegant in its simplicity. The spy, whoever they were, would report Harry's movements, his meetings, his alliances. They would tell Yaxley that the new Lord of 5 Houses was building a political coalition. They would warn that Harry was investigating the lack of trial for Sirius Black, that he was forming connections with Augusta Longbottom and cautiously engaging with Dumbledore. All of this was true. And all of it was exactly what Harry wanted Yaxley to believe. What the spy wouldn't see, couldn't see, was the deeper game. The audit trails that were being quietly established at Gringotts. The careful documentation of every stolen galleon, every forged signature, every connection between Remnant-affiliated accounts. The network of goblin informants who were tracking gold flows across magical Britain. When Harry was ready to strike, he wouldn't need armies or dark magic or dramatic confrontations. He would simply release the documentation and watch Yaxley's carefully constructed empire collapse under the weight of its own corruption. It's a long game, Arcturus warned. Months of preparation. Maybe years. And all the while, Yaxley will be probing your defenses, testing your alliances, looking for weaknesses to exploit. I can be patient. Can you? You're 6 years old. You've lived your entire life in survival mode, reacting to threats rather than planning for them. This requires a different kind of strength. What kind? The kind that waits. The kind that watches enemies prosper in the short term because you know they're building toward their own destruction. The kind that doesn't flinch when innocent people suffer because acting too soon would sacrifice the larger victory. Harry thought about that. He thought about Sirius in Azkaban, suffering every day while Harry built his political position. He thought about the other victims of Yaxley's network, the Muggleborns being quietly marginalized, the half-bloods being pushed out of positions of influence, the slow erosion of everything his mother had represented. I can wait, he said slowly. But not forever. And not if people are dying. Define dying. Sirius Black is dying. Every day he spends with the Dementors chips away at his soul. I won't let him rot while I play political games. Arcturus nodded slowly. Then we move faster on that front. The trial petition is already filed. The documentation of his lack of due process is irrefutable. We push for a hearing within the month. Yaxley will try to stop it. Let him try. He has influence, but he doesn't have control. And the more openly he opposes a simple demand for justice, the more he reveals himself as the enemy he is. Harry stood, moving to the window that overlooked the manor's gardens. In the darkness, He could just make out the shapes of ancient trees, their branches twisted by centuries of magical influence. What was it like, he asked, growing up in this house, surrounded by all this history? Arcturus was silent for a long moment. Suffocating, he said finally. Every room filled with the expectations of dead men. Every portrait ready to criticize, to compare, to remind you that you would never measure up to what came before. I spent my youth trying to please ghosts, and by the time I realized how futile that was, I had become a ghost myself. Is that why you're helping me? Because you want to break the cycle? Partly. But mostly because I'm tired. I've spent 80 years playing the game, making compromises, sacrificing principles for political advantage. And at the end of it all, what do I have? A family in ruins. A grandson in prison. A legacy of nothing but schemes and shadows. That's not true. You tried to get serious justice. You spent years fighting for him. And failed. Every time. You didn't fail. Harry turned from the window to face the dying old man. You kept trying. You didn't give up. And now, because of everything you built, because of every connection you made and every secret you uncovered, I have the tools to finish what you started. Arcturus's eyes glistened. You're a strange child, Harry Potter. I'm what the world made me. Same as you. Same as everyone. Harry returned to his chair. Now. Tell me more about Yaxley. Tell me everything. They talked through the night. Arcturus shared decades of accumulated intelligence, names, dates, connections, betrayals. He explained the structure of the Remnant, how it operated through legitimate institutions rather than dark cabals, how it used money and influence rather than violence to achieve its goals. He told Harry about Yaxley's childhood, about the formative experiences that had shaped his worldview. A pureblood family impoverished by the integration policies of the 1940s. A mother who had died believing that Muggleborns were stealing the future from their rightful inheritors. A father who had drunk himself to death rather than adapt to a changing world. He's not evil, Arcturus said. Not in the way the Dark Lord was evil. He doesn't enjoy causing suffering. He genuinely believes that what he's doing is necessary, that magical Britain is dying and only radical action can save it. That makes him more dangerous, not less. Exactly. A madman can be defeated. A true believer must be converted or destroyed. There is no middle ground. By dawn, Harry had a comprehensive understanding of the enemy he faced. Yaxley was patient, intelligent, well-resourced, and utterly committed to his cause. He had spent 5 years building a network that touched every corner of magical society. He had people in the Ministry, in the Prophet, in Gringotts, in the Wisengamot itself. But he had weaknesses too. His network was built on obligation rather than loyalty. The people who served him did so because they owed him or feared him, not because they shared his vision. If that network of obligation could be disrupted, if debts could be paid, if leverage could be removed, the whole structure would begin to collapse. And more than that, Yaxley was arrogant. He had operated without opposition for so long that he had forgotten what it was like to face a genuine threat. He saw Harry as a complication, not a danger. That underestimation could be fatal. You have everything you need, Arcturus said as the first rays of sunlight began to filter through the windows. Information, resources, allies, time. What you do with them is up to you. What would you do? I would be cautious. Build slowly. Wait for the perfect moment to strike. And if the perfect moment never comes, then you make it come. But carefully. Always carefully. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, Arcturus. For everything. Don't thank me yet. Thank me when Sirius is free and Yaxley is destroyed and the House of Black stands strong again. I will. I promise. Arcturus smiled, and for a moment he looked almost young. I know you will, Harry. That's why I chose you. Harry spent the next 3 days preparing. He reviewed every document Arcturus had provided, memorizing names and connections until he could trace the web of Yaxley's influence in his sleep. He met with Griphook daily, monitoring the progress of the Gringotts audit and directing resources toward the most promising lines of investigation. He exchanged letters with Augusta Longbottom, coordinating their political strategy for the upcoming Wisengamot session. And he waited. The response to his trial petition came on the morning of the 4th day. Lord Potterblack Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin, your petition for a formal trial for the prisoner Sirius Orion Black has been received by the Wisengamot Administrative Services. However, due to the unusual nature of the case and the significant time elapsed since the original imprisonment, the processing of this petition will require additional review. You will be notified when a hearing date has been scheduled. Sincerely, Dolores Jane Umbridge Senior Undersecretary to the Minister for Magic. Harry read the letter twice, then set it aside with a cold smile. Dolores Umbridge. One of the names on Arcturus's list. A minor functionary who had risen through the ministry ranks by attaching herself to whoever held power. Not a true believer like Yaxley, but an opportunist, someone who would support any cause that advanced her career. She was stalling. Buying time for Yaxley to prepare a response. Harry had expected this. In fact, he had been counting on it. He summoned Creature. Prepare my formal robes. The full Potterblack regalia. And send a message to Augusta Longbottom, tell her that Phase 2 begins today. The house elf's eyes widened slightly. Master is certain. I'm certain. It's time to remind the Ministry who they're dealing with. The Ministry of Magic's atrium was designed to impress and intimidate. Towering ceilings, marble floors, gold fixtures everywhere. The Fountain of Magical Brethren stood at the center, depicting a witch and wizard surrounded by admiring magical creatures in a display that Harry found vaguely disturbing. He walked through the crowd of Ministry employees with deliberate calm, Creature at his heels. The formal robes Arcturus had provided fit perfectly, tailored by house elf magic to adjust to his size while maintaining the gravitas appropriate to his station. The Potter crest was emblazoned on his chest, the black crest on his shoulder, the other 3 houses represented by subtle embroidery that only the magically educated would recognize. People stared. He ignored them. The lift to the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was crowded, but somehow space appeared for Harry the moment he approached. Whether it was his visible status or something else, he didn't know and didn't care. Level 2. Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Auror Headquarters. Harry stepped off the lift and found himself facing a reception desk manned by a young witch who looked utterly terrified. Lord Potterblack. Her voice cracked. We weren't expecting, you don't have an appointment, I'm here to see Director Bones. Please inform her that the matter is urgent. She's in a meeting, I can't just tell her that it concerns the illegal imprisonment of Sirius Black and the systematic corruption of the trial petition process by senior ministry officials. The witch's face went pale. I'll see what I can do. She fled through a door marked Director's Office, and Harry waited with patient stillness. 3 minutes later, the door opened again. Amelia Bones was exactly what Harry had expected from Augusta's description, a woman carved from duty and determination. Square-jawed, steel-eyed, with a presence that commanded respect without demanding it. She wore the crimson robes of the DMLE director and carried herself like someone who had seen the worst of magical Britain and decided to fight against it anyway. Lord Potterblack. Her voice was neutral, controlled. I'm in the middle of a budget meeting with the Wisengamot Finance Committee. Then I apologize for the interruption. But I believe what I have to say is more important than budget allocations. Bones studied him for a long moment. You're 6 years old. I'm aware of my age, Director. It doesn't change the facts. And what facts would those be? The facts that Sirius Black was never given a trial. That he has been imprisoned for 5 years based solely on circumstantial evidence and the testimony of witnesses who never faced cross-examination. And that my petition for a hearing has been deliberately delayed by ministry officials who would prefer that certain questions never be asked. Bones's expression didn't change, but something flickered in her eyes. Those are serious accusations. I have documentation. Harry reached into his robes and withdrew a folder, copies of everything Gringotts had compiled, carefully organized and annotated. Trial records that don't exist. Authorization forms that were never signed. Testimony that was never verified. And correspondence between senior ministry officials, discussing how best to manage the situation. Bones took the folder but didn't open it. Why bring this to me? Because you're the head of the DMLE. Because justice is supposed to be your responsibility. And because, according to every source I've consulted, you're the only senior ministry official who hasn't been compromised by Yaxley's network. Something shifted in Bones's posture, a subtle tension that hadn't been there before. You know about Yaxley. I know about everything, Director. The remnant. The systematic placement of sympathizers in key positions. The quiet campaign to reverse every reform that's been implemented since the war. Harry's voice was calm, steady. I know that you've been fighting them alone for years, and that you've been losing. And you think you can change that? I think I'm the only one who can. Bones was silent for a long moment. Then, slowly, she opened the folder and began to read. Harry waited. When she finally looked up, her expression had transformed. The neutral control was gone, replaced by something that burned with barely contained fury. This is damning. Yes. If this is accurate, if even half of this is accurate, then we're looking at one of the worst miscarriages of justice in ministry history. I'm aware. Bones closed the folder with a sharp snap. Come with me. I'm postponing my budget meeting. The director's office was Spartan, a desk, 2 chairs, walls lined with filing cabinets and caseboards. No decorations, no personal effects, nothing that wasn't directly related to the work. Harry approved. Sit. Bones gestured to one of the chairs and took the other, not the one behind the desk. A subtle signal, this was a conversation between equals, not an interrogation. Lord Potterblack, Harry. Please. Harry. She tested the name like she wasn't sure it fit. I need to understand what you're asking for. A trial for Sirius Black, that's straightforward enough. But the rest of this. She tapped the folder. You're suggesting a systematic investigation of ministry corruption. An investigation that would implicate some of the most powerful people in magical Britain. Yes. Do you understand what that means? The political consequences. The enemies you would make. I've already made those enemies, Director. The moment I claimed my lordships, I became a threat to everything Yaxley represents. This isn't about whether I fight, it's about whether I fight smart. Bones studied him with those steel-gray eyes. You're not like any child I've ever met. I was raised by people who hated me. It tends to accelerate certain developmental processes. Augusta mentioned something about that. She was quite emphatic about your qualities. Augusta wants a weapon. I can be that, if necessary. But I'd prefer to be an ally. There's a difference. A weapon is pointed and used. An ally chooses their own targets. Harry leaned forward slightly. I'm not asking you to follow my lead, Director. I'm asking you to help me do what you've been trying to do alone for years. Clean up the ministry. Root out the corruption. Create a system where what happened to Sirius Black can never happen again. That's a tall order for a 6-year-old. Then it's a good thing I'm not alone. Harry smiled slightly. Augusta Longbottom supports me. Arcturus Black, the previous Lord Black, has been feeding me intelligence for days. Dumbledore has offered his resources, cautiously. Gringotts is conducting independent audits that will expose the financial foundations of Yaxley's network. And what do you want from me? 3 things. First, an expedited hearing for Sirius Black. Not a trial, just a preliminary hearing to establish whether there are grounds for review. That's within your authority as DMLE director. And second? Protection. Not for me, for the investigation. Yaxley will try to suppress this, to bury it in bureaucracy and misdirection. I need someone inside the ministry who can keep the process moving. And third? Harry met her eyes steadily. I need you to trust me. Not blindly, you're too smart for that. But enough to give me the benefit of the doubt when my methods seem strange. I'm going to do things that don't make sense from a conventional political standpoint. I need you to believe that there's a reason. Bones was silent for a long moment. You're asking a lot. I'm offering a lot in return. The complete Gringotts documentation. Access to Arcturus's intelligence network. Political support from some of the oldest families in Britain. And if I refuse? Then I continue alone. It will be harder and take longer, but I'll find another way. You really believe you can do this? I don't have a choice. Sirius Black is innocent. The ministry is corrupt. Yaxley is building something that will destroy everything my mother fought for. I can either fight or surrender, and I don't know how to surrender. Something shifted in Bones's expression, a softening that was almost imperceptible. You remind me of someone. Who? Lily Evans. Before she became Lily Potter. Bones's voice was quieter now. She came to me, you know. When she was a young Aura recruit. She had theories about Death Eater infiltration, about how the Dark Wizards were hiding in plain sight. No one believed her. I didn't believe her. And then the war happened, and everything she'd warned us about came true. Harry said nothing. I made a promise to myself after the war. That I would never again dismiss someone just because they were young, or unconventional, or telling me things I didn't want to hear. Bones stood, moving to her desk. I'll schedule the hearing for Sirius Black. 2 weeks from now, that's the fastest I can manage without raising red flags. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Yaxley will have 2 weeks to prepare his response. Whatever he's planning, it will happen during that hearing. I'm counting on it. Bones raised an eyebrow. You want him to make a move. I want him to overextend. Right now, he's cautious, hidden, operating through proxies. But if he thinks his entire network is at risk, if he believes that Sirius's testimony could expose everything, he'll have to act directly. And when he does, he'll reveal himself. That's a dangerous game. All games worth playing are dangerous. Harry stood, extending his hand. 2 weeks, Director. That's all I need. Bones shook his hand, her grip firm and dry. Don't make me regret this, Harry Potter. I'll try not to. But I make no promises about what happens to our enemies. The news of the hearing leaked within hours. Harry had expected that, had, in fact, arranged for specific details to reach specific people through channels that would seem accidental. The ministry rumor mill was efficient, and by evening, half of magical Britain knew that the boy who lived was demanding justice for a convicted mass murderer. The Prophet's headline the next morning was predictable: Potter heir demands freedom for Death Eater. 6-year-old Lord claims godfather was framed. The article was pure character assassination, painting Harry as either delusional or dangerously naive. It quoted anonymous ministry sources expressing grave concern about the mental stability of someone so young holding so much power. It speculated about dark influences, about manipulation by enemies of the state, about the dangers of allowing children to participate in adult politics. Harry read it over breakfast at Black Manor and smiled. You seem pleased, Arcturus observed from his chair. The old wizard had grown weaker overnight. He now required assistance just to sit upright, but his mind was still sharp. They're scared, Harry said. This article isn't journalism, it's damage control. They're trying to discredit me before the hearing because they know they can't stop it. The profit is firmly in Yaxley's pocket. Which means whatever they print tells us what Yaxley is thinking. Right now, he's thinking that public opinion is his best weapon. If he can make me look foolish or extreme, he can turn even a successful hearing into a political loss. And how do you intend to counter that? By not playing defense. Harry set down the paper. The prophet wants to define me as a naive child making outrageous claims. I'm going to give them a story they can't spin. What kind of story? The kind with evidence. Documented evidence, presented publicly, impossible to dismiss or distort. Harry's smile widened. By the time that hearing happens, everyone in magical Britain is going to know exactly what the ministry did to Sirius Black. And they're going to be asking why. Arcturus studied him for a long moment. You've been planning this since the beginning. Since the moment I learned he never had a trial. The hearing isn't the goal, Arcturus. It's the stage. What matters is what happens before it, and what happens after. The remnant won't stand by while you dismantle their narrative. I'm counting on that. Harry stood. They'll try something. Maybe intimidation, maybe sabotage, maybe something more direct. And when they do, we'll be ready. Augusta's people are watching the prophet offices. Dumbledore has contacts monitoring ministry communications. Gringotts is tracking unusual financial movements. And your network, what's left of it, is positioned throughout the Wizengamot. You've built a surveillance web. I've built an early warning system. The moment Yaxley moves, we'll know. And then we respond. Arcturus was silent for a long moment. I've spent 50 years playing political games, he said finally. I've seen ambitious wizards rise and fall, watched empires built and destroyed, witnessed the slow grind of power against power. In all that time, I never saw anyone play the game quite like you. Is that a compliment? It's an observation. You're not reactive, you're proactive. You don't respond to threats, you anticipate them. Create them. Use them. The old man's eyes were bright. Where did you learn that? Harry thought about the cupboard. About the endless hours of darkness, the careful cataloging of the Dursleys' moods and patterns, the constant calculation of how to minimize pain and maximize survival. I learned it from watching people who wanted to hurt me, he said quietly. They taught me that the best defense isn't walls or weapons, it's understanding. If you know what your enemies want, what they fear, how they think, you can be ready for whatever they do. And if you can't understand them, then you watch. And wait. And learn. Harry moved toward the door. I need to prepare for the Longbottom visit this afternoon. Is there anything else you wanted to discuss? Just one thing. Arcturus's voice was softer now. Whatever happens in the coming weeks, whatever choices you have to make, remember that you're not alone. The House of Black stands with you. Always. Harry paused at the door. Thank you, Arcturus. For everything you've taught me. Thank me when we've won. The visit to Longbottom Hall was ostensibly for tea. In reality, it was a war council. Augusta had assembled a carefully selected group of allies, lords and ladies of minor houses, all with grievances against the current ministry, all with something to gain from Yaxley's downfall. They gathered in the Longbottom Library, surrounded by centuries of accumulated knowledge, and listened as Harry laid out his plan. The hearing in 2 weeks is a flashpoint, he explained. Yaxley knows that if Sirius testifies, if he's given truth serum and asked about what really happened in 1981, the official story collapses. Peter Pettigrew becomes a person of interest. The secret keeper switch becomes public knowledge. And suddenly, questions start being asked about who else knew what when. You think Yaxley was involved in your parents' betrayal? Augusta asked. I think he was involved in the cover-up. The lack of trial, the suppression of evidence, the convenient narrative that made everyone stop asking questions, that has his fingerprints all over it. Can you prove it? Not yet. But a proper investigation might. Harry met each person's eyes in turn. I'm not asking you to commit to anything specific. I'm asking you to be ready. When the hearing happens, Yaxley will make a move. When he does, I need people positioned to respond. What kind of response? Lord Macmillan asked. That depends on what he does. If he tries to discredit me publicly, I'll need voices ready to counter his narrative. If he tries to block the hearing procedurally, I'll need Wisengamot members ready to overrule. And if he tries something more direct. You expect violence? I expect anything. Yaxley has spent 5 years building his network without opposition. He's not going to let it crumble without a fight. The assembled lords and ladies exchanged glances. This was more than political maneuvering, this was a declaration of war. I'm in, Augusta said. The Longbottom family has waited too long for someone willing to stand against the corruption that infests our society. One by one, the others nodded their assent. Then we're agreed. Harry allowed himself a small smile. 2 weeks. Let's make them count. The meeting broke up near sunset, but Harry stayed behind. Augusta had requested a private word, and Neville had asked, shyly, hesitantly, if Harry might want to see the greenhouses. Go ahead, Augusta told her grandson. I'll join you shortly. The greenhouse was warm and humid, filled with plants that Harry didn't recognize. Neville moved among them with careful confidence, touching leaves and checking soil with the practiced ease of someone who had been doing this for years. This is my favorite place, Neville said quietly. Everyone thinks I'm useless at magic, but plants don't care about that. They just need care and attention and patience. You're not useless at magic. Yes, I am. I can barely make sparks with my wand. I blow up potions. I can't do anything that the other kids can do. Maybe you're measuring yourself against the wrong standard. Neville looked at him curiously. What do you mean? Harry gestured at the greenhouse around them. This. You did this, didn't you? Built something living and beautiful and real. That's magic, Neville. Maybe not the kind they teach at Hogwarts, but magic nonetheless. Gran says herbology isn't proper wizarding work. Your Gran is brilliant, but she's not always right. Harry moved to stand beside Neville, looking at a plant with luminescent flowers that pulsed gently in the fading light. What is this one? Moon petal. It only blooms at night, and the petals can be used in healing potions. Most people can't grow them because they need very specific conditions. But you can grow them. I figured out what they needed. Neville's voice held a trace of pride. It took months of experimentation, but I did it. That's not uselessness, Neville. That's determination. That's intelligence. That's exactly the kind of magic that actually matters. Neville was quiet for a moment. Why are you being so nice to me? Because I know what it's like to be told you're worthless. And because I think you might be the best friend I've ever had, and we've only talked twice. Really? Really? Harry turned to face him. I'm going to be honest with you, Neville. The next few weeks are going to be difficult. There are people who want to hurt me, and they might try to hurt the people around me. I don't want you getting caught up in my fights. But I want to help. I know. And when the time is right, I'll ask for your help. But right now, the best thing you can do is keep being yourself. Keep growing your plants. Keep proving that magic comes in different forms. Harry smiled. Can you do that? Neville nodded slowly. Good. Now show me more of your greenhouse. I want to know what else you've accomplished while everyone was telling you that you couldn't. Augusta found them an hour later, laughing together over a plant that had somehow gotten tangled in Neville's hair. I see you've discovered my grandson's secret talent, she said dryly. He's remarkable, Harry replied. You should be proud. Something shifted in Augusta's expression, a softening that was quickly hidden. I am proud. I don't always show it well, but I am. Then tell him. He needs to hear it from you. Augusta was silent for a moment, looking at her grandson with an expression that was difficult to read. Perhaps I will. She walked Harry to the apparition point, leaving Neville to tend his plants. You're good for him, she said as they walked. Better than I expected. He's good for me too. I've never had a friend before. Never. The Dursleys made sure of that. They told everyone I was dangerous, unstable, not to be trusted. By the time I was old enough to make friends on my own, I had forgotten how. Augusta's jaw tightened. Those people should be prosecuted. Maybe someday. But there are bigger enemies to worry about first. They reached the edge of the property, where the wards shimmered faintly in the gathering darkness. Be careful, Harry, Augusta said. Yaxley isn't like the Death Eaters you've read about. He doesn't make dramatic gestures or leave obvious evidence. When he strikes, it will be from a direction you didn't expect. I know. Do you? Because I've watched good people underestimate him before. They're not around anymore. I won't underestimate him. Harry met her eyes. But I won't be afraid of him either. Fear is what he counts on, fear and doubt and the paralysis that comes from never knowing who to trust. And you're not afraid? I was afraid in the cupboard. I was afraid every day for 5 years. This, politics, enemies, the game, this is just a different kind of cupboard. And I've already learned how to survive those. Augusta studied him for a long moment. You are a very strange child, Harry Potter. So everyone keeps telling me. He operated away, leaving her standing in the darkness, wondering what the future held. The next 2 weeks passed in a blur of preparation. Harry spent his days at Black Manor, studying the documents Arcturus provided and coordinating with his growing network of allies. He met with Augusta daily, refining their strategy for the hearing. He corresponded with Dumbledore, sharing information and carefully testing the boundaries of their fragile alliance. He even arranged a second meeting with Lucius Malfoy, a tense conversation that ended with Lucius agreeing to neutrality in the upcoming conflict. I won't support you openly, Malfoy had said. The political cost would be too high. But I won't oppose you either. If Yaxley falls, I have no intention of falling with him. That's all I ask. At night, Harry sat with Arcturus, absorbing the old man's wisdom and watching him slowly fade. The healers gave him less than a month now, his body was simply too tired to continue. I won't see the end of this, Arcturus said one evening. Whatever happens at the hearing, I won't be there to see it. I'll make sure you know the outcome. I'll know regardless. Arcturus smiled weakly. The family magic will tell me, even if you don't. That's the advantage of dying, the separation between this world and the next becomes thin. Is that supposed to be comforting? It's supposed to be honest. Arcturus reached out and gripped Harry's hand with surprising strength. Promise me something. Anything. Promise me that you'll take care of them. Not just Sirius, all of them. The House of Black has been dying for a century, poisoned by its own hatred and arrogance. You can save it, Harry. You can make it something worth being proud of. I promise. And promise me that you won't let them change you. The power, the politics, the endless compromises, they can corrupt even the best intentions. Stay true to what you believe, even when it's hard. Especially when it's hard. I promise. Arcturus nodded, satisfied. Then I can die in peace. Whatever happens next, it's in your hands now. The day before the hearing, Harry received an unexpected visitor. He was in the Black Manor library, reviewing his notes one final time, when Creature announced that someone had passed through the wards uninvited. Who? Creature does not know, Master. But the wards say he belongs here. Harry frowned and followed Creature to the entrance hall. Standing in the doorway was a man who looked like death warmed over. Gaunt, hollow-eyed, dressed in ragged robes that might once have been expensive. His hair was long and matted, his face covered in stubble, his hands shaking with barely suppressed tremors. But his eyes, dark, intelligent, burning with desperate hope, were utterly sane. "Harry." His voice was a ragged whisper. "Harry, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have been there. I should have protected you. Sirius." The man, because it had to be Sirius, escaped from Azkaban somehow, standing in the entrance of Black Manor looking like a ghost, nodded once, jerkily. "How did you get out?" "I didn't. I mean, I did, but not." Sirius took a shuddering breath. "The Dementors. They don't affect me as badly as they should. I can change, you see. Into a dog. And dogs don't feel despair the way humans do. I've been planning this for years, waiting for the right moment, and then I heard about the hearing, heard that you were fighting for me, and I couldn't wait anymore. I had to see you. I had to." He broke off, tears streaming down his face. "Harry. My godson. I'm so sorry." And Harry, who had learned long ago not to show weakness, who had built walls around his heart to survive the Dursleys' cruelty, felt those walls crack. "You're sorry." His voice was steadier than he expected. "You spent 5 years in hell for something you didn't do. You have nothing to apologize for. I should have been there. I should have protected you. James trusted me, Lily trusted me, and I let them down. I let you down. You were in prison. You had no choice. I had a choice. When Voldemort fell, when I realized Peter had betrayed us, I went after him instead of coming to you. I wanted revenge more than I wanted to protect my godson, and because of that, you spent 5 years with those monsters while I rotted in Azkaban." Harry crossed the room in 3 steps and took Sirius's hands. "Listen to me. What happened wasn't your fault. Peter made his choice. Dumbledore made his choice. The Ministry made its choice. You were a victim, same as me. And now we're going to make sure no one else has to be." Sirius stared at him. "You're 6 years old. How are you? How can you?" "I'm what the world made me." Harry squeezed his hands. "Now. I assume being here means you're aware that half the Ministry is probably looking for you." "I'm not going back." Sirius's voice hardened. "I can't. Not without knowing, you're not going back. Not to that place. But you need to stay hidden until the hearing tomorrow. Can you do that?" "I'll do whatever you need." "Good." Harry turned to Creature. "Prepare a room for Lord Black. The warded guest suite. And send word to Augusta Longbottom, our plans have changed." As Creature hurried away, Harry looked back at Sirius, at this broken man who had sacrificed everything for people he loved, who had survived the worst prison in the wizarding world through sheer force of will. "Tomorrow, we end this. Tomorrow, we get you justice. But tonight, you rest. You're safe here. I promise." Sirius nodded, too overwhelmed to speak. And Harry began to plan for a hearing that had just become considerably more complicated. Chapter 2 End. Chapter 3, The Wizengamot. The morning of the hearing dawned grey and cold, summer storms rolling in from the Atlantic to blanket London in unseasonable gloom. Harry stood at the window of Black Manor's master suite, watching lightning flicker in the distance, and thought about what was coming. Sirius was asleep in the warded guest suite, sedated by a potion that Creature had prepared. The escaped prisoner had been in worse shape than Harry initially realized. 5 years of Dementor exposure had left marks that went deeper than the physical. He had spent most of the night alternating between desperate gratitude and crushing guilt, unable to accept that Harry didn't blame him for anything. It had taken hours to calm him down enough to sleep. Now Harry had perhaps 3 hours before the hearing began, and a plan that had been thrown into chaos by Sirius's unexpected arrival. You could postpone, Augusta had said when he'd contacted her the previous night. Claim illness, request a continuance. It would buy time to properly prepare for this new development. And give Yaxley time to prepare as well. He'll know something's changed the moment we delay. Then what do you suggest? Harry had been thinking about that all night. We use it. Sirius's escape changes the narrative completely. We're no longer just questioning whether he got a fair trial, we're presenting a man who was so desperate for justice that he broke out of the most secure prison in magical Britain to get it. That's a significant gamble. He could be seen as dangerous, unstable, or he could be seen as a victim so wrong that he risked everything for the chance to tell his story. It depends on how we frame it. Augusta had been silent for a long moment. You're playing with fire, Harry. I know. But fire is what we need. Now, watching the storm approach, Harry ran through the possibilities one more time. The hearing was supposed to be simple, a preliminary review of the evidence, a determination of whether a full trial was warranted. With Sirius actually present, it became something else entirely. A spectacle. A confrontation. A moment that would define everything that came after. He turned from the window and began to dress. The formal robes of House Potterblack were more elaborate than anything Harry had worn before. Deep crimson trimmed with silver, the combined crests of 5 ancient houses embroidered in thread that shimmered with contained magic. A cloak of midnight black that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Boots of dragon hide, soft as silk but stronger than steel. Creature had insisted on the full regalia. Master must show them who he is, the house elf had said. Must remind them that they faced the Lord of 5 houses, not a child playing politics. Harry had to admit there was wisdom in that. Today wasn't about substance, it was about perception. The Wisingamot would judge him before he spoke a single word, and their judgment would be based on how he presented himself. He checked his reflection in the mirror one final time. The boy who looked back at him was almost unrecognizable from the thin, underfed creature who had crawled out of a cupboard 2 weeks ago. Same green eyes, same unruly black hair, same lightning bolt scar. But the bearing was different. The confidence. The sense of contained power waiting to be unleashed. You look like your father, a voice said from the doorway. Harry turned to find Sirius standing there, dressed in borrowed robes that hung loosely on his skeletal frame. He was still gaunt, still hollow-eyed, but the desperate edge had faded somewhat. Sleep and food and the simple knowledge that he wasn't alone anymore had done what 5 years of imprisonment couldn't, given him hope. You should be resting. Couldn't sleep. Sirius moved into the room, his eyes never leaving Harry. Kept dreaming about that night. About what I should have done differently. There's nothing you could have done. Peter made his choice. I know. Logically, I know. But the heart doesn't always listen to logic. Sirius sat down heavily in one of the chairs. I still can't believe you're doing this. Fighting for me. You've never even met me before yesterday. Your family. That's enough. James would have said the same thing. Sirius's voice cracked slightly. He always believed the best in people. Even when they didn't deserve it. Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He had no memories of his father, only impressions filtered through the lordship magic and the stories other people told. James Potter existed for him as an abstraction, a good man who had died protecting his family, a loyal friend who had chosen the wrong person to trust. Tell me about him, Harry said. Not the hero everyone talks about. The real person. Sirius was silent for a moment, lost in memory. He was arrogant, he said finally. Spectacularly, magnificently arrogant. He thought he could do anything, be anything, fix anything through sheer force of will. It made him insufferable sometimes. It also made him impossible not to love. Sounds complicated. He was. But he grew out of the worst of it. Your mother helped with that, she didn't tolerate his nonsense the way everyone else did. She made him earn her respect, and in doing so, she made him someone worth respecting. And you? What were you like? Sirius laughed, a harsh sound with little humor in it. I was angry. At my family, at the world, at everything that reminded me of where I came from. I ran away from home at 16 because I couldn't stand another day of my mother's pure-blood propaganda. James's family took me in, treated me like a son. The Potters saved my life long before Voldemort became a threat. That's why you went after Peter instead of protecting me. Because you blamed yourself for what happened to them. Yes. Sirius's voice was barely a whisper. I convinced them to switch secret keepers. It was my idea. If I had been the one to keep the secret. Then Voldemort would have tortured you until you gave it up, and my parents would still be dead, and you would have died too. Harry crossed to stand in front of Sirius. The only person responsible for what happened is Peter Pettigrew. He made the choice to betray them. He made the choice to serve Voldemort. Not you. You really believe that? I have to. Otherwise, I'd spend my whole life blaming people who were trying to help, and that's no way to live. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. You're not what I expected, he said finally. When I heard about you, the boy who lived, the savior of the wizarding world, I imagined someone. I don't know. Someone who needed protecting. Someone fragile. I was fragile once. The Dursleys made sure of that. But fragile things either break or they harden. I chose to harden. That's not a choice a child should have to make. No. But it's the choice I was given. Harry straightened his robes one final time. It's almost time. Are you ready? I don't think I'll ever be ready. But I'll do it anyway. That's all any of us can do. They apparat to the Ministry's secure entrance, a nondescript door in a Muggle alleyway that led to a private lift reserved for high-ranking officials and their guests. Augusta was waiting for them, along with two Aurors who Harry recognized from his previous visit to the DMLE. Director Bones sent us, one of them explained. For protection. And to make sure Sirius doesn't run, the other added, with a pointed look at the escaped prisoner. I'm not going anywhere, Sirius said quietly. I came here to face justice. Whatever that looks like. Augusta stepped forward, her vulture hat somehow even more imposing than usual. We don't have much time. The chamber is already filling up, and there are reporters everywhere. The Prophet has been running updates all morning. What are they saying? The usual. That you're a disturbed child being manipulated by dark forces. That Sirius is a dangerous mass murderer who should be kissed on sight. That the entire hearing is a travesty of justice. Perfect. Augusta raised an eyebrow. Perfect. The more they attack us now, the more powerful our response becomes. By the time we're done today, everyone will know they were lying. You're very confident for someone who's about to walk into a room full of people who want to see you fail. I've been surrounded by people who wanted to see me fail my entire life. This is just a bigger audience. The lift doors opened onto level 10, the Department of Mysteries. But instead of turning toward the mysterious black door that led to the department's inner chambers, they went the other direction, toward a massive archway carved with scenes of wizarding justice. The Wizengamot Chamber. Harry had seen pictures, but nothing had prepared him for the reality. The room was enormous, a circular amphitheater with tiered seating rising in concentric rings around a central platform. Hundreds of witches and wizards in plum-colored robes sat in their assigned positions, the ancient seats of magical Britain's governing body. Light streamed in through a domed ceiling enchanted to show the sky outside, and the storm clouds made the whole chamber feel like the inside of a thunderhead. Every eye turned to them as they entered. Harry walked forward without hesitation, Sirius at his side, Augusta following close behind. The whispers started immediately, a rising tide of voices that broke against them like waves against a cliff. Is that really him? The Potter boy? Escaped from Azkaban, they should have 5 houses, can you imagine, just a child, this is ridiculous. Harry ignored them all, climbing the steps to the central platform where a single podium waited. This was where the accused traditionally stood during trials, the spot where countless witches and wizards had faced the judgment of their peers. Today, it would serve a different purpose. He took his position and looked out at the assembled Wizengamot. In the front row, he recognized Dumbledore, his expression carefully neutral. Augusta took her seat among the gathered lords and ladies, her presence a visible reminder that Harry had allies. And scattered throughout the chamber, he spotted faces from Arcturus's intelligence briefings, Yaxley's people, positioned to influence the proceedings. Speaking of which, Corban Yaxley sat in the third row, unremarkable in appearance, utterly forgettable in demeanor. A middle-aged wizard with a bland face and professional robes, the kind of person your eye would slide right past in a crowd. Harry made a point of meeting his gaze and holding it. For just a moment, something flickered in Yaxley's expression. Surprise, perhaps. Or the first stirrings of genuine concern. Then the moment passed, and the chief warlock was calling the session to order. This preliminary hearing is now in session, Griselda Marchbanks announced. Her voice was thin with age but carried easily through the chamber. We are here to consider the petition of Lord Harry James Potter Black Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin regarding the imprisonment of Sirius Orain Black. Lord Potter Black, you may present your case. Harry took a breath and began. Honored members of the Wizengamot, I come before you today to address a profound failure of justice. 5 years ago, Sirius Black was arrested for the murders of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles. He was transported to Azkaban and has remained there ever since. He paused, letting the words sink in. In all that time, he was never given a trial. The whispers erupted again, louder this time. Order. Marchbanks struck her gavel. Lord Potter Black, that is a serious accusation. It is not an accusation, Madam Chief Warlock. It is a documented fact. Harry gestured, and a sheaf of papers floated from his robes to distribute themselves among the assembled members. These are the official ministry records for Sirius Black's case. You will note the complete absence of any trial transcript, any formal presentation of evidence, any record of defense counsel being appointed. The circumstances of the time, someone began. The circumstances of the time do not excuse the abandonment of fundamental legal principles. Every witch and wizard in this chamber has the right to face their accusers, to hear the evidence against them, to mount a defense. Sirius Black was denied all of this. He confessed. Another voice from the crowd. There were witnesses. There were witnesses to an explosion. There were witnesses who saw Sirius Black standing in the street afterward, laughing. What there was not, what there has never been, is any actual evidence that he cast the spell that caused the explosion, or that he was responsible for the deaths that resulted. Harry let that sink in before continuing. Furthermore, the official account of events requires us to believe several things that, upon examination, seem highly improbable. We are asked to believe that Sirius Black, a trained Auror and skilled duelist, would confront Peter Pettigrew, a wizard of mediocre ability at best, in the middle of a crowded Muggle street. We are asked to believe that this confrontation resulted in the complete vaporization of Pettigrew's body, leaving only a finger. And we are asked to believe that Black, having supposedly murdered his friend and a dozen innocent bystanders, simply stood there laughing until the authorities arrived. What alternative explanation would you offer? Marchbanks asked, her voice carefully neutral. The alternative explanation, Madam Chief Warlock, is that Peter Pettigrew is still alive. The chamber exploded. It took several minutes for Marchbanks to restore order. When she finally did, her expression had shifted from neutral curiosity to sharp attention. That is an extraordinary claim, Lord Potter Black. I am aware. Allow me to present the evidence. Harry gestured again, and more documents distributed themselves. First, the magical analysis of the explosion site. Ministry investigators at the time concluded that the spell used was a blasting curse, a destructive but relatively common piece of combat magic. However, a blasting curse of sufficient power to vaporize a human body would have left a significantly larger crater than the one documented. The physical evidence is inconsistent with the official account. That could simply indicate that the investigators were wrong about the spell used. Indeed it could. Which brings me to my second point. Harry's voice hardened slightly. Peter Pettigrew was a registered animagus. His form was a rat. More whispers, but quieter now. The assembled witches and wizards were beginning to pay attention. A rat, Harry continued, could easily have survived an explosion that killed 12 muggles. A rat could have severed its own finger to leave evidence of its death. And a rat could have escaped in the chaos while everyone's attention was focused on Sirius Black. You're suggesting that Pettigrew faked his own death? I'm suggesting that no one ever investigated the possibility. Because Sirius Black was convenient. He was a Black, a family with a long history of dark magic. He was the obvious suspect. And in the aftermath of the war, when everyone was exhausted and grieving and desperate for closure, no one wanted to ask difficult questions. Harry turned to face the chamber directly. But I am asking those questions now. And I am demanding that this body do what it should have done 5 years ago. Conduct a proper investigation. Examine the evidence. Give Sirius Black the trial he was denied. And where is Black now? Someone called out. Escaped from Azkaban like the dangerous criminal he is. He is here. The chamber went silent. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban because he had lost all hope that justice would ever find him through legitimate channels. When he heard about this hearing, when he learned that someone was finally fighting for him, he risked everything to be here today. Harry turned to gesture toward the chamber entrance. He is prepared to testify under Veritaserum. He is prepared to submit to whatever examinations this body deems appropriate. All he asks is the chance to be heard. Sirius walked forward into the light. He looked terrible, there was no hiding 5 years of Azkaban in borrowed robes and a night's sleep. But he walked with his head high, and when he reached the platform, he stood beside Harry without flinching. Honored members of the Wizengamot, Sirius said, his voice rough but steady. I am Sirius Orion Black, wrongly imprisoned for crimes I did not commit. I have spent 5 years in hell, surrounded by creatures that feed on hope and happiness, sustained only by the knowledge that I was innocent. He paused, visibly gathering himself. I was not the secret keeper for James and Lily Potter. At the last moment, we switched to Peter Pettigrew. We thought he would be less obvious, less likely to be targeted. We were wrong. Peter betrayed them to Voldemort, and when I confronted him about it, he staged his own death and framed me for murder. Lies, someone shouted. He's a Death Eater. A murderer. Then let me prove it. Sirius's voice was calm now, the desperate edge gone. I am prepared to testify under Veritaserum. I am prepared to have my memories examined by legilimens. I am prepared to submit to any test this body can devise. All I ask is the opportunity to prove my innocence. Marchbanks conferred quietly with the wizards on either side of her. Harry watched the chamber, tracking reactions. Augusta was nodding slowly, her expression satisfied. Dumbledore's face remained neutral, but there was something like hope in his eyes. And Yaxley? Yaxley was writing something on a small piece of parchment, his quill moving with rapid precision. As Harry watched, he folded the note and passed it to the wizard beside him, who passed it to the next, who passed it further down the row. The message was making its way toward Dolores Umbridge. Harry filed that away for later consideration. The Wizengamot will take a brief recess to consider this development, Marchbanks announced. We will reconvene in 1 hour. The hour passed in tense anticipation. Harry and Sirius were escorted to a secure waiting room, ostensibly for their protection but clearly also to keep them from influencing the Wizengamot's deliberations. Augusta joined them briefly, her expression cautiously optimistic. "It's going well," she said. "Better than I expected. Several members who were initially hostile are wavering. Your evidence was compelling. What about Yaxley? He's been quiet so far. Which worries me." "Me too." Harry glanced at Sirius, who was staring at the wall with unfocused eyes. He passed a note to Umbridge during the recess announcement. "Something's coming." "Any idea what?" "Not yet. But we need to be ready for anything." The hour ended, and they returned to the chamber. The mood had shifted, there was an electric tension in the air that hadn't been there before. Harry scanned the crowd, looking for signs of what had changed. He found it in the front row. Cornelius Fudge, the Minister for Magic, had arrived. Fudge was a portly man with a lime green bowler hat and an expression of permanent anxiety. He wasn't supposed to be here. The minister traditionally didn't attend preliminary hearings, but here he was, seated in the place of honor beside Chief Warlock Marchbanks. That couldn't be good. "This hearing will come back to order," Marchbanks announced, but her voice carried a new note of tension. "Before we proceed, the Minister for Magic has requested the opportunity to address the chamber." Fudge stood, adjusting his robes with fussy precision. "Honored members, I come before you with grave concerns about the proceedings of this hearing. While I have the utmost respect for Lord Potterblack and his desire for justice, I fear that we may be allowing ourselves to be manipulated by forces that do not have the best interests of magical Britain at heart." Harry felt his jaw tighten. "Sirius Black is a dangerous criminal," Fudge continued. "He was a known associate of He Who Must Not Be Named. His family has practiced dark magic for generations. And now he has escaped from Azkaban, a feat that should have been impossible, to appear at a hearing organized by a 6-year-old child. A 6-year-old child who is lord of 5 ancient houses," Augusta interrupted. "And who has every right to petition this body for justice." Of course. Fudge's smile was placating. "But surely we must ask ourselves, how does a 6-year-old come to possess the knowledge and resources necessary to mount this kind of challenge? Who has been advising him? What agenda is really being served here? Are you suggesting that Lord Potterblack is being manipulated?" Marchbanks asked. "I'm suggesting that we exercise caution." Fudge's voice hardened slightly. "The stability of magical Britain depends on maintaining order, on trusting our institutions, on not allowing every disgruntled criminal to demand retrial simply because they claim to be innocent." "With respect, Minister," Harry said, his voice cutting through the chamber, "the stability of magical Britain depends on justice. And there is no justice when people are imprisoned without trial. You are a child. You cannot possibly understand. I understand that Sirius Black spent 5 years in Azkaban without ever being convicted of a crime. I understand that the evidence against him was never formally presented or challenged. And I understand that you, Minister, have a political interest in ensuring that this hearing fails." The chamber went silent. "What did you say?" Fudge's face had gone an interesting shade of purple. "Your government has been telling the wizarding world for 5 years that Sirius Black is a mass murderer. If it turns out that he's innocent, that the ministry imprisoned an innocent man without trial, the political consequences would be significant. Careers would end. Questions would be asked about who else might have been wrongly imprisoned. The entire foundation of post-war justice would be called into question." Harry took a step forward. "That's why you're really here, isn't it, Minister? Not because you care about the truth, but because you're afraid of what the truth might cost you." Fudge spluttered. "This is outrageous. I will not be lectured by a child who, then don't be lectured." Harry's voice was cold now. "Just answer the question. Did Sirius Black receive a trial? Yes or no? The circumstances, yes or no, Minister?" Silence stretched across the chamber. Every eye was on Fudge, waiting. Finally, in a voice that was barely audible, he answered. "No. Thank you." Harry turned back to face the Wizengamot. The Minister for Magic has just confirmed, before this assembled body, that Sirius Black was imprisoned without trial. Whatever else you may think of me, whatever suspicions you may harbor about my motives or my advisors, that fact remains. And it is a fact that demands action. He looked at Marchbanks directly. I am not asking you to declare Sirius Black innocent. I am asking you to give him the trial he was denied. Let the evidence be presented. Let witnesses be called. Let the truth emerge through proper legal process. That is all justice requires. Marchbanks was silent for a long moment, her ancient face unreadable. We will put it to a vote, she said finally. All those in favor of granting Sirius Orion Black a full trial, with all rights and protections afforded under magical law. Hands rose throughout the chamber. Harry counted quickly, more than half. All those opposed? Fewer hands. But Yaxley's was among them, along with Umbridge and several others Harry recognized from Arcturus's lists. The motion carries. Marchbanks's voice was formal, but Harry caught a hint of satisfaction beneath. Sirius Orion Black will be granted a full trial before this body. Until such time as that trial is concluded, he will be held in ministry custody under appropriate security measures. Not Azkaban. Harry's voice cut through the murmurs of the crowd. The conditions at Azkaban are inhumane. If Mr. Black is to be held pending trial, I request that he be kept in ministry holding cells, with access to legal counsel and adequate food and rest. Marchbanks looked at Fudge, who seemed to be struggling with the urge to object. That seems reasonable, she said. Minister, do you have any objection? Fudge's jaw worked silently for a moment. Then, defeated, he shook his head. The holding arrangements will be as Lord Potterblack suggests. This hearing is concluded. The chamber began to empty, but Harry remained on the platform, watching the flow of people with careful attention. Sirius was already being escorted away by Aurors, not roughly, but firmly. They exchanged a single glance before he disappeared through a side door. That was well done, Augusta said, appearing at Harry's side. Better than well done. You outmaneuvered them at every turn. We won the battle. The war isn't over. No. Augusta's expression was grim. Yaxley hardly said a word the entire hearing. That's not like him. He's planning something. The note to Umbridge, Fudge's sudden appearance, those were delaying tactics, not real countermoves. Whatever he's actually preparing, we haven't seen it yet. What do you think he'll do? I don't know. But we need to be ready for anything. They made their way out of the chamber, passing through knots of witches and wizards who stared at Harry with expressions ranging from awe to hostility. The prophet reporters were kept back by ministry security, but Harry could see them taking notes, their quick quotes quills scribbling furiously. Tomorrow's headlines would be interesting. In the atrium, Dumbledore was waiting. Harry. The old wizard's voice was carefully controlled, but there was something in his eyes that might have been admiration. That was an impressive display. It was necessary. It was also risky. Confronting the minister directly, in front of the entire Wizengamot, if the vote had gone differently, then I would have found another way. Sirius deserves justice. I wasn't going to let political convenience stand in the way of that. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. You've changed, he said finally. In 2 weeks, you've become something I did not anticipate. I've become what I needed to be. Perhaps. Dumbledore's expression was troubled. But I worry about the cost. Power changes people, Harry. Even power used for good purposes can corrupt if one isn't careful. I know. That's why I have people around me who will tell me when I'm going astray. Harry glanced at Augusta, who nodded slightly. I'm not doing this alone, Headmaster. And I'm not losing sight of what matters. I hope not. Dumbledore placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, a gesture that felt almost paternal. Your mother would have been proud of what you did today. And my father? James? Dumbledore smiled sadly. James would have been terrified. He always worried about you, even before you were born. He used to say that the world was too dangerous for children, that he wished he could protect you from everything. He couldn't. No. None of us could. Dumbledore's hand tightened briefly on Harry's shoulder. But we can try to make the world less dangerous. That's what you're doing, isn't it? Fighting to create a world where children don't need protection because there's nothing to protect them from. Something like that. Then fight well, Harry Potter. And know that, whatever our differences, you have my support in this. Dumbledore turned and walked away, his purple robes swirling behind him. Augusta watched him go with a complicated expression. Do you trust him? No, Harry said honestly. But I believe he wants the same things I want, even if his methods are different. That's enough for now. And when it isn't? Then we'll deal with that when it comes. The next week was a whirlwind of activity. The trial was scheduled for the following Monday, giving Harry only 7 days to prepare. He spent every waking moment coordinating with his allies, reviewing evidence, and anticipating Yaxley's countermoves. The Prophet, predictably, launched a vicious campaign against him. Boy who lived or boy who lied? Questions mount about Potter heir's mental stability. Escaped murderer receives red carpet treatment. Ministry bows to pressure from 6-year-old. Dark forces behind Potter's rise. Experts warn of manipulation by unknown actors. Harry ignored the headlines, but he tracked them carefully. The attacks were becoming more desperate, more personal, a sign that his enemies were running out of legitimate arguments. Neville came to visit on Wednesday, escorted by a nervous house elf. Gran said I should stay away until things calmed down, he explained, sitting in the Black Manor library while Harry reviewed legal documents. But I wanted to see how you were doing. I'm fine. Busy, but fine. You don't look fine. You look tired. Harry glanced up from his papers. It was true, he hadn't slept properly in days, running on magical stimulants and sheer determination. There's a lot to do before the trial. Is there anything I can help with? The offer was so genuine, so earnest, that Harry felt something warm stir in his chest. Actually, yes. I need someone to help me organize these files. They're witness statements from people who knew my parents, character references that might be useful during the trial. Neville's face lit up. I can do that. I'm good at organizing things. I know you are. They worked together for hours, sorting papers, and making notes. It was simple work, the kind that didn't require political maneuvering or strategic calculation, and Harry found himself relaxing for the first time in days. Harry? Neville's voice was hesitant. Can I ask you something? Of course. Are you scared? About the trial, I mean. About what might happen. Harry considered the question carefully. I'm scared of failing, he admitted. Of letting Sirius down, of not being good enough to win against people who have been playing this game for decades. But I'm not scared of the trial itself. Fear is just information. It tells you what you care about, what you have to lose. Once you understand that, it loses most of its power. I wish I could think like that. I'm scared all the time. That's because people have taught you to be scared. Your family, your teachers, they've spent years telling you that you're not good enough, that you'll never measure up. But they're wrong, Neville. You're braver than you think. How do you know? Because you're here. Despite your grandmother telling you to stay away, despite the Prophet calling me dangerous and unstable, you came anyway. That takes courage. Neville was quiet for a moment. Gran says courage is doing what's right even when you're afraid. Your grandmother is wise. She's terrifying. Harry laughed, a real laugh, the first one in days. That too. The trial arrived faster than Harry expected. Monday morning found him back in the Wisengamot chamber, dressed in his formal robes and flanked by Augusta and a team of legal advisors she had assembled. Sirius was already present, sitting in the accused chair with Aurors on either side. He looked better than he had the week before. The ministry holding cells weren't pleasant, but they were infinitely better than Azkaban. The gallery was packed. Every seat filled, with overflow crowds watching through magical projections in adjacent rooms. This was the most significant trial since the war's end, and everyone wanted to see the outcome. Marchbanks called the session to order. "We are here to try the case of the Ministry of Magic versus Sirius Orion Black, accused of the murders of Peter Pettigrew and 12 Muggles on November 3, 1981. Lord Potter Black, as the petitioner, you may present your opening statement." Harry rose. "Honored members of the Wisengamot, the prosecution's case rests on a single narrative, that Sirius Black, in a fit of rage over his friends' deaths, tracked down and murdered Peter Pettigrew in a crowded Muggle street. This narrative has been accepted as fact for 5 years. But today, we will demonstrate that it is not fact, it is fiction. Convenient fiction that served the needs of a government desperate for closure, but fiction nonetheless." He began to lay out the evidence systematically. The inconsistent magical analysis. The impossibility of the explosion pattern. Peter Pettigrew's animagus registration. The witness statements that described confusion and chaos, not the clear-cut confrontation the ministry claimed. Furthermore, Harry continued, we will present testimony from Sirius Black himself, given under Veritaserum, that will reveal the true events of that night. And we will demonstrate that Peter Pettigrew had every reason to betray the Potters, that his motivations were clear, documented, and completely ignored by the original investigation. The prosecution, led by a severe witch named Amelia Greengrass, no relation to the Slytherin family, rose to present their counterarguments. But Harry noticed that her heart didn't seem to be in it. She was going through the motions, presenting the same tired evidence that had been accepted without question 5 years ago. It wasn't enough. Not anymore. The turning point came with Sirius's testimony. Under Veritaserum, his godfather recounted the events leading up to that night. The secret keeper switch. His suspicions about a spy in the Order of the Phoenix. The horrifying moment when he arrived at Godric's Hollow to find the house destroyed and his best friends dead. "I went after Peter," Sirius said, his voice flat and emotionless under the potion's influence. "I knew he was the traitor. I tracked him to that street and confronted him. But I never cast a spell. He did it, he cut off his own finger, cast the blasting curse at the Muggles, and transformed into a rat while everyone was screaming. I was in shock. I couldn't believe what was happening. And then I started laughing because it was all so absurd. Peter, weak little Peter, had outplayed us all. You expect us to believe that Peter Pettigrew, a wizard of barely average ability, orchestrated this elaborate deception?" Greengrass asked. "I expect you to investigate," Sirius replied. "That's all I've ever asked. If I'm lying, the investigation will prove it. But you never investigated. You just assumed." The chamber was silent. "One more question," Harry interjected. "Sirius, were you a Death Eater?" "No." "Did you ever serve the Dark Lord in any capacity?" "No." "Did you betray James and Lily Potter?" "Never. They were my family. I would have died for them." The Veritaserum was proof against lies. Everyone in the chamber knew it. And everyone could see the truth written on Sirius Black's face. Marchbanks called for a recess to allow the Wisengamot to deliberate. The deliberation took 3 hours. Harry spent the time in the waiting room with Augusta and Sirius, none of them speaking much. The tension was suffocating. Everything they had worked for, everything they had risked, came down to this moment. When they were finally called back to the chamber, Harry could read nothing in Marchbanks's expression. "This body has reached a verdict," she announced. "On the charge of murdering Peter Pettigrew, not guilty, due to insufficient evidence and the strong possibility that Pettigrew remains alive." Harry felt his heart leap. "On the charge of murdering 12 Muggles, not guilty, due to the same evidentiary concerns." Sirius made a sound that was half sob, half-laugh. Sirius Orain Black, you are hereby declared innocent of all charges. You are free to go, with the apologies of this body for your wrongful imprisonment. The chamber erupted, cheers and protests mixing into a wall of noise. Harry barely heard any of it. He was watching. Sirius, watching as the weight of 5 years of suffering finally lifted from his shoulders. Harry. Sirius's voice cracked. Harry, I don't know how to, you don't have to say anything. Harry gripped his godfather's arm. We won. That's what matters. But even as he said it, Harry's eyes were scanning the crowd. Looking for Yaxley. He found him. The Remnant's leader was still seated, his expression unchanged from the beginning of the trial. No anger, no frustration, no sign that anything unexpected had occurred. That was wrong. This verdict was a devastating blow to Yaxley's network. The lack of trial, the wrongful imprisonment, these were the kinds of systemic failures that could be exploited to demand broader investigations, to question the legitimacy of other convictions, to undermine the very institutions Yaxley had spent years infiltrating. He should be furious. Instead, he looked almost satisfied. Harry's blood ran cold. Augusta, he said quietly. Something's wrong. What do you mean? Yaxley. Look at him. Augusta followed his gaze, and her expression tightened. He's not reacting. He should be, he's not reacting because this was part of his plan. Harry's mind raced through possibilities. The trial, the verdict, all of it, he wanted this to happen. Why would he want Sirius freed? Because freeing Sirius isn't the end. It's the beginning. Harry grabbed Augusta's arm. We need to get out of here. Now. But it was already too late. The chamber doors burst open, and a squad of Aurors rushed in, their wands drawn. By order of the Minister for Magic, the lead Auror announced, Harry Potter is under arrest for conspiracy to undermine the Ministry, manipulation of legal proceedings, and suspicion of practicing dark magic. The chamber erupted again, but this time there was nothing Harry could do. He had been outplayed. The arrest was swift and professional. Harry was separated from Sirius and Augusta, stripped of his wand, not that he had been using it, and escorted to a ministry-holding cell. The charges against him were read in formal terms that sounded impressive but meant nothing. Conspiracy to undermine the ministry. Translation, challenging the status quo. Manipulation of legal proceedings. Translation, winning a trial they wanted him to lose. Suspicion of practicing dark magic. Translation, they had no actual evidence of anything. Harry sat in his cell, alone in the dark, and thought. This was Yaxley's countermove. Not preventing the trial, but using its success against Harry. Now, instead of being seen as a champion of justice, Harry would be painted as a dangerous criminal, a child twisted by dark forces, using his family's legacy for nefarious purposes. The prophet would have a field day. But there was a flaw in the plan. Several flaws, actually. First, Harry's allies. Augusta, Dumbledore, the lords and ladies who had supported his petition. They wouldn't stand by while a 6-year-old was railroaded on fabricated charges. Second, public opinion. The trial had been broadcast throughout the ministry. Thousands of people had watched Sirius give his testimony under Veritaserum, had seen the evidence of ministry incompetence laid bare. Arresting Harry now would look like retaliation. Third, the charges themselves. They were vague, unprovable, the kind of accusations that looked damning in headlines but dissolved under scrutiny. Any competent legal defense would tear them apart. Yaxley was smart, but he had made a mistake. He had overestimated his ability to control the narrative and underestimated the strength of Harry's position. Now Harry just had to survive long enough to exploit those weaknesses. The cell door opened, and a figure stepped inside. Lord Potter Black. Amelia Bones's voice was tight with controlled fury. I want you to know that I had nothing to do with this. I know. The arrest warrant came from the minister's office. Signed by Fudge himself, countersigned by Umbridge. There was nothing I could do to stop it. I know that too. Bones stared at him for a moment. You're not surprised. I'm surprised by the timing, not the action. I knew Yaxley would respond to losing the trial. This is, actually less clever than I expected. Less clever? He's overreached. The charges are flimsy, my allies are powerful, and public sentiment is already against the ministry after today's revelations. By arresting me, he's given me exactly what I need. And what's that? Harry smiled grimly. A platform. In 3 days, there will be a hearing to determine whether these charges have merit. Every newspaper in Britain will cover it. And I intend to use that coverage to expose everything, not just what happened to Sirius, but the systematic corruption that allowed it to happen. That's a significant risk. Everything worth doing is a risk. Harry met her eyes. I need your help, Director. Not to free me, that will happen on its own. But to investigate. The forged signatures on my accounts, the financial trails connecting ministry officials to Yaxley's network, the evidence of systematic obstruction of justice. Build the case. When I walk out of here, I want to have ammunition. Bones was silent for a long moment. You're asking me to investigate my own colleagues. My own ministry. I'm asking you to do your job. To pursue justice regardless of where it leads. Harry's voice softened slightly. I know it's not easy. I know there will be consequences. But this is what you've been fighting for, isn't it? A chance to actually clean house. And if I fail? If Yaxley wins? Then we both go down. But at least we'll have fought. Bones closed her eyes briefly. You really are Lily's son. So people keep telling me. The director of magical law enforcement nodded once, decisively. I'll do what I can. But Harry, be careful. Yaxley has resources you haven't seen yet. If he decides you're too dangerous to play with, he'll move to eliminate you entirely. I know. Harry's smile faded. But I've been dealing with people who wanted to eliminate me my entire life. I'm still here. Bones left, and Harry was alone again in the darkness. He had 3 days. 3 days to turn this trap into a springboard, to transform Yaxley's countermove into his own advantage, to take everything he had built and use it to strike at the heart of the remnant. 3 days to change everything. He got to work. The hearing to review Harry's arrest was scheduled for Thursday morning. In the intervening time, his allies had been busy. Augusta filed formal protests with the Wizengamot, demanding an explanation for the unprecedented arrest of a sitting lord. Dumbledore gave interviews expressing grave concern about the ministry's actions. Sirius, newly freed and very publicly outraged, made statements describing his godson's heroic efforts to secure justice. And Gringotts, acting on standing instructions from Harry, released the first batch of financial documents linking ministry officials to suspicious accounts. The prophet tried to spin the narrative, but for once, they were losing the battle. The public had seen too much during Sirius's trial. They had watched the ministry's case collapse in real time. Now, seeing the same government arrest the boy who had exposed their failures, even the most credulous reader began to have doubts. Harry spent his 3 days in custody preparing. He couldn't access documents directly, but he had memorized most of the important details. He reviewed legal strategies, anticipated counterarguments, planned his testimony. Creature was allowed to visit, house elf magic couldn't be blocked by ministry cells, and through him, Harry coordinated with Augusta and the rest of his network. By Thursday morning, he was ready. The hearing chamber was smaller than the main Wizengamot Hall, designed for administrative proceedings rather than full trials. But the gallery was packed nonetheless, and Harry spotted no fewer than 3 prophet reporters in the front row. Good. He wanted witnesses. This hearing will come to order, Marchbanks announced. She looked tired, as if the past week's events had aged her significantly. We are here to review the charges against Lord Harry James Potter Black Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin and determine whether there is sufficient evidence to proceed to trial. The prosecution may present its case. Umbridge rose, her saccharine smile firmly in place. Thank you, Madam Chief Warlock. The Ministry's case is straightforward. Lord Potter Black, despite his young age, has demonstrated a pattern of behavior that suggests manipulation by dark forces. He appeared from nowhere, claiming lordships that had been dormant for centuries. He immediately began attacking Ministry institutions, undermining public confidence in our justice system. And he coordinated the escape of a convicted criminal, acquitted, Harry interrupted. Sirius Black was acquitted of all charges. The escape of a convicted criminal, Umbridge continued as if he hadn't spoken, in order to create chaos that served his unknown master's purposes. And who are these unknown masters? Marchbanks asked. We believe Lord Potter Black is being controlled by remnants of the Death Eater movement. Objection. Augusta's voice cut across the chamber. The prosecution is speculating wildly. There is no evidence whatsoever that Lord Potter Black has any connection to Death Eaters. The Black family is currently led by Lord Potter Black himself, who has already begun reforms to distance the house from its historical associations. Augusta's tone was acid. Unless the prosecution wishes to argue that Lord Potter Black is controlling himself through dark magic. Scattered laughter from the gallery. Umbridge's smile grew strained. The point is that these lordships, 5 of them, including Slytherin, appeared suddenly in a child who had been living with Muggles. Such a thing has never happened before. There must be dark forces at work. Must there? Marchbanks's voice was dry. Or might there simply be ancient magic that we don't fully understand? I am not here to speculate about magic, Madam Chief Warlock. I am here to protect the security of our nation. Then perhaps you could present some actual evidence, Harry said. Rather than vague accusations and unfounded theories. The chamber went quiet. You are not permitted to address the court directly, Umbridge snapped. I am a lord of 5 ancient houses, accused of crimes against the Ministry. I have every right to defend myself. Harry stood, straightening his prison robes. And I intend to do so. Marchbanks looked at Umbridge, then at Harry, and a slight smile crossed her face. The accused may speak. Harry stepped forward. Honored members of this body, I stand before you accused of 3 crimes, conspiracy to undermine the Ministry, manipulation of legal proceedings, and suspicion of practicing dark magic. Let me address each in turn. He paused, gathering his thoughts. First, conspiracy to undermine the Ministry. The prosecution suggests that my efforts to secure justice for Sirius Black were part of some sinister plot. But what did I actually do? I filed a petition, a legal document, properly submitted through official channels. I presented evidence, documented facts that anyone could verify. I requested a trial, the most basic right of any accused person. If these actions constitute conspiracy, then the Ministry has criminalized the pursuit of justice itself. Murmurs from the gallery. Second, manipulation of legal proceedings. The prosecution claims I manipulated the Wizengamot into freeing Sirius Black. But the Wizengamot is not easily manipulated. These are the most experienced witches and wizards in Britain, veterans of the war, experts in magical law. They examined the evidence and reached a verdict based on that evidence. To suggest that a 6-year-old child manipulated them is to insult their intelligence and integrity. More murmurs, louder this time. Third, suspicion of practicing dark magic. This charge is the most serious, and the most baseless. I challenge the prosecution to present a single piece of evidence that I have ever cast a dark spell, studied dark arts, or associated with anyone who practices them. They cannot, because no such evidence exists. Harry turned to face Umbridge directly. What evidence does exist, however, is the systematic corruption of this government by forces that have nothing to do with me. Financial records showing ministry officials receiving payments from suspicious sources. Communications revealing coordinated efforts to obstruct justice in the Black case. A pattern of behavior that suggests not dark magic, but ordinary, mundane corruption, the kind that flourishes when those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than serving the public. "You are deflecting," Umbridge said, but her voice had lost some of its confidence. "I am illuminating. This arrest was never about protecting the public. It was about silencing someone who threatened to expose the rot at the heart of our institutions." Harry's voice rose. "I am 6 years old. I have no army, no dark powers, no sinister masters. All I have is the truth, and that, apparently, is threat enough to warrant my imprisonment." The gallery erupted. The hearing lasted another 2 hours, but the outcome was never really in doubt. One by one, Umbridge's accusations were dismantled. Character witnesses testified to Harry's integrity. Legal experts explained why the charges were unprecedented and legally dubious. And when the Gringotts documents were entered into evidence, showing clear links between certain ministry officials and suspicious financial activity, the prosecution's credibility collapsed entirely. The vote was overwhelming. By a margin of 47-3, Marchbanks announced, "This body finds insufficient evidence to proceed with charges against Lord Harry James Potter Black Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin. All accusations are hereby dismissed, and Lord Potter Black is free to go with the sincere apologies of the Wisengamot." Harry rose, accepting the congratulations of his allies, but his eyes were on Yaxley. The Remnant's leader was already moving toward the exit, his expression finally showing something other than bland neutrality. Not defeat, not quite. But concern. Recognition that perhaps he had underestimated his opponent. Harry followed. He caught up with Yaxley in a quiet corridor, away from the crowds. "Mr. Yaxley." The older wizard stopped, turning slowly. "Lord Potter Black. Congratulations on your victory." "It wasn't a victory. It was a correction. You overreached, and now everyone knows it." "Do they?" Yaxley's voice was mild. "I see a government that attempted to address a legitimate security concern and was prevented by a child with too much power. I see institutions being undermined. Traditions being challenged, stability being threatened. You see what you want to see. The rest of the world sees a ministry that imprisoned an innocent man and then tried to silence anyone who pointed it out. Perhaps." Yaxley smiled thinly. "But perceptions can change. Public memory is short. And there are many, many people who prefer stability to justice. Is that a threat? It's an observation. You've won a battle, Lord Potter Black. But the war is far from over." "I know." Harry met Yaxley's eyes without flinching. "And I want you to know something. I'm not going to stop. I'm going to keep investigating, keep exposing, keep fighting. And eventually, I'm going to tear down everything you've built." That's ambitious for someone so young. I've been told I'm precocious. Yaxley studied him for a long moment. "You remind me of someone," he said finally. "A young witch who came to the ministry years ago, full of idealism and determination. She thought she could change the system from within. Do you know what happened to her? Tell me." "She learned that the system was stronger than any individual. That fighting against it only caused suffering, for herself and everyone she cared about. In the end, she gave up and disappeared. No one knows what became of her. I'm not her. No. You're younger, more powerful, better connected. But the lesson remains the same. Some fights can't be won. Every fight can be won. It's just a matter of finding the right strategy." Yaxley smiled again, and this time there was something almost like respect in it. "We'll see, Lord Potter Black. We'll see." He turned and walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Harry watched him go, his mind already working on the next phase of the campaign. The war was far from over. But for the first time, Harry felt like he might actually be able to win it. The aftermath of the hearing was complicated. Fudge, facing calls for his resignation, scrambled to distance himself from the failed prosecution. Umbridge was reassigned to a minor department, her influence temporarily curtailed. And the Gringotts documents sparked a formal investigation by the DMLE into ministry corruption. Sirius moved into Black Manor, still fragile but recovering. He and Harry spent long hours together, the godfather learning about the godson he had missed and the godson learning about the parents he had never known. James would have loved this, Sirius said one evening, watching Harry review political correspondence. He always said the wizarding world needed a good shaking up. I'm not trying to shake anything up. I'm trying to fix what's broken. Same thing, from where the people in power are sitting. Harry looked up from his papers. You think I'm wrong? That I should have left things alone? No. Sirius's voice was firm. You did exactly what James would have done. You saw injustice and you fought it. That's what Potters do. What about blacks? Blacks. Sirius smiled wryly. Blacks survive. At any cost, by any means. But you're not just a black anymore, are you? You're something new. Something better. I don't know about better. I do. Sirius leaned forward. I spent 5 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, clinging to the knowledge that I was innocent. I survived because I had to, because giving up would have meant letting Peter win. But you didn't survive, Harry. You thrived. You took everything the world threw at you and turned it into strength. I did what I had to do. Exactly. And that's what makes you special. Sirius's eyes were bright. Not the lordships, not the power, not the political connections. It's the fact that you refuse to give up. No matter how hard things get, you keep fighting. Harry was silent for a moment. There's still a lot of fighting ahead, he said finally. I know. But for the first time in years, I actually think we might win. The week after the hearing, Harry received a visitor he hadn't expected. Neville arrived at Black Manor with a plant in his hands and a determined expression on his face. I brought you something, he said, thrusting the pot toward Harry. It's a resilience fern. They grow in really harsh conditions, places where other plants can't survive. Gran says they're basically unkillable. Harry looked at the small, hardy fern with its deep green fronds. Why this plant? Because it reminded me of you. Neville's face reddened. Sorry, that sounds stupid. It doesn't sound stupid. Harry took the pot carefully. It's perfect. Thank you, Neville. I wanted to do something. After everything that happened, the arrest, the hearing, I felt useless. I couldn't help with the politics or the legal stuff. But I thought maybe I could help with this. Harry set the fern on his desk and turned to face his friend. You help just by being here. By reminding me that not everything is about power and politics. By being normal. I'm not normal. I'm weird. Then by being weird. My favorite kind of weird. Neville laughed, some of the tension leaving his shoulders. Gran says I'm supposed to tell you that the Longbottom family stands with you. Officially. She's going to announce it at the next Wisengamot session. That's significant. The political consequences, she doesn't care about political consequences. She cares about doing what's right. Neville hesitated. She also said something else. About you. What? She said you're the most dangerous person she's ever met. Not dangerous like a dark wizard. But dangerous because you make people believe things can change. And that's more threatening to some people than any spell. Harry considered this. Your grandmother is very wise. She's terrifying. That too. They sat together for a while, talking about nothing in particular, plants and books and what Hogwarts might be like when they finally attended. It was the most normal conversation Harry had had in weeks, and he found himself grateful for it. Normal. He had almost forgotten what that felt like. Arcturus Black died 3 days later. Harry was at his bedside when it happened. The old wizard had been fading for days, his body finally giving up the fight it had been losing for months. But his mind remained sharp until the very end. "You did well," Arcturus whispered, his voice barely audible. "Better than I ever could have hoped. I couldn't have done it without you." "Yes, you could. Everything I gave you, the information, the contacts, the resources, they were just tools. You're the one who used them." Arcturus's hand found Harry's and squeezed weakly. "I'm proud of you, Harry. Proud to have known you. Proud to call you the heir of my house. I won't let you down. I know you won't." Arcturus's eyes closed. "Take care of Sirius. Take care of the family. And when you finally defeat Yaxley, when you tear down everything he's built, think of me. I would have liked to see it. I'll win for both of us." Arcturus smiled. "I know you will." His breathing slowed, then stopped. Harry sat in the silence for a long time, holding the hand of the man who had taught him so much. Then he rose, straightened his robes, and went to tell Sirius that they were alone now. The House of Black had a new lord. The war continued. The funeral was held at Black Manor, a private ceremony attended only by family and close allies. Harry spoke briefly, recounting Arcturus's dedication to justice and his tireless fight for Sirius's freedom. Sirius wept openly, mourning a grandfather he had barely known but who had never stopped fighting for him. And throughout it all, Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling more heavily on his shoulders. He was 7 years old now, his birthday had passed during the chaos of the trial, and he was lord of 5 ancient houses, guardian of an escaped prisoner, and the primary opponent of a shadow network that had infiltrated every level of the ministry. It was, to put it mildly, a lot. But as he looked around at the people who had gathered to mourn Arcturus Black, Augusta and Neville, Sirius and Creature, Dumbledore and Bones and a dozen others, he realized that he wasn't carrying the weight alone. He had allies. Friends. Family, in every sense that mattered. And together, they would win. The night after the funeral, Harry stood on the roof of Black Manor, looking out over London. The city stretched beneath him, millions of lights flickering in the darkness. Somewhere out there, Yaxley was plotting his next move. Somewhere, the Remnant was consolidating its position, preparing for the next phase of their campaign. Somewhere, forces were gathering that would eventually threaten everything Harry had built. But not tonight. Tonight, he would grieve. He would remember Arcturus Black and everything the old man had sacrificed. He would allow himself to feel the weight of loss, just for a moment, before picking up the burden again. "You're thinking too hard." Harry turned to find Sirius standing behind him, a bottle of fire whiskey in his hand. "I'm always thinking too hard." "True." Sirius moved to stand beside him, offering the bottle. "Want some?" "I'm 7. So that's a no." Harry laughed despite himself. "That's a no." They stood together in silence, watching the city. "He loved you, you know," Sirius said eventually. "Arcturus. I don't think he ever said it, but he did. In his way. I know. He would have been proud of what you've done. Fighting for me, standing up to the ministry, refusing to back down when anyone else would have given up. I didn't have a choice." "Yes, you did. You could have stayed at the Dursleys, kept your head down, waited for Hogwarts like any normal kid. Instead, you chose to fight. That's not nothing, Harry." Harry was quiet for a moment. "Do you think we can win?" he asked finally. "Really win?" "Yaxley, the Remnant, all of it." Sirius considered the question carefully. "I think we have to try. And I think." He paused, choosing his words. "I think if anyone can do it, you can." Not because you're powerful, though you are. But because you care. You actually, genuinely care about making things better. That sounds naive. Maybe. But I'd rather be naive than cynical. Cynics don't change the world. Believers do. Harry looked at his godfather, this man who had survived 5 years in hell and still managed to believe in something better. I'll try not to let you down. You won't. Sirius smiled. I have faith in you, Harry. Absolute, unshakable faith. They stood together on the roof until dawn began to lighten the eastern sky. Then Harry went inside to begin planning the next phase of the war. Chapter 3 End. Chapter 4, The Challenge of Legitimacy. 3 months had passed since Arcturus Black's funeral, and Harry had learned that political warfare was nothing like the stories made it seem. There were no dramatic confrontations. No climactic battles, no moments where everything hung in the balance. Instead, there was paperwork. Endless, soul-crushing paperwork. Legal filings and financial audits and correspondence with allies and counter-correspondence with enemies and meetings that lasted hours and accomplished nothing. Harry sat in the Black Manor study, surrounded by stacks of documents, and wondered if this was what being an adult felt like. You're brooding again, Sirius said from the doorway. I'm working. You're brooding while pretending to work. I know the difference. Sirius crossed the room and dropped into the chair across from Harry's desk. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong. Everything's exactly as it should be. The DMLE investigation is proceeding. The Wisengamot reforms are moving through committee. Our allies are holding firm. Yaxley hasn't made any major moves in weeks. And that's what's bothering you. Harry set down his quill. He's too quiet. After everything that happened, the trial, the arrest, the documents we released, he should be fighting back. Instead, he's just, waiting. Maybe he's given up. Men like Yaxley don't give up. They adapt. They find new angles, new strategies, new ways to strike. Harry rubbed his eyes. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop, and the waiting is driving me mad. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You know what you need? If you say a vacation, I was going to say lunch. You've been in this study since dawn, and I'm fairly certain you forgot to eat breakfast. Harry glanced at the clock on the wall and was startled to realize it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. I didn't notice. You never notice. That's the problem. Sirius stood, extending his hand. Come on. Creature's made sandwiches, and if we don't eat them soon, he'll start crying about disrespecting his cooking. Harry allowed himself to be pulled from his chair. Creature doesn't cry. You'd be surprised what that elf does when you're not looking. They walked to the small dining room that had become their usual spot for informal meals. Creature had indeed prepared sandwiches, elaborate constructions that bore little resemblance to anything the Dursleys had ever fed Harry, along with soup and fresh bread and a pot of tea. Master Harry must eat, the elf said firmly. Master Harry is too thin. Master Harry works too hard. Master Harry is fine. Master Harry is lying. Creature's bulbous eyes narrowed. Creature knows. Creature watches. Sirius laughed. He's got you there. Harry sighed and took a sandwich. It was, he had to admit, delicious. Creature's cooking had improved dramatically since Harry had started treating him like a person rather than a servant. Apparently, the elf had been holding back for decades out of resentment. They ate in comfortable silence for a while, the kind of silence that only came with genuine familiarity. Harry had grown used to Sirius's presence over the past months, had come to rely on it in ways he hadn't expected. His godfather wasn't just family, he was a friend, a confidant, a reminder that not everything had to be about politics and power. I got a letter from Neville today, Harry said eventually. He's been working on a new strain of healing herbs. Apparently, Augusta is actually impressed for once. The Longbottom boy. He seems nice. He's brilliant. Everyone just overlooks it because his magic is different from what they expect. Different how? He's not powerful in the traditional sense, his spell work is mediocre, and he struggles with anything requiring raw magical force. But his understanding of plants, of growth and life and natural magic, it's extraordinary. He just needs someone to recognize it. Sirius studied Harry with an expression that was hard to read. You really care about him? He's my friend. Of course I care. No, I mean. Sirius paused, searching for words. When I was your age, well, when I was 11, anyway, I had friends. James and Remus and Peter. But I don't think I ever really understood them. Not the way you seem to. Understand Neville. I don't understand him. I just see him. There's a difference. Is there? Harry considered the question. Understanding someone means knowing why they do what they do, predicting their behavior, categorizing them. Seeing someone means accepting them as they are, without trying to fit them into a framework. Neville doesn't need to be understood. He needs to be seen. That's very profound for a 7-year-old. I've had a lot of time to think about these things. Sirius's expression flickered with something that might have been pain. In the cupboard? Among other places. They finished their meal in silence. Some conversations didn't need to be finished, some truths were better left acknowledged but unspoken. The other shoe dropped 2 days later. Harry was in the middle of a correspondence session, responding to letters from minor allies, acknowledging support, maintaining relationships, when Creature appeared with an expression of alarm. Master Harry has visitors. Important visitors. Creature has put them in the formal receiving room. Who? Ministry people. Many ministry people. And they have papers. Harry felt his stomach tighten. What kind of papers? Official papers. With seals. He found Sirius already in the receiving room, standing with his wand drawn and a dangerous expression on his face. Across from him stood a delegation of ministry officials, 6 in total, led by a witch Harry didn't recognize. Lord Potterblack. The witch's voice was formal, clipped. I am Madame Griselda Hopkirk, Senior Undersecretary for Magical Governance. I am here on behalf of the Minister for Magic to serve you with official notice. Notice of what? A formal challenge to your mental fitness to hold lordships. Hopkirk extended a scroll sealed with the ministry crest. Under Section 47 of the Magical Governance Act, any lordship may be challenged if there is reasonable cause to believe the holder is incapable of executing their duties due to mental incapacity, magical corruption, or undue external influence. Harry took the scroll without reading it. On what grounds? The petition cites your age, your unusual acquisition of multiple lordships, your behavior during recent political proceedings, and expert testimony suggesting that no 6-year-old, regardless of magical ability, could naturally possess the capabilities you have displayed. Expert testimony from whom? That information will be disclosed during the formal hearing, which is scheduled for 2 weeks from today. Hopkirk's expression remained carefully neutral. You are entitled to legal representation and may present evidence in your defense. The hearing will be conducted by a panel of mind healers and Wisengamot members, who will determine whether your lordships should be placed in trust until you come of age. Sirius stepped forward, his voice tight with anger. This is ridiculous. Harry has demonstrated nothing but competence and integrity. He freed me from Azkaban, exposed ministry corruption, built alliances with half the ancient families in Britain, all of which, Hopkirk interrupted, is cited in the petition as evidence of unnatural capability. A child of 7 should not be capable of such things, Lord Black. The question the hearing will address is why Lord Potterblack is capable of them. Harry held up a hand, silencing Sirius's response. I understand, he said calmly. I will be present at the hearing. Is there anything else? Hopkirk seemed slightly taken aback by his composure. No, Lord Potterblack. That will be all. She turned and led her delegation out. Harry waited until the front door closed behind them before allowing his expression to shift. "So," Sirius said. "The other shoe. The other shoe." Harry unrolled the scroll and began to read. "This is clever. Attacking my legitimacy directly, forcing me to prove that my capabilities are natural rather than the result of dark magic or manipulation. Can they actually take your lordships? If the hearing rules against me, the lordships would be placed in trust with a designated guardian until I turn 17. Given the current political climate, that guardian would almost certainly be someone sympathetic to Yaxley's faction. So we fight it. Obviously. But the challenge isn't winning, it's how we win." Harry set down the scroll. "If I simply defend myself, I'm playing their game. They'll have experts testifying that my abilities are impossible, that I must be under some form of influence, that the only explanation for a child behaving as I have is dark magic or mental manipulation. And if you prove them wrong, then I've established that my capabilities are natural, which raises its own questions. How does a 6-year-old naturally develop the political acumen to outmaneuver adult wizards? How does a child who grew up in a cupboard learn to navigate Wizengamot proceedings? The more I prove I'm not being controlled, the more I prove I'm something unprecedented, and unprecedented things make people afraid." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "So what do? We reframe the narrative. Instead of defending my capabilities, we explain them. We show the Wizengamot that what I've done isn't impossible, it's the natural result of lordship magic, family inheritance, and the adaptation skills developed by any child who grows up in hostile circumstances. You're going to talk about the Dursleys. I'm going to make them understand. Not for sympathy, I don't want pity, but for context. The Wizengamot needs to see that my abilities aren't supernatural. They're survival mechanisms. The same instincts that kept me alive in that house are the instincts that let me navigate politics." Sirius's expression was complicated, grief and pride and something else Harry couldn't quite name. "That's going to be hard," he said quietly. "Talking about it publicly. Having it recorded, analyzed, discussed by strangers. I know. Are you sure you want to do this?" Harry met his godfather's eyes. "I don't have a choice. If I lose this hearing, everything we've built falls apart. Yaxley gets control of my lordships, the investigation into his network stalls, and we're right back where we started. Worse than where we started. There might be another way, there isn't. I've thought about this from every angle. The only way to win is to make them understand who I am and how I became this way. And that means being honest about things I've never told anyone." Sirius was silent for a long moment. "I'll be there," he said finally. "Whatever happens, I'll be there. I know you will." The next 2 weeks were a blur of preparation. Harry worked with Augusta and her team of legal advisors to build his defense. They gathered character witnesses, people who had known him since his emergence into the wizarding world, who could testify to his genuine capabilities. They compiled documentation of his lordship claims, showing that the magic itself had recognized him as heir. They prepared responses to every argument the prosecution might make. But the core of Harry's defense would be his own testimony. He spent hours rehearsing, not memorizing scripts but practicing the art of honest communication. How to explain the cupboard without seeking pity. How to describe his adaptation without sounding damaged. How to convey the reality of his experience without triggering the defensive instincts of people who didn't want to believe such things happened. It was, in many ways, harder than any political battle he had fought. Neville came to visit midway through the second week, bringing a new plant and a shy offer of support. "I know I can't help with the legal stuff," he said, setting a pot of delicate silver flowers on Harry's desk. "But I thought. I don't know. I thought maybe you could use a friend." "I can always use a friend." Harry touched one of the flowers gently. "What is this?" "Moon silver. They only bloom in darkness, but they give off light, not much, just enough to see by. Gran says they're a symbol of hope. Finding brightness in dark places. Harry looked at Neville, at this boy who everyone dismissed as ordinary, who hid depths that most people never bothered to discover, and felt a surge of affection that took him by surprise. "Thank you, Neville. This is perfect. I wish I could do more." "You already do. More than you know." They spent the afternoon together, talking about everything except the upcoming hearing. Plants and books and the approaching school year at Hogwarts. Normal things. Human things. The kind of things Harry needed to remember existed outside the world of politics and power. When Neville left, Harry placed the moonsilver next to the resilience fern on his desk. 2 gifts from a friend who saw him as a person rather than a symbol. He would need that reminder in the days ahead. The morning of the hearing arrived with unseasonable cold. Harry dressed in his formal robes, simpler than usual, deliberately understated. He wasn't trying to impress the panel with his status, he was trying to present himself as what he genuinely was. A child who had been given power and responsibility. A boy who was doing his best with impossible circumstances. Sirius accompanied him to the ministry, along with Augusta and a minimal legal team. They had decided against bringing a large entourage. Too much display would undermine the image of simple honesty Harry was trying to project. The hearing chamber was different from the Wisengamot Hall. Smaller, more intimate, with a single long table where the panel would sit and a witness chair facing them. The gallery was limited to essential personnel and a few reporters. This was supposed to be an administrative proceeding, not a public spectacle. But Harry knew that whatever happened here would become public soon enough. The outcome would determine everything. The panel consisted of 3 mind healers and 4 Wisengamot members, carefully selected to represent a cross-section of political positions. Harry recognized most of them from his research. 2 were likely sympathetic, 2 were probably hostile, and 3 could go either way. Those 3 would decide everything. "This hearing will come to order," the presiding official announced. He was an elderly wizard named Tiberius Ogden, known for his fairness and his resistance to political pressure. "We are here to evaluate the mental fitness of Lord Harry James Potter Black Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin to hold the lordships he has claimed. The petitioner may present their case." The petitioner was represented by a witch Harry hadn't seen before, young, sharp-featured, with an intensity that suggested true belief rather than political calculation. That was potentially more dangerous than a cynical operator. True believers didn't compromise. "Thank you, Examiner Ogden. My name is Helena Marchetti, and I am here on behalf of concerned citizens who believe that the unprecedented situation of Lord Potterblack requires careful examination." She stood and began her presentation. "Let me be clear from the outset, we are not here to attack Lord Potterblack personally, nor to suggest that he has acted with malicious intent. What we are suggesting is that his capabilities, remarkable as they are, cannot be natural. No child of 6 or 7, regardless of magical talent, should be able to do what he has done." She gestured, and documents appeared in front of each panel member. In the 3 months since claiming his lordships, Lord Potterblack has successfully petitioned for the release of a convicted prisoner, survived an arrest on fabricated charges, navigated Wisengamot politics with the skill of a seasoned veteran, built alliances with some of the most powerful families in Britain, and conducted financial investigations that have implicated senior ministry officials in corruption. Marchetti paused, letting the list sink in. These are not the achievements of a child. They are the achievements of an experienced adult operating at the highest levels of magical society. The question we must answer is, how? She turned to face Harry directly. There are only 3 possible explanations. First, Lord Potterblack is being controlled or heavily influenced by an outside force, dark magic, mental manipulation, or the guidance of hidden advisors who are using him as a puppet. Second, his mind has been artificially enhanced through magical means, giving him capabilities that no natural development could produce. Third, he is not what he appears to be, a child at all. The defense objects to this line of speculation, Augusta said from her seat. I am merely outlining the possibilities that this hearing must consider. Marchetti's voice remained calm. The defense will have ample opportunity to present alternative explanations. But I would remind the panel that we are dealing with unprecedented circumstances. Unprecedented circumstances require us to consider unprecedented possibilities. Ogden nodded slowly. Proceed. Thank you. I would like to call our first witness, Healer Miriam Strout, Senior Mind Healer at St. Mungo's Hospital. The first phase of the hearing was brutal. Healer Strout testified at length about child development, explaining in clinical detail why the cognitive capabilities Harry had demonstrated should be impossible for someone his age. She discussed brain development, magical maturation, the relationship between emotional and intellectual growth. The human mind develops in stages, she explained. Children of 7 simply do not have the neural architecture necessary for the kind of abstract strategic thinking Lord Potterblack has displayed. Their prefrontal cortex, the region responsible for planning, judgment, and impulse control, is still years away from full development. And yet Lord Potterblack has demonstrated exactly those capabilities, Marchetti prompted. Yes. Which suggests that something has altered his normal developmental trajectory. Whether that alteration is beneficial or harmful is a separate question, but the alteration itself seems undeniable. Other experts followed. A specialist in magical inheritance who argued that lordship magic had never before produced the effects Harry claimed. A researcher who studied cases of magical manipulation, suggesting that Harry's symptoms were consistent with long-term influence by an external force. By midday, Harry understood Yaxley's strategy perfectly. This wasn't about winning the hearing outright. It was about creating doubt. Even if the panel ultimately ruled in Harry's favor, the testimony being presented would be reported, discussed, analyzed. People would wonder. Questions would be asked. And Harry's authority, his ability to lead the coalition he had built, would be undermined. It was, he had to admit, elegant. The afternoon session began. With Harry's defense. Augusta presented their evidence methodically. Documentation of the lordship claims, showing that the magic itself had validated Harry's heritage. Testimony from witnesses who had observed Harry's development over the past months, confirming that his capabilities had emerged gradually rather than appearing suddenly. Expert opinions from alternative perspectives, challenging the prosecution's assumptions about what was and wasn't possible. But Harry knew it wasn't enough. The facts could be interpreted multiple ways. The experts could disagree with each other endlessly. What the panel needed, what everyone needed, was understanding. Lord Potterblack, Ogden said finally, you may address the panel directly if you wish. Harry stood. Thank you, Examiner Ogden. I appreciate the opportunity. He moved to the witness chair, facing the panel of 7 witches and wizards who would decide his fate. Behind them, in the small gallery, he could see Sirius and Augusta and Neville, who had insisted on being present despite his grandmother's objections. He took a breath and began. The prosecution has presented extensive testimony about what should be impossible for a child of my age. They've brought in experts on brain development, magical inheritance, mental manipulation. All of this testimony shares a common assumption, that I am either a normal child who has been tampered with, or an abnormal child whose abilities require supernatural explanation. Harry paused, meeting the eyes of each panel member in turn. But there is a third possibility that no one has considered. What if I am exactly what I appear to be, a child, but my experiences have been so far outside the norm that normal developmental models simply don't apply? He could see interest flickering in some of the panel members' expressions. Good. They were listening. I was placed with my mother's sister when I was 15 months old. For the next 5 years, until my lordships awakened on my 6th birthday, I lived in a cupboard under the stairs. The words hung in the air. Harry kept his voice steady, refusing to let emotion creep in. I was not beaten regularly, though there were occasions of physical discipline. I was not starved completely, though food was often withheld as punishment. What I experienced was something more subtle and, in some ways, more damaging: systematic dehumanization. He explained without embellishment. The way Aunt Petunia spoke about him as if he weren't present. The way Uncle Vernon's face would contort with disgust at the mention of his parents. The way Dudley was encouraged to see Harry as something less than human, a convenient target for childish cruelty. In that environment, I had two choices: break or adapt. I chose to adapt. Harry leaned forward slightly. I learned to read people. Not because I was gifted, but because my survival depended on predicting when Uncle Vernon would be angry, when Aunt Petunia would be particularly cruel, when Dudley would be looking for someone to hurt. I learned to think strategically, to plan, to anticipate consequences, because every mistake I made resulted in punishment. By the time I was 4, I had developed what the prosecution's experts would call adult-level cognitive capabilities. Not because my brain was different, but because my circumstances demanded it. A child in a safe, loving home doesn't need to think 3 steps ahead. A child in an abusive home doesn't have that luxury. He saw several panel members shifting uncomfortably. Good. They needed to be uncomfortable. When my lordships awakened, they didn't create my capabilities, they enhanced them. The family magic recognized what I had already become and gave me tools to use the skills I had developed. Political instincts from generations of Potters and Blacks. Strategic thinking from the Slytherin line. Courage to act on my convictions from Gryffindor. Understanding of power and its costs from Peveril. But the foundation, the ability to adapt, to survive, to think beyond what should be possible for someone my age, that came from the cupboard. That came from 5 years of learning that the world was cruel and that the only person who could protect me was myself. Harry's voice hardened slightly. The prosecution wants to know how I do what I do. The answer is simple: I do what I have to. I fight because no one else will fight for me. I plan because no one else will protect me. I succeed because the alternative is unthinkable. He looked directly at Marchetti. You suggest that I might be controlled by outside forces. I invite you to consider the irony. For 5 years, I was controlled, by relatives who hated me, by a system that ignored my suffering, by a wizarding world that called me a hero while leaving me to rot in a cupboard. When my magic finally freed me from that control, I swore I would never be controlled again. You suggest that my mind might have been artificially enhanced. I invite you to visit the Dursleys and see what kind of enhancement systematic abuse provides. There is nothing magical about what happened to me. It was ordinary human cruelty, the kind that exists in every society, magical or otherwise. And you suggest that I might not be a child at all. I invite you to look at me, really look. I am 7 years old. I have nightmares about cupboards. I cry sometimes, when I think no one is watching. I miss parents I never knew and mourn a childhood I never had. I am exactly what I appear to be, a child who was forged by circumstances into something harder than any child should have to be. Harry stood. I am not asking for pity. I am not asking for special treatment. I am asking for the same thing I asked for Sirius Black: justice. The right to prove myself through my actions rather than being condemned for what others assume I must be. The prosecution has presented theories about what might explain my capabilities. I have presented the truth. The panel must decide which is more compelling. He returned to his seat. The chamber was silent. The panel deliberated for 4 hours. Harry spent the time in a waiting room with Sirius and Augusta, none of them speaking much. There was nothing left to say. Either his testimony had been enough, or it hadn't. Neville had brought more plants, a nervous habit, apparently, and was arranging them on the windowsill with careful precision. Harry watched him work and felt a strange sense of calm settle over him. Whatever happened, he had told the truth. He had shared things he had never shared with anyone, exposed wounds he had kept hidden for years. If that wasn't enough, nothing would be. Harry. Sirius's voice was gentle. Whatever they decide, I want you to know, I know. Harry smiled slightly. You're proud of me. You'll stand by me no matter what. You're not going anywhere. Am I that predictable? You're that consistent. There's a difference. The door opened, and a clerk announced that the panel had reached a decision. They filed back into the hearing chamber, taking their places. The panel members looked tired. The deliberation had apparently been contentious, but their expressions gave nothing away. Ogden stood. This panel has carefully considered all testimony and evidence presented during these proceedings. We have evaluated the claims of the petitioner and the response of Lord Potterblack. And we have reached a unanimous decision. Harry felt his heart rate spike despite his outward calm. It is the finding of this panel that Lord Harry James Potterblack Peveril Gryffindor Slytherin is mentally fit to hold his lordships. Harry heard Sirius exhale sharply behind him. Furthermore, Ogden continued, we find no evidence of dark magic, mental manipulation, or artificial enhancement. Lord Potterblack's capabilities, while remarkable, appear to be the natural result of his unique circumstances and the legitimate awakening of his family magic. However, Ogden's voice took on a harder edge. This panel is deeply troubled by the testimony presented regarding Lord Potterblack's treatment prior to his lordship awakening. The conditions described constitute serious abuse, and this panel formally requests that the Department of Magical Law Enforcement investigate the matter. Harry blinked. He hadn't expected that. Additionally, this panel notes with concern the apparent failure of the systems that should have protected Lord Potterblack during his early childhood. Questions must be asked about who placed him with his relatives, why his welfare was not monitored, and how such treatment was allowed to continue for 5 years without intervention. Ogden looked directly at someone in the gallery, and Harry turned to follow his gaze. Dumbledore. This hearing is concluded. Lord Potterblack retains full authority over his lordships. The petitioner's challenge is dismissed. The aftermath was chaotic. Reporters mobbed the chamber exits, shouting questions that Harry ignored. Ministry officials hurried past with expressions ranging from relief to disappointment. And somewhere in the crowd, Harry caught a glimpse of a bland face watching with an expression of careful neutrality. Yaxley. They made eye contact for just a moment. Harry saw no anger in the man's expression, no frustration or defeat. Just acknowledgement, recognition that a battle had been lost but the war continued. Then Yaxley turned and disappeared into the crowd. Come on. Sirius's hand on his shoulder. Let's get you home. They operated back to Black Manor, where Creature was waiting with tea and sandwiches and a rare expression of what might have been pride. Master Harry did well, the elf said. Creature watched through the mirrors. Master Harry spoke truth. Thank you, Creature. Creature will prepare dinner. Special dinner. For celebration. The elf disappeared, and Harry sank into a chair, suddenly exhausted. Are you all right? Sirius asked. I don't know. Harry stared at the ceiling. I won. We won. But I feel empty. Something like that. I spent weeks preparing for that hearing, pouring everything I had into it. And now it's over, and I don't know what to do with myself. That's normal. Sirius sat across from him. After big battles, and that was a big battle, Harry, there's always a letdown. The adrenaline fades, the purpose disappears, and you're left wondering what comes next. What does come next? That's up to you. But if I might make a suggestion. What? Rest. Take a few days off from politics and investigations and everything else. Read a book. Play a game. Be a 7-year-old for a little while. Harry laughed weakly. I don't know how to be a 7-year-old. Then learn. That's what the next few years are for. Sirius's voice was gentle. You've proved yourself, Harry. Over and over again. You don't have anything left to prove. Maybe it's time to just live. Harry considered this. The investigation will continue without you for a few days. Augusta has it in hand. Bones is doing her job. The wheels are turning. Yaxley will still be there when you're ready to face him again. He's not going anywhere, and neither are you. Harry closed his eyes. Maybe you're right. Of course I'm right. I'm your godfather. It's my job to be right about these things. For the first time in months, Harry felt something loosen in his chest. The constant tension, the endless vigilance, the weight of responsibility that never seemed to lift, it was still there, but somehow lighter. He had won. Not just the hearing, but something more fundamental. He had faced the worst of what his past had made him, shared it with strangers, and emerged not just surviving but validated. Maybe Sirius was right. Maybe it was time to learn how to live. The next few days were strange. Harry tried to follow Sirius's advice, stepping back from the constant work that had consumed him since his lordship's awakened. He read books, not political texts or legal documents, but actual stories. He walked in the gardens. He even attempted to learn chess from Sirius, though his strategic instincts made the game less challenging than his godfather had hoped. Neville came to visit twice, bringing plants and conversation and a normality that Harry was only beginning to appreciate. They talked about Hogwarts, still 4 years away, but already looming on the horizon, and speculated about houses and classes and what kind of teachers they might have. I'll probably be in Hufflepuff, Neville said gloomily. Everyone in my family has been Gryffindor for generations, but I'm not brave. You're braver than you think. You keep saying that. Because it keeps being true. Harry smiled. And even if you do end up in Hufflepuff, so what? It's a good house. Loyalty, hard work, fairness. Those are good values. Gran would be disappointed. Your grandmother would love you no matter what house you were sorted into. She's just not very good at showing it. Neville looked skeptical but didn't argue. On the 4th day of Harry's unofficial vacation, reality intruded. He was in the library, halfway through a novel about a wizard detective, when Creature appeared with an urgent message from Augusta. Mistress Longbottom says Master Harry must see this immediately. Very important. Very urgent. The message was a copy of that morning's Daily Prophet, the front page dominated by a single headline: Dumbledore implicated in Potter abuse cover-up. Hearing testimony raises questions about Headmaster's role. Harry read the article with growing unease. The Prophet had latched onto Ogden's comments about the systems that should have protected Harry, connecting them to Dumbledore's known role in placing him with the Dursleys. The article quoted anonymous sources claiming that Dumbledore had been aware of Harry's treatment but had deliberately chosen not to intervene, prioritizing other considerations over child welfare. It was technically accurate, which made it devastatingly effective. This is bad, Sirius said, reading over Harry's shoulder. Dumbledore's been controversial for years, but this could destroy him. That's the point. Harry's voice was grim. Yaxley couldn't beat me directly, so he's attacking my allies instead. If he can bring down Dumbledore, it weakens everyone connected to him. Including you. Including me. But also the Hogwarts Board, the Wisengamot Reform Faction, the international cooperation initiatives Dumbledore has been championing. Harry shook his head. This is larger than just me. Yaxley is using my testimony, my truth, as a weapon against the entire coalition opposing him. What do we do? Harry thought for a moment. We can't defend Dumbledore's actions. What he did, leaving me with the Dursleys, not checking on me, ignoring the signs of abuse, that was wrong. If we try to excuse it, we look like hypocrites. But if we don't defend him, he falls. And if he falls, we fall with him. I know. Harry set down the paper. There's a third option. What? We control the narrative. Instead of letting this be about Dumbledore's failure, we make it about systemic reform. The problem isn't just one man making one bad decision, it's an entire system that failed to protect a child. We propose concrete changes. Monitoring systems for magical children placed with Muggle relatives. Mandatory welfare checks. Oversight mechanisms. That won't save Dumbledore. No. But it might save the Coalition. And it puts us on the right side of the issue, not defending abuse, but working to prevent it. Sirius was quiet for a moment. You're going to throw Dumbledore under the bus. I'm going to let him face the consequences of his choices. That's not the same thing. Harry's voice was harder than he intended. He left me in that cupboard, Sirius. For 5 years. He knew about the Blood Wards, knew about the Dursleys' hostility, and he chose to leave me there anyway. I've forgiven him, mostly, but I'm not going to protect him from accountability. And if this destroys him, then it destroys him. But the cause survives. The reforms survive. The Coalition survives. Harry met Sirius's eyes. That's what matters. Not any individual person, not Dumbledore, not me, but the change we're trying to create. Sirius looked at him for a long moment. You've thought about this before. I've thought about it since the hearing. I knew my testimony would have consequences. I knew it would expose things that powerful people wanted to keep hidden. I made a choice to tell the truth anyway, and now I have to live with the fallout. That's a heavy burden for a 7-year-old. I stopped being a normal 7-year-old a long time ago. The next week was consumed by damage control. Harry worked with Augusta to craft a response, not defending Dumbledore, but redirecting attention towards systemic issues. They proposed legislation requiring magical monitoring of children placed with Muggle relatives, mandatory training for anyone responsible for such placements, and independent oversight of the placement process. The Prophet attacked the proposals as insufficient, demanding more dramatic action. But other voices emerged, parents concerned about their own children's safety, advocates for magical child welfare, former abuse victims who saw their own experiences reflected in Harry's testimony. Public opinion began to shift. Dumbledore, to his credit, didn't try to defend himself. He issued a brief statement acknowledging his failure and accepting responsibility, then withdrew from public view. His resignation from the International Confederation of Wizards was accepted within days. But he didn't resign from Hogwarts. The children need stability, he said in his only public comment. Whatever my failures, I will not abandon my responsibilities to them. It was, Harry thought, the right choice. Dumbledore at Hogwarts provided a measure of protection against Yaxley's influence in education. And despite everything, the old wizard was genuinely good at his job. But the damage was done. Dumbledore's political influence was shattered, his reputation tarnished, his ability to lead the opposition coalition effectively ended. And in the shadows, Yaxley watched and waited. A month after the hearing, Harry received an unexpected visitor. He was in the study, reviewing the latest reports from the DMLE investigation, when Creature announced that someone was requesting an audience. Who? Creature does not know. New person. Important looking. Harry made his way to the receiving room and found a young woman waiting, perhaps 25, with dark hair and an intensity that reminded him of someone he couldn't quite place. Lord Potterblack. Her voice was crisp, professional. Thank you for seeing me. My name is Andromeda Tonks. I believe we're related. Harry's eyebrows rose. Andromeda Tonks, née Black. Sirius's cousin. The sister who had been disowned for marrying a Muggleborn. We are related, he said. Please, sit. Andromeda settled into a chair with the practiced grace of someone raised in formal society but long since freed from its constraints. I've been following your career with great interest, she said. What you've accomplished in a few months is remarkable. I've had help. You've had opportunity. The accomplishments are your own. She studied him with those intense eyes. I came because I have information you might find useful. What kind of information? Information about the Remnant. About Yaxley. About what he's really planning. Harry leaned forward. I'm listening. My husband works in the ministry, mid-level position, nothing glamorous. But he hears things. And what he's been hearing lately concerns me greatly. What kind of things? Yaxley isn't just building a political network. He's building an army. Recruiting disaffected purebloods, former Death Eater sympathizers, anyone with a grudge against the current order. They meet in secret, train together, prepare for what they call the correction. A coup? Something more subtle. Yaxley understands that overt violence would unite the magical world against him. What he's planning is a coordinated takeover of key institutions, the Ministry, the Prophet, Gringotts public operations, possibly even Hogwarts. A bloodless revolution that presents itself as reform. Harry absorbed this. It was consistent with what he already knew about Yaxley's methods, but the scale was larger than he had realized. Why are you telling me this? Because I have a daughter. Nymphadora. She's about to start Hogwarts, and I want her to inherit a world that's better than the one I grew up in. Andromeda's voice hardened. The Black family took everything from me when I chose love over blood purity. I want to see their ideology destroyed, and you seem like the person most likely to accomplish that. Even though I'm also the current Lord of House Black. You're not like them. You're not like any of them. Andromeda smiled slightly. My cousin Sirius speaks highly of you. That's worth something. Harry considered his options. Andromeda could be a valuable ally, someone with inside knowledge of both pureblood society and the Ministry's inner workings. But she could also be a trap, a plant designed to feed him misinformation. How do I know I can trust you? You don't. But consider this, I've lived as an outcast from my family for 15 years. I've built a life outside their influence, married a man they considered beneath contempt, raised a daughter they would have killed in the cradle if they'd had the chance. Everything I am is opposed to everything Yaxley represents. That's compelling, but not proof. Then let me prove myself. Give me a task, something that would expose me. If I were working for Yaxley. If I complete it successfully, you'll know my loyalty is genuine. Harry thought about this. There's a Ministry official named Dawlish. He's been implicated in the corruption investigation, but we don't have enough evidence to move against him. If you could get access to his office, find documentation of his connection to the Remnant. Done. Andromeda stood. Give me a week. If I'm what I claim to be, you'll have your evidence. If I'm not. She smiled grimly. Well, you'll know that too. She left, and Harry sat in the silence of the receiving room, wondering if he had just gained an ally or walked into a trap. Either way, the game continued. Andromeda delivered. 1 week later, a package arrived at Black Manor containing detailed records of Dawlish's financial connections to Remnant-affiliated organizations. The evidence was damning, clear proof that a senior Auror had been taking money from Yaxley's network for years. Harry forwarded the documents to Amelia Bones, who ordered Dawlish's immediate arrest. The Prophet ran the story on page 1, another brick in the wall of evidence mounting against the Ministry's corrupt elements. And Andromeda Tonks became part of Harry's inner circle. She brought more than just intelligence. She brought perspective, the view of someone who had grown up inside pureblood society but had chosen to reject it. She understood Yaxley's worldview in a way that Harry, for all his research, never quite could. They're not evil, she explained one evening, sitting in the Black Manor library while Harry reviewed correspondence. Not most of them. They're scared. The world is changing, has been changing for centuries, and everything they believed in is crumbling. Yaxley offers them hope, a vision of restoring what was lost. What was lost? Purpose. Meaning. The sense that they matter, that their bloodlines and traditions and sacrifices have value. Andromeda's voice was thoughtful. When you're raised to believe you're superior, that your blood makes you better than everyone else, and then the world starts telling you that blood doesn't matter, that anyone can do what you do, that your heritage is just an accident of birth, it's terrifying. Your entire identity is built on a foundation that's dissolving beneath you. That doesn't excuse what they're doing. No. But it explains it. And understanding your enemies is the first step to defeating them. Harry thought about this often in the weeks that followed. He was fighting against people who genuinely believed they were saving the world, who saw him as the enemy of everything good and true. That made them more dangerous than simple villains, and more difficult to defeat. You couldn't just beat people like that. You had to offer them something better. 6 months after his lordships awakened, Harry received news that changed everything. He was in the middle of a planning session with Augusta when Creature appeared with an expression of barely contained excitement. News from Gringotts. The goblins have found something. The message was from Director Ragnarok himself, requesting an immediate meeting at the bank. Harry went alone. Some conversations were too sensitive for witnesses. Ragnarok was waiting in his private office, surrounded by documents and artifacts that hummed with contained magic. Lord Potter Black. Thank you for coming so quickly. Your message suggested urgency. Indeed. Ragnarok's pointed smile was wider than usual. Our investigation into the stolen funds from your accounts has produced unexpected results. What kind of results? We traced the money through 17 shell companies, 4 foreign accounts, and several layers of magical concealment. The trail was sophisticated, designed to be untraceable by conventional means. But goblins are not conventional. Ragnarok slid a document across his desk. The final destination of the funds was a property in Albania. A property that matches descriptions of the last known location of the Dark Lord before his fall. Harry's blood went cold. Yaxley has been funding Voldemort's return. It appears so. The money has been used to maintain wards around the property, to fund research into resurrection rituals, to prepare for the day when the Dark Lord can be brought back to full power. How close are they? Unknown. But the financial activity has increased significantly in recent months. Whatever they're planning, it's approaching a critical phase. Harry stared at the document, his mind racing. All this time, he had thought he was fighting a political war, a battle of influence and information, of alliances and institutions. But Yaxley's true goal wasn't political power. It was the resurrection of the darkest wizard in history. Everything else had been a distraction. What do we do? Harry asked. Ragnarok's smile faded. That, Lord Potterblack, is a question only you can answer. But whatever you decide, I suggest you decide quickly. The darkness is rising. And time is running out. Harry left Gringotts with the weight of the world on his shoulders once again. The game had changed. The stakes were no longer political, they were existential. And Harry Potter, 7 years old and lord of 5 ancient houses, was the only one who could stop what was coming. Chapter 4 End. Chapter 5, Ancestral Grounds. The revelation about Albania changed everything. Harry spent 3 days locked in the Black Manor study, reviewing every piece of intelligence they had gathered, looking for connections he had missed. The pattern was there, once he knew what to look for. Financial transfers that seemed random suddenly formed a coherent picture. Personnel movements that had appeared innocuous revealed their true purpose. Yaxley wasn't just building a political network. He was preparing for a war. We need to move, Harry said during an emergency meeting with his inner circle. Augusta, Sirius, Andromeda, and Amelia Bones sat around the study table, their faces grave in the flickering candlelight. If Voldemort returns before we're ready, everything we've built falls apart. Move how? Augusta's voice was sharp. We can't exactly invade Albania on suspicion. No. But we can cut off Yaxley's resources. Without funding, the Resurrection Project stalls. Without his network, he can't coordinate the institutional takeover he's been planning. We dismantle him piece by piece until there's nothing left. That will take months, Bones said. Maybe years. And if the resurrection is as close as Gringotts believes, then we need to accelerate. Harry pulled out a map he had been studying, Albania, with the suspected location of Voldemort's refuge marked in red. There's another option. More direct. Sirius leaned forward. You want to go there? I want to understand what we're dealing with. The Peveril Lordship gives me certain protections against dark magic, protections that might let me get close enough to assess the situation without being detected. That's insane, Andromeda said flatly. You're 7 years old. You can't just walk into the Dark Lord's sanctuary. I'm not planning to walk in. I'm planning to observe. Learn what stage the resurrection has reached, what resources they're using, what vulnerabilities exist. Harry's voice was calm, steady. We've been fighting blind. I need to see what we're actually facing. The room was silent. I'm coming with you, Sirius said finally. No. You're too recognizable, and your presence would raise questions we can't answer. I need to do this alone. Harry, I'm not asking for permission. Harry met his godfather's eyes. I'm informing you of my decision. You can try to stop me, but we both know how that would end. Sirius's jaw tightened, but he didn't argue further. There's something else, Harry continued. Something I need to do before I go. What? The Peveril estate. I've been ignoring it, there were more urgent priorities, but if I'm going to face the Dark Lord's magic, I need to understand my own heritage better. The Peveril line was famous for its mastery of death magic, its understanding of the boundaries between worlds. Whatever they knew might be useful. The Peveril estate has been abandoned for centuries, Augusta said. The wards have gone feral. It's not safe. Nothing about this is safe. But it's necessary. The journey to Peveril Manor took Harry across 3 countries and through magical barriers that would have killed an ordinary wizard. The estate lay in a remote corner of Scotland, hidden behind wards so old they had become part of the landscape itself. Mountains that weren't on any map. Rivers that flowed uphill. A forest where the trees whispered in languages that had been dead for millennia. Harry walked through it alone, guided by the pull of the Peveril ring on his finger. The magic recognized him. Not welcomed him, the wards were too feral for that, but recognized him as something with the right to be there. Traps that should have triggered remained dormant. Barriers that should have been impassable opened at his approach. He found the manor at the center of a clearing that shouldn't have existed. It was ancient, older than Hogwarts, older than Gringotts, older than anything Harry had ever seen. Stone walls covered in moss and ivy, windows dark with centuries of neglect, a door that hung open as if waiting for someone to finally come home. Harry stepped inside. The interior was surprisingly intact. Dust covered everything, and cobwebs stretched between pieces of furniture, but the structure itself was solid. The Peveril wards had kept time at bay, preserving the manor exactly as it had been when the last lord walked out the door. That had been in 1291, according to the family records. Over 700 years ago. Harry made his way through the silent halls, letting his instincts guide him. The Peveril magic hummed in his blood, growing stronger with every step, leading him deeper into the manor's heart. He found the library on the 3rd floor. It was enormous, larger than the Black Manor Library, larger than anything Harry had seen outside of Hogwarts. Thousands of books lined the walls, their spines marked with symbols he didn't recognize. Scrolls and artifacts filled display cases. And at the center of the room, on a pedestal of black stone, sat a single book bound in what looked like human skin. Harry approached it carefully. The book was old, impossibly old, and radiated a power that made his skin prickle. The Peveril ring grew warm on his finger as he reached for it, and when his hand touched the cover, the book opened of its own accord. The Testament of Ignotus Peveril, the first page read. For the heir who comes after. Harry began to read. Hours passed. Maybe days. Time moved strangely in the Peveril library, and Harry was too absorbed in what he was learning to notice. The testament was more than a book, it was a record of everything the Peveril line had discovered about death, mortality, and the magic that bridged the gap between. Ignotus had been the youngest of 3 brothers, the one who had asked death for a cloak that would let him hide from even the grave itself. But he had also been the wisest, the one who understood that true power lay not in conquering death but in accepting it. My brothers sought to defeat death, Ignotus had written. Antioch with his wand that could win any duel, Cadmus with his stone that could summon the spirits of the departed. Both paid the price for their arrogance. The wand brought Antioch nothing but conflict until a rival slit his throat for it. The stone drove Cadmus mad with grief until he took his own life to join the shade he had summoned. I chose differently. I asked for something that would let me meet death as an equal, when the time came. Not flee from it, not fight it, but walk beside it until the day I was ready to go on. The cloak taught me what my brothers never learned: death is not an enemy. It is a door. And on the other side of that door lies not oblivion, but transformation. Harry read on, absorbing techniques and insights that no living wizard possessed. Methods for sensing the approach of death, for understanding its power, for using that understanding as protection against those who sought to pervert mortality's natural order. Including, he realized with growing excitement, protection against those who had torn their soul apart to escape death's embrace. The one who fears death most, Ignotus wrote, is the one who has fled farthest from it. Such a one has made themselves vulnerable in ways they cannot perceive. For in dividing the soul, they have divided the self, and a divided self can be conquered by one who remains whole. This was it. This was what Harry needed. Voldemort had created Horcruxes, pieces of his soul bound to objects, anchoring him to life even when his body was destroyed. Harry knew this because he carried one of those pieces himself, lodged behind his scar. But Ignotus's teaching suggested that the Horcruxes weren't just anchors. They were weaknesses. Each division of the soul made the remaining fragment less stable, less coherent, less capable of resisting outside influence. And Harry, who carried one of those fragments, had a unique opportunity. He could feel the Horcrux now, in a way he never had before. A cold presence at the edge of his awareness, connected by invisible threads to others like it. The ring had been one, he could sense its absence, destroyed somehow before Harry's awakening. The diary was another, hidden somewhere Harry couldn't quite pinpoint. And there were more, scattered across Britain and beyond, each one a piece of a shattered soul. Including one that had never been intended. A fragment torn loose by the violence of Voldemort's attack, lodged in the only living thing nearby. Harry himself. He closed his eyes and turned his attention inward, using the techniques from Ignotus's testament. The Horcrux was there, a shadow wrapped around his magical core like a parasite. It had been feeding on him for years, not enough to notice, but enough to create a connection. A connection that went both ways. Harry could feel Voldemort through that connection. Not his thoughts, the Dark Lord's consciousness was too fragmented, too dispersed across his anchors, but his essence. His fear. His desperate, all-consuming terror of death that had driven him to such extreme measures. And beyond Voldemort, Harry could feel the place where the main fragment resided. A ruin in Albania, wrapped in dark magic, waiting for the day when enough power accumulated to restore its host to physical form. He knew where to go. He knew what he would find. The only question was whether he was ready to face it. Harry spent 3 more days in the Peveril Library, mastering techniques that had been lost for centuries. He learned to shield his mind not just from legilimency, but from the deeper probing of soul magic. He learned to sense dark enchantments before they activated, to walk through cursed spaces without triggering their defenses. He learned the ancient words that commanded death's attention, that could force back the shadows that gathered at the edges of consciousness. And he learned, finally, how to communicate with the fragment of Voldemort that resided within him. It was not a pleasant experience. The Horcrux didn't speak in words, it didn't have enough coherence for that. But it felt. It raged. It hungered. And when Harry touched it with his awareness, it recoiled like a wounded animal before striking back with all the malice its fractured consciousness could muster. Harry weathered the assault, using Ignotus's techniques to maintain his center. He wasn't trying to destroy the Horcrux, not yet. He was trying to understand it. You are afraid, he thought at the fragment. Not of me. Of what I represent. A soul that remains whole while yours is scattered to the winds. The Horcrux had no response except fury, but Harry felt something beneath the rage. Recognition. The fragment understood, on some level, what Harry was. A threat. You should be afraid, Harry continued. Not because I want to destroy you, though I will, eventually, but because I know what you really are. Not a conqueror. Not a god. Just a scared little boy who was so terrified of death that he tore himself apart to escape it. The fury intensified, but there was something else now. Something that felt almost like pain. Tom Marvolo Riddle. That's who you were, before you became Lord Voldemort. An orphan. Alone. Afraid. Just like me. Harry withdrew from the connection, leaving the Horcrux to its confusion. He understood his enemy now. Not just strategically, he had understood that for months, but personally. Voldemort wasn't a monster. He was a tragedy. A brilliant child twisted by circumstances and choices until he became something less than human. In another life, Harry might have become the same thing. The thought was sobering. When Harry finally emerged from the Peveril Library, he found that the manor had changed around him. The dust was gone. The cobwebs had vanished. Light streamed through windows that had been dark for centuries, and the air smelled of fresh flowers instead of decay. The manor had woken up. Lord Peveril. A voice echoed through the hall, old and powerful and somehow familiar. You have claimed your inheritance at last. Harry turned to find a portrait hanging on a wall that had been empty when he arrived. The painting depicted a young man with dark hair and thoughtful eyes, wearing robes in a style that had been out of fashion for 700 years. Ignotus Peveril, Harry said. Indeed. The portrait smiled. Though I prefer to think of myself as what remains. A shadow of a shadow, preserved by the magic of this place. Why didn't you appear earlier? I could not. The library's magic is designed to test the heir who enters, to ensure they are worthy of the knowledge contained within. You passed that test, which awakened me, and awakened the manor itself. Harry looked around at the restored space. I didn't realize the test was still in progress. The test is always in progress, for a Peveril. Every choice, every moment of decision, they all contribute to the measure of your worthiness. Ignotus's painted eyes seemed to look through Harry. You have done well, young lord. Better than most who have come before. I had good teachers. You had teachers. Whether they were good remains to be seen. The portrait's expression grew serious. You intend to face the Dark Lord who created the abominations you carry. I intend to understand him first. Then face him. A wise approach. Voldemort, Tom Riddle, made the same mistake my brother Cadmus made. He thought he could conquer death through power, through magic, through the sheer force of his will. He did not understand that death cannot be conquered, only accepted. Or fled from. The fleeing is temporary. Death is patient. It will claim him eventually, as it claims all things. Ignotus paused. But you already know this. You have read my testament. I have. And I have questions. Ask them. Harry gathered his thoughts. The Horcrux inside me, the fragment of Voldemort's soul. Your writing suggests that a whole soul can influence a fragmented one. But how? What's the mechanism? Connection. The very act of creating a Horcrux establishes a bond between the fragments. That bond can be used, by those who understand it, to reach across the divide. To touch the scattered pieces as one. And if I touched all the pieces at once? Then you would have power over them. Not absolute power, the soul is resilient, even when divided, but influence. The ability to weaken the bonds that hold them together, to accelerate the decay that such division inevitably causes. Harry absorbed this. Could I destroy them? All at once? Possibly. But such an act would require sacrifice. The magic of death demands balance, life for life, soul for soul. To unmake the Horcruxes, you would need to give something of equal value. My own soul. Perhaps. Or perhaps something less drastic. The magic is flexible in what it accepts as payment. Ignotus's expression softened. But you are not ready for that conversation yet. First, you must learn. You must grow. You must become something worthy of the sacrifice that may be required. How long do I have? That depends on how quickly your enemy moves. The resurrection he seeks grows closer every day. When it is complete, he will be more powerful than he was before, and more vulnerable. The Horcruxes anchor him to life, but they also anchor him to pain. A restored body will feel every wound those fragments have suffered in his absence. That's why Yaxley is so urgent. He knows the resurrection is close, and he wants to be ready when it happens. Yaxley is a tool. Useful, perhaps necessary, but ultimately disposable. Voldemort will discard him the moment he outlives his usefulness. Ignotus smiled grimly. Such is the fate of all who serve the Dark Lord. Power demands loyalty, but offers none in return. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, Ignotus. For the knowledge. For the guidance. Thank me when you have one. Until then, consider me a resource, a fading echo of someone who once walked the same path you now travel. The portrait's eyes seemed to look into distant places. I was not brave enough to face what you will face. I ran from conflict, hid from danger, lived my life in the shadows of my brother's failures. Perhaps that was wisdom. Perhaps it was cowardice. The distinction has never been clear to me. You survived. That's not cowardice, that's intelligence. Perhaps. Ignotus smiled. Go now, young lord. Your destiny awaits, and destiny is not patient. Harry left the Peveril Manor with knowledge he hadn't possessed before and questions he hadn't known to ask. The journey back to Britain was faster than the journey out. The wards recognized him now, welcomed him, opened paths that had been closed. He arrived at Black Manor on a grey morning, finding Sirius pacing the entrance hall like a caged animal. 3 weeks, his godfather said. You were gone for 3 weeks. Do you have any idea how worried? It felt like days. Harry looked at his own hands, half expecting them to have aged. Time moves differently in the Peveril lands. What did you find? Everything I needed. And more than I expected. Harry moved toward the study. Gather the others. We need to plan. The meeting lasted hours. Harry explained what he had learned, about the Horcruxes, about Voldemort's vulnerabilities, about the ancient magic that might offer a path to victory. He shared the knowledge from Ignotus's testament, the techniques that could shield against soul magic, the understanding of death that turned fear into power. So we know how to beat him, Augustus said when he finished. In theory. In theory. The practice will be considerably more difficult. What do you need? Harry looked around the table at the faces of his allies, his family, in every way. That mattered. I need to go to Albania. I need to see what we're facing. And I need to find the other Horcruxes before Yaxley can use them to accelerate the resurrection. You keep saying I, Sirius observed. What about we? Most of this I have to do alone. The Peveril magic only works for me, and the connection to Voldemort exists only in my head. But there are other tasks that need to be accomplished simultaneously. Harry pulled out a list he had been compiling. The diary Horcrux is somewhere in Britain, I can feel it, but not pinpoint its location. Someone needs to find it and secure it before Yaxley does. I can do that, Andromeda said. My husband has contacts in the artifact trade. If something that dark has changed hands recently, he'll know about it. Good. We also need to maintain pressure on Yaxley's network here. The DMLE investigation is progressing, but we need to accelerate it. Every resource he loses weakens his ability to support the resurrection. I'll handle that, Bones said. We have enough evidence now to move against his outer circle. If we time the arrests right, we can create chaos in his organization. What about me? Sirius asked. Harry hesitated. You need to prepare for what comes after. If we succeed, if we actually stop the resurrection or destroy Voldemort permanently, there will be a power vacuum. Yaxley's network will fragment. Some will try to continue his work, others will look for new leadership. You need to be ready to step into that vacuum. You want me to take over the remnant? I want you to give them something better. Most of these people aren't evil, they're scared. They've been following Yaxley because he offered them hope. If we can offer them a different kind of hope, one that doesn't require Dark Lords and blood purity, we might actually fix this. Sirius's expression was thoughtful. Not just win the war, but end it. Permanently. That's the goal. It's ambitious, maybe impossible, but that's the goal. The room was quiet for a moment. When do you leave for Albania? Augusta asked. Tomorrow night. The dark of the moon, less chance of being detected. And when will you return? Harry didn't answer immediately. I don't know, he said finally. But I will return. That's a promise. The last night before Harry's departure was quiet. He spent it in the Black Manor Library, reviewing notes and making final preparations. Kreacher hovered nearby, refusing to leave his master's side despite Harry's assurances that he would be fine. Master Harry is too young, the elf muttered. Too small. Master Harry should stay where Kreacher can protect him. I have to do this, Kreacher. No one else can. Kreacher could come. Kreacher is good at hiding, at sneaking, no. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. I need you here, protecting the manor. Protecting Sirius. If something happens to me, they'll need you. Kreacher's eyes glistened with moisture he would never admit to. Master Harry will come back. I'll try. Master Harry will come back, Kreacher repeated, more forcefully. Master Harry is the best master Kreacher has ever served. Kreacher will not accept losing him. Harry reached out and placed a hand on the elf's shoulder, a gesture of equality that would have horrified traditional wizards. Thank you, Kreacher. For everything. The elf nodded jerkily and disappeared with a crack, leaving Harry alone with his thoughts. Sirius found him on the roof at midnight, watching the stars. You should be sleeping. Can't. Too much to think about. Sirius sat beside him, their shoulders almost touching. They had developed an easy familiarity over the months, a comfort with each other's presence that Harry had never experienced before. Tell me honestly, Sirius said. What do you think your chances are? Of surviving? Reasonable, if I'm careful. Of succeeding? Harry shrugged. Less certain. There are too many variables I can't account for. That's not reassuring. It's not meant to be. I'm not going to lie to you, Sirius. This is dangerous. There's a real possibility I won't come back. Then why do it? Because someone has to. Because if I don't, Voldemort returns and everything we've built gets destroyed. Because I'm the only one with the tools to actually stop him. Sirius was quiet for a long moment. You know, James was the same way. Always convinced he had to be the hero, always rushing into danger because he thought no one else could handle it. And look how that turned out for him. He saved your life. He saved Lily's, even if only for a moment. He bought time for the world to prepare for what was coming. Sirius's voice was rough. Don't you dare say his sacrifice was meaningless. I didn't mean, I know what you meant. You're scared. You're trying to prepare me for the worst. Sirius turned to face Harry directly. But here's the thing, I've already survived the worst. I spent 5 years in Azkaban, surrounded by Dementors, convinced that everyone I loved was dead or lost forever. When you came for me, when you fought for me, you gave me something I thought I'd never have again. Hope. Sirius, don't take that away from me. Don't tell me you might not come back like it's something I need to accept. Because I don't accept it. I won't accept it. You're going to go to Albania, you're going to do whatever needs to be done, and you're going to come home. That's not a hope, it's a fact. Harry stared at his godfather, at this man who had survived the impossible, who had found hope in the darkest place on earth, who believed in Harry with an intensity that was almost frightening. Okay, he said quietly. I'll come home. Promise me. I promise. Sirius nodded, satisfied. Good. Now get some sleep. You've got a long journey tomorrow. Harry left the next evening, slipping away as the sun set over London. The journey to Albania took most of the night. International port keys, apparition across borders, passages through magical spaces that existed outside normal geography. By the time he reached the mountains where Voldemort's refuge was hidden, dawn was breaking over the eastern horizon. The place felt wrong. Harry had experienced dark magic before, the Black family library was full of cursed objects, and his own home had been steeped in protective wards for months. But this was different. The darkness here was alive, hungry, pressing against his shields like something trying to find a way inside. He used the Peveril techniques to strengthen his defenses and pushed forward. The forest around him was dead. Not dormant, not sleeping, dead. Trees stood like skeletons, their bark peeled away, their branches bare. Nothing grew in the undergrowth. Nothing moved in the shadows. The only sound was Harry's own breathing and the crunch of dead leaves beneath his feet. At the center of the dead zone, he found what he was looking for. A ruin. Stone walls that had once been a cottage, collapsed into rubble and overgrown with something that might have been moss if moss could be that shade of black. And at the heart of the ruin, barely visible through the magical distortion that surrounded it, Voldemort. Not a body. Not a spirit. Something in between. A wisp of dark vapor hovering above the ground, coiling and uncoiling in patterns that hurt to look at. The remnant of a soul that had been so fractured, so diminished, that it could barely maintain coherent form. But even in this state, Harry could feel its power. The Horcruxes fed it, sustained it, kept it anchored to a semblance of existence. And somewhere in that swirling darkness, a mind still plotted. Still planned. Still waited for the day when it could return to the flesh. Harry approached carefully, using every technique he had learned to mask his presence. The Dark Lord's remnant didn't seem to notice him. It was too focused on something else, a ritual of some kind, magic flowing from the Horcrux connections into the central mass. Feeding it. Strengthening it. The resurrection wasn't just close. It was happening. Right now. Harry watched as the wisp began to solidify, dark vapor condensing into something more substantial. A shape was emerging, humanoid, but wrong. Too thin, too angular, too twisted by the magic that was bringing it back to existence. He had to act. Had to stop this before it was complete. But how? The Testament had given him knowledge, but knowledge wasn't the same as power. He could feel the Horcrux inside him responding to the ritual, straining toward its master like a dog hearing its owner's voice. If he interfered, if he disrupted the process, there was no telling what would happen to that fragment. What would happen to him? Death demands balance, Ignotus had written. Life for life, soul for soul. Harry understood now what that meant. To stop the resurrection, he would have to offer something. The magic required sacrifice, it always required sacrifice. And the only thing Harry had to offer that was equal to what was being created was himself. He could feel the choice crystallizing. Stay hidden, let the resurrection complete, fight Voldemort as he had originally planned. Or act now, sacrifice whatever was necessary, end the threat before it could fully emerge. Neither option was good. Neither option was safe. But one of them was right. Harry stepped out of concealment. Tom. The Dark Lord's remnant stopped its transformation. The darkness that had been coalescing into a body froze, then turned, slowly, impossibly, to face Harry. There were no eyes in that swirling void. No face, no features, nothing human. But Harry felt it looking at him anyway, felt the weight of its attention like a physical force pressing down on his shoulders. You. The voice wasn't sound, it was pure thought, hammered into Harry's mind like nails. The boy who lived. The piece of me that walks in flesh. I'm not your piece, Harry said. I'm not your anything. The fragment you left in me, it's just residue. Debris. It doesn't make us connected. Everything makes us connected. Your blood restored me once. Your soul anchors me now. You are mine, Harry Potter, whether you accept it or not. Then let me show you how wrong you are. Harry reached inside himself, to the cold place where the Horcrux nestled against his core. He touched it with the awareness Ignotus had taught him, felt it recoil, felt the connection that stretched between this fragment and all the others. And he pulled. The effect was immediate. Voldemort's remnant screamed, not with voice but with pure magical force, a wave of agony that rippled outward through the dead forest. The resurrection process stuttered, faltered, began to reverse. What are you doing? Stop. I'm showing you what it feels like, Harry said through gritted teeth. The power flowing through him was immense, more than he had ever channeled, more than he had known existed. It was tearing him apart from the inside, burning through his magical channels like fire through dry kindling. To have your soul pulled in directions it was never meant to go. He wasn't destroying the Horcruxes. He couldn't, not yet, not without the full ritual Ignotus had described. But he was destabilizing them, weakening the bonds that held them together, disrupting the flow of energy that sustained Voldemort's semi-existence. You'll kill us both. Maybe. But at least I'll take you with me. The pain was overwhelming now, beyond anything Harry had experienced in the cupboard or anywhere else. He could feel his body shutting down, his magic consuming itself in the effort to maintain the disruption. This wasn't sustainable. He couldn't hold on much longer. But he didn't need to hold on forever. He just needed to hold on long enough. Stop. Voldemort's remnant was diminishing, the darkness that had begun to coalesce dissolving back into formless vapor. Please, I will give you anything, there's nothing you have that I want. Your parents, I can tell you about them, the truth of that night. Harry hesitated. It was a mistake. In that moment of weakness, Voldemort struck, not at Harry directly, but at the Horcrux within him. The fragment blazed with sudden power, overwhelming the defenses Harry had constructed, flooding his mind with images and sensations and memories that weren't his own. He saw through Voldemort's eyes. Felt what Voldemort felt. The night of October 31st, 1981. A small house in Godric's Hollow. A door blown off its hinges. A man with messy black hair standing in the entrance hall, wand raised, shouting for his wife to run. James Potter died quickly. A flash of green light and he crumpled, his expression frozen in defiance. Voldemort stepped over the body without a second glance. The nursery was at the top of the stairs. A woman, red hair, green eyes, so beautiful it almost hurt, stood in front of the crib, her arms spread wide. Not Harry. Please, take me instead, stand aside, you silly girl. No, please, I'll do anything, stand aside. She didn't move. Her eyes met Voldemort's, and there was no fear in them, only determination. Only love. The second flash of green light. And then Voldemort was looking at the crib, at the small boy within, at the child who was supposed to have the power to defeat him. Such a tiny thing. Such an easy kill. He raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light flew toward the child. And bounced back. Harry wrenched himself free of the memory with a scream that tore through the dead forest. He was on his knees, he realized, gasping for breath, his whole body shaking with the aftermath of what he had experienced. Voldemort's remnant hovered before him, weakened but not destroyed. "Now you know," it whispered. "Now you understand. Your mother's sacrifice created you as much as it created me. We are bound, Harry Potter. Forever." No. Harry forced himself to his feet. "We're not bound. We're connected, but connection isn't bondage. You chose to murder my parents. You chose to attack an infant. You made those choices. The consequences are yours to bear. And what consequences do you bear? What choices have you made that will haunt you? All of them. Every single one." Harry met the eyeless void where Voldemort's face should have been. "But I'll live with that. I'll learn from it. That's what you never understood, that's why you'll always lose. You think power comes from avoiding consequences. From running away from death, from fragmenting your soul, from refusing to accept responsibility for what you've done. But real power comes from the opposite. From facing consequences. From accepting death. From remaining whole even when the world tries to break you." The remnant was silent. "I'm not going to destroy you today," Harry continued. "I can't, not yet, not with the resources I have. But I've delayed your resurrection. I've weakened your anchors. And when I come back, when I'm ready, I will end you. Not because I hate you. Not because I want revenge. But because you're a wound in the world that needs to heal. You are arrogant. Just like your father. Maybe. But I'm also alive. And you're not." Harry turned and walked away, leaving Voldemort's remnant to its diminished existence. The journey back was harder than the journey out. He was exhausted, more than exhausted, damaged in ways he couldn't fully understand. The power he had channeled had left scars, magical and physical both. It would take time to heal. But he was alive. And he had learned something important. Voldemort could be beaten. Not easily, not safely, but beaten. The resurrection could be stopped. The Horcruxes could be destroyed. Harry just had to survive long enough to do it. He arrived back at Black Manor 3 days later, looking, according to Sirius, like something the Hippogriff dragged in. "What happened?" his godfather demanded, steering Harry toward the nearest chair. "You were supposed to be observing, not whatever did this to you." Plans changed. Harry accepted a cup of tea from Creature, wrapping his hands around its warmth. "I found him. Voldemort. He was in the middle of resurrecting when I arrived. And you interrupted it. I delayed it. Maybe by months, maybe by years, I don't know. But he's still out there. Still planning. Still dangerous. But you survived. I survived." Sirius sat down heavily across from him. "When you didn't come back after the first week, I thought, I know. I'm sorry. The journey back was harder than I expected. The power I used, it took more out of me than I realized." "What kind of power?" Harry explained, the Peveril techniques, the connection to the Horcruxes, the confrontation in the dead forest. When he reached the part about seeing his parents' deaths, his voice faltered. "I watched them die," he said quietly. "Not just heard about it, actually watched. Through his eyes. I felt what he felt when he killed them." Sirius's expression was complicated, grief and rage and something that might have been understanding. That's a lot to carry." "It is. But it's also clarifying. I know now, really know, what I'm fighting against. Not just an ideology or a political movement or even a dark wizard. A choice. The choice to value power over love, control over connection, survival over sacrifice. And what choice are you making? Harry looked at his godfather, at this man who had chosen love over family, friendship over safety, hope over despair. The opposite. Always the opposite. The weeks that followed were a period of recovery and preparation. Harry's magical reserves slowly restored themselves, though he could feel permanent changes in how his power flowed. The confrontation had left marks, not just scars, but alterations. He was stronger in some ways, weaker in others. Different. The news from Britain was mixed. The DMLE investigation had progressed significantly in his absence. 3 more of Yaxley's inner circle were arrested, their financial connections exposed, their political careers destroyed. The Remnant's network was fragmenting, its members scrambling to distance themselves from the increasingly toxic association. But Yaxley himself remained untouched. He's insulated himself too well, Bones reported during one of their planning sessions. Every trail leads to subordinates. Every crime was committed by people who can't implicate him without implicating themselves. Then we need to change tactics, Harry said. Stop trying to prosecute him and start trying to isolate him. Cut off his support, his resources, his ability to operate. Make him desperate. And then he makes mistakes. That's what desperation does. The diary Horcrux was found in early October. Andromeda's contacts had traced it to a shop in Knockturn Alley, where it had been sold by someone matching Lucius Malfoy's description. Harry secured it personally, using the Peveril techniques to contain its influence without triggering its defenses. 1 down. Several more to go. Neville came to visit regularly, bringing plants and conversation and a normalcy that Harry was learning to appreciate. Their friendship had deepened over the months, evolving from tentative connection to genuine bond. Neville understood things about Harry that others didn't, the weight of expectations, the pressure of legacy, the loneliness of being different. Do you ever wish you were normal? Neville asked one afternoon, sitting in the Black Manor greenhouse that Harry had established primarily for his benefit. Every day. But then I remember what normal meant for me, a cupboard, starvation, people who hated me, and I decide that abnormal isn't so bad. I meant, you know. A regular kid. Going to school, playing games, not worrying about Dark Lords and political conspiracies. That's not who I am, Neville. Maybe it's not who I was ever meant to be. Harry looked at his friend seriously. But what about you? Do you wish you were different? All the time. Neville's voice was soft. I wish I was brave like my parents. Smart like Gran. Powerful like you. You are powerful. Just not in the ways people expect. That's what you keep saying. Because it keeps being true. Harry gestured at the greenhouse around them, the carefully tended plants, the innovative growing systems, the rare specimens that Neville had coaxed to thrive against all odds. This is power, Neville. The power to create, to nurture, to make things grow. The world has enough destroyers. What it needs is builders. Neville was quiet for a moment. You really believe that? I really do. Something shifted in Neville's expression, not quite confidence, but something related. The seed of belief, planted in soil that had been too long neglected. Okay, he said. Then I'll try to believe it too. November brought the first serious counterattack. Harry was in the study, reviewing intelligence reports, when the ward screamed. Not the subtle warning of an unauthorized approach, a full alarm, the kind that indicated active assault. Something was attacking Black Manor directly. He was on his feet and moving before the sound faded, wand in hand, magic coiling around him in defensive patterns. Sirius met him in the entrance hall, similarly armed. What is it? Don't know. But the outer wards are failing. They reached the front door just as it exploded inward. Figures poured through the breach, masked, robed, moving with the precision of trained combatants. Death Eaters, or something close to it. Yaxley's people, finally abandoning subtlety for direct action. The battle that followed was brutal and brief. Harry and Sirius fought back-to-back, covering each other's weaknesses, combining decades of combat experience, Sirius, with raw magical power and Peveril techniques, Harry. The attackers were skilled but not exceptional, hired wands rather than true believers, more interested in survival than victory. The real threat came last. Yaxley himself stepped through the ruined doorway, his bland expression unchanged despite the chaos around him. "Lord Potterblack," he said, his voice carrying easily over the sounds of combat. "It's time we ended this." Harry felt the shift in magical pressure before he saw the spell. Yaxley wasn't using a wand, he was channeling something older, darker, power that came from places beyond normal magic. The Remnant hadn't just been funding Voldemort's resurrection. They had been preparing their own weapons. "Sirius, get back." Harry threw himself forward, meeting Yaxley's attack with everything he had. The collision of their magic sent shockwaves through the manor, shattering windows and cracking walls. "Impressive," Yaxley said, his expression showing genuine interest for the first time. "The rumors about your capabilities were not exaggerated. Neither were the rumors about your insanity." "Insanity?" "No, Lord Potterblack. Vision. The wizarding world is dying, consumed by its own decadence, weakened by its integration with the mundane. What I offer is salvation. A return to the old ways, the pure ways, the ways that made us great. You're offering genocide dressed up as tradition. I'm offering survival. The strong endure, the weak perish. That's not genocide, that's nature." Harry pressed his attack, forcing Yaxley back step by step. The older wizard was powerful, more powerful than Harry had expected, but he was also overconfident. He had come here expecting to win easily, and the resistance was throwing him off balance. "You can't beat me," Yaxley said, though there was less certainty in his voice now. "I've been preparing for this moment for years." "So have I." Harry reached for the Peveril magic, the deep power that connected him to death itself. He felt it respond, flowing through him like ice water, sharpening his senses and strengthening his defenses. And through that connection, he felt something else. The Horcrux fragment within Yaxley. Not a piece of Voldemort, something different. A fragment of the dark magic that Yaxley had been channeling, lodged in his soul like a tumor. The price of the power he had been wielding. Harry smiled grimly. "You wanted to serve the Dark Lord? Congratulations. You've already started becoming him." He touched that fragment with his awareness, gently, carefully, using the techniques he had developed to manage his own Horcrux connection. And he pulled. Yaxley screamed. The dark magic that had been powering his attacks turned inward, attacking its own host. Yaxley fell to his knees, clutching his chest, his bland expression finally showing something genuine, terror. What are you? I'm showing you the truth about what you've been playing with." Harry stood over his enemy, his voice cold. "Dark magic isn't a tool. It's a parasite. It gives you power, but it takes something in return. You've been feeding it for years, and now it started feeding on you. Make it stop, please." "I will. But first, you're going to answer some questions." The interrogation that followed was efficient and thorough. Yaxley, desperate to escape the agony of his own magic turning against him, told Harry everything, the full extent of the Remnant network, the locations of the remaining Horcruxes, the timeline for Voldemort's resurrection, the identities of every member of his inner circle. When it was over, Harry released the pressure, letting the dark fragment settle back into dormancy. "You'll want to see a healer," he said conversationally. "That thing inside you is going to keep growing. Eventually, it will consume you entirely. You could stop it. I could. But I won't." Harry turned away. "Consider it a lesson in consequences." You wanted power without price. Now you know there's always a price. The Aurors arrived an hour later, summoned by Bones. They took Yaxley and his surviving followers into custody, finally armed with enough evidence to make the charges stick. The Remnant's leadership was broken. The war wasn't over, there were still fragments to be dealt with, still Voldemort's eventual return to prepare for, but the immediate threat had been neutralized. Harry stood in the ruins of Black Manor's entrance hall, watching the Aurors work, and felt something that might have been satisfaction. Not victory. Not yet. But progress. The months that followed were dedicated to rebuilding. Black Manor was repaired, its ward strengthened, its defenses improved. The DMLE completed its investigation, resulting in dozens of arrests across the Ministry and the broader wizarding community. The Prophet, under new management after its previous owners were implicated in the corruption scandal, began reporting fairly for the first time in years. And Harry kept working. He tracked down 2 more Horcruxes, Hufflepuff's cup in a vault at Gringotts, Ravenclaw's diadem hidden in the Room of Requirement at Hogwarts. Each was secured using Peveril techniques, their dark influence contained but not destroyed. Not yet. Destroying the Horcruxes required the sacrifice Ignotus had described, soul for soul, life for life. Harry wasn't ready for that yet. Might never be ready. But he was preparing. The anniversary of his lordship awakening arrived in July, 1 year since his life had changed forever. He celebrated quietly, with Sirius and Neville and the inner circle of allies who had become his family. 1 year, Sirius said, raising a glass. You've accomplished more in 12 months than most wizards do in a lifetime. I've had help. You've had opportunity. The help just gave you tools to use it. Sirius smiled. James would be proud. Lily would be proud. I'm proud. Thank you. They drank together, celebrating survival and progress and hope. But even as Harry smiled and laughed and enjoyed the company of people he loved, part of his mind was elsewhere. Voldemort was still out there. Weakened, delayed, but not destroyed. Eventually, he would find a way to return. Eventually, the final confrontation would come. And when it did, Harry would be ready. He had to be. Chapter 5 End.